Bismillah. Our next teacher is Dr. Umar Faruq Abd-Allah. He needs no introduction. He is a renowned scholar in both the Muslim East as well as in the West. His bio is in the program. I definitely encourage you to check it out. He's talking on an incredibly timely and relevant topic. Again, the description of the class is in the program. I don't want to take away from any of his time, so without further ado, inshallah, we'll get started. Bismillah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. In these next lectures, which will inshallah be a series of 6, I would like to talk about how our creed, our aqida, the obligatory belief system of Islam should construct our worldview, and where the dominant worldview in the secular culture of the world today often fundamentally contradicts that or undercuts it. Creed for us, aqida, is always a statement not just of who we are and what community we believed that we belong to, that we are Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, for example. It's not just articles of faith, but it is also the fundamental elements of reality. The beliefs that we have give us the fundamental structure of reality. And therefore, when we learn the aqeedah, we should be also laying down the foundation of our worldview. We also have other things that we believe in Islam, especially in our tradition. And more specifically, in the tradition of Sufism, that manifests the different metaphysical realities, the haqa'iq, the ultimate realities of things. For example, in Spain, we had a zawiyah before this, in which we discussed the male and female principles, what it means to be truly human. That discussion, however, was on the level of haqa'iq, because things like the masculine principle, that's not aqeedah, that's not creed. You don't teach things like that to students in creed, but they are part of the metaphysics of Islam, and they're very important as well. But the creed gives us the foundation out of which that metaphysical universe springs, and it also enables us to relate to that metaphysical universe and to understand it. What I'd like to do is to begin by speaking a little bit about modernity and modernism, and from there, inshallah, we can begin to talk about certain issues in the creed. The word modernity is not a bad word, and we should use it correctly. The original meaning of modernity is contemporaneity. It is being together with other things at the same time. So we are all modern in the sense that we're all here together at the same time. Modern initially meant just now, what is just now. And this is from a Latin word, modo, which means to be just now. So originally it meant little more than what relates to the present moment or to recent time. Okay, and it didn't have any sense that what relates to the present moment ought necessarily not to relate to the past, that it ought not have continuity with the past. So none of that was there. It's just that we are here and this is the present time, and that's what modernity is. Ultimately, however, in the West, modernity produces a phenomenon which I would call modernism. I like to distinguish between the two. Many people don't. They will speak about modern and modernity and modernist and modernism as if they were the same time. But I think that it's useful to distinguish between them, especially because when we talk about things like this, we don't want to convince ourselves, and we don't want to make others believe that we are against the modern world, that we are enemies of the modern world, because that cannot be who we are. We are people who live here, we use this technology, we learn these sciences, but we have to understand what in that is sound and what is not sound. And as Brother Aftab was pointing out, one of the fundamental aspects of the way that Muslims relate to culture in general, in any time, is that we look for what is good and we keep it. We may modify it, we may beautify it, and we look at what is not good and we create alternatives to it. We are not culturally predatory, and we must be very careful in the modern age not to be that way either. There's so much good that is at our fingertips, and that we have to affirm, but we have to affirm it on the basis of careful understanding of what it is and where it's going and what its implications are. But modernity in the West over the last centuries, especially the last 4 centuries, the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, I should have said 5, 1900s, well, we're into the 20th century. Over the last 4 centuries, it then develops modernism. It produces modernism. And modernism, like any ism, is a particular idea about something. So modernism is a particular idea about what the present time should be and what value it has and what its relationship should be to the past and where it should be going. And as modernism develops over these last 4 centuries, it goes through different stages. We're not going to study that. We don't have time to do that. But it actually becomes a series of ideologies and of myths and of secular beliefs. And it creates a worldview. More accurately, it creates a number of worldviews that share some things in common, and they differ on other points. And these ideologies express a whole number of beliefs and values about present time and about the future, as well as a negative assessment of the past. So this is very serious, because modernism, as it develops, generally has a negative assessment of the past. That would be the Western past, but also our past as well. And two of the most important things in human culture and in religion are community and continuity. So it undercuts continuity, and in doing that, it will also undercut community, because community has to have a sense of continuity. And when we come to this age that we're in now, especially in the late 20th century and the 21st century, then you have the rise of the cult of individualism, of being authentic, being yourself. You determine what you're going to be, even your gender. You have a right to determine that. And the ideology that pertains to that would say that your biological gender is a natural tyranny, and you have a right to break that hold of that tyranny and to be something else. These are all ideologies that have developed over the last centuries, especially the last 2 centuries in that particular case. Modernism in the West grew up under unique conditions. Excuse me, I'm going to drink some coffee. When coffee came to the West, what did they call it? They called it Turkish berry. So I'll drink some Turkish berry. And they warned people, be very careful about drinking coffee. You may become a Turk. And you may become a Muslim. And in fact, coffee shops were very, very problematic. Alhamdulillah. So modernism grows up under unique conditions. It is an unparalleled phenomenon that grows up in the West, and the likes of it, to my knowledge, never grew up anywhere else. In the development of modernism, the West fundamentally undercuts its own orientation, its own value system, and then it begins to adopt new directions. And this is something very strange. In fact, some people would say it is a manifestation of the death of a civilization. And many Westerners have written about that, like Sprenger, who's a German historian, and Toynbee. Modernism grew up fundamentally as a rejection of or an objection to the Christian metaphysics of the High Middle Ages. The High Middle Ages are the 1100s, the 1200s, the 1300s. We call that the High Middle Ages. It especially is the Western Middle Ages in the wake of the Crusades. Fundamental changes begin to take place in Europe, but one of the most important things is the development of Christian metaphysics, that is a philosophy about the nature of reality, of logic, of thought, how we know things, and so forth. And this metaphysics is especially attributed to St. Thomas Aquinas, And we refer to that metaphysics as Thomism, Thomism, Thomism from St. Thomas. But as modernism develops, it will involve a fundamental rejection of Thomism. And Thomism is a sophisticated metaphysical system. We wouldn't agree with every part of it, but we would agree with a lot of it, and that's not surprising because a lot of it was taken from us, especially from whom? Who would be one of the main authorities that St. Thomas relied on? What? Can you say it louder? Imam al-Ghazali is one. And one of the great things about St. Thomas is that he actually tells you who he's reading. And if you read St. Thomas, maybe you can't read a page without seeing a clear reference to a great Muslim scholar or other scholar. No? Ibn Rushd, is that what you said? Is that what you said? Yeah, Ibn Rushd. This will be the guiding light of St. Thomas, Averroes as they would call him, Ibn Rushd, who, as you know, was a great philosopher of Cordoba, and he was also a great legal mind. He was also a great physician, many other things. He's one of the great masters of the Maliki school, but he was an Aristotelian. That means he followed the philosophy of Aristotle as Muslims received it and understood it. And then his works pass into the West, and they have a huge effect there. Also, Ibn Sina and others. Al-Ghazali is one of them. But his metaphysics is very much rooted in our own philosophical tradition and, to some extent, our own theological tradition, although it's more philosophical than it is theological. And as modernism develops them, it begins, as you can see, as anti-traditional. So it is a rejection of a tradition that had been established before. And this will be the mark of modernism as it develops over the next centuries. That it is, I would say, always anti-traditional. Maybe I'm overlooking exceptions, but it certainly is generally anti-traditional. And again, modernism, as it develops in the West, grows up in opposition to the Christian tradition. In this case, it would be the Roman Catholic tradition, because this is before the Reformation. When we talk about the development of modernism in the West, we also have to talk about the Reformation, because the Protestant Reformation is a major step in that, but we won't do that in this class probably, because that's not critical to what we're trying to do. So you begin then by a rejection of Christian tradition, especially Thomism, the metaphysics of the High Middle Ages, and ultimately this leads to the rejection of all tradition, wherever and whatever it may be. It's said that every manifestation of corruption begins in a single mind. And this is why it's important to trace the genealogy of ideas. We can probably also say that every great development in history begins in a single heart. I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe because good is so big and so abundant. But certainly in the case of evil, the evil developments usually go back to a single heart, a single mind. And in any case, we're going to refer to some of the minds in the West, and I guess I should be much more careful about what I'm saying, because a lot of the people who trigger the development of modernism in the West, we can't call them evil people. Some of them we can, but a lot of them are people who are geniuses, very, very gifted, probably having good intentions, but they undermine things in the process of doing what they do. We say, Zallatul alim, Zallatul alam. The alim is the scholar, and the alam is the world. When the scholar slips, the whole world falls down. And so therefore, when we look at the rise of modernism, we look at people like Descartes, who was a brilliant man, and we certainly don't want to say that he was an evil man. I wouldn't dare to say that. And you look at people like Kant, the German philosopher who will come after Descartes, and Kant does have some very problematic aspects to his writing and his intentions and his psychologies. But basically, if you were to ask Kant, what did you want to do when you said about intellect what you said and you essentially undermined intellect, he would say, I was trying to defend Newton. So this was Kant's main goal, that he wanted to defend Newtonian physics against what? The skepticism of David Hume, who was a Scottish philosopher who was a complete empiricist, and in his honesty as a complete empiricist, a person who relies only on experience, he knew that we can't say even that cause and effect actually exists. And here he takes a position very similar to Imam al-Ghazali, although very different at the same time. It's not identical to Imam al-Ghazali or to the Ash'ari tradition, but it's quite similar in some ways, and Hume is probably affected by al-Ghazali and the Ash'ari tradition. But Hume becomes a skeptic. We don't become skeptics. We base what we say on a firm belief in God. In any case, you have to look, where do these ideas come from? And especially if you want to talk about what has been called the sexual revolution of the last 50 years. This did not just drop out of the sky. And this is not just men and women who are free and doing what they want to do. This was carefully programmed over more than 150 years. And it has a lot to do with Marxism and the development of Marxist thought and other ideas in the 19th century. And in fact, if you were to look at the way that the gender debate and the sexuality debate has developed in the West today, let's say in the last 20 years, that was all marked out in great detail in the 19th century and the early 20th century. The homosexuality and everything, all marked out. And this was to overthrow the tyranny of heterosexuality. And ultimately, it must lead to things like destroying the taboo of incest. A'udhu billah. That's what they say. It won't stop here. It's got to go to the taboo of incest and overthrow that. Even pedophilia, for a lot of these people, is regarded as something that will be allowed ultimately. The important thing is that it's very essential for us to study those ideas. Where do they come from? How did they develop? And that enables us, inshallah, to speak about these things soundly and maybe eloquently, maybe effectively. It's part of the understanding of the process. In any case, one of the things that will happen in the West is the eclipse of intellect. And when we talk about Islamic belief, you went through aqida with Sheikh Faraz Khan. You study, no doubt, the three sources of knowledge. What are they? And if you raise your hand, speak loudly. Yes. I can't hear you. Revelation. God bless you. That's number one. It's on the top. And number two. I didn't hear you. What did he say? That, I won't accept that answer. Intellect. Intellect is the word we use. Yes. Don't get the words right. Intellect, al-aql. And what is number three? No, naql is like revelation. And it would include that as well. Loud, please. Be an American. You know, we Americans, we talk loud, right? I remember going to Russia in 2011 with a group that were mostly American Muslims, and it's like, they're so loud. even we told them when we went to the metro in Moscow, you know, that the metro is beautiful in Moscow. I mean, this is Stalinism and all these, the ideology. But we said, please, guys, right? Be quiet. These Russians don't all love you, right? First of all, they're not in love with Islam. And they're not in love with you because you come from New York City. And it's like, what can you do? I mean, we walk down the streets and they're so loud. And it's like everybody wants to hear what they're saying. And it's just like, God protect us. God protect us. But here you can speak like an American. What did you say? I should be able to hear better. What did he say? Empirical. Okay. And usually we refer to that as customary experience. Al-ada. And we will say hiss, we will say sense, but the beautiful term we use is customary experience, al-ada. And of course, if you have customary experience, then you have other types of experience which are not customary. That's the great benefit of those words, that there is experience that is customary, and there's other experience which is not. In any case, you know, reason will be undermined, and Kant will be the person who does that. He's the key figure, K-A-N-T, who will do that. But in any case, and then we end up with what the West will call reason, and it will deem itself to be rational because it has that reason. But that's not aql, it's something else, and we'll try to talk about that today a little bit. Baudelaire, who was a great French poet, as many of you know, he said that when reason dreams, monsters are born. And when Baudelaire's saying that, he's talking about Cartesian reason. He's talking about this kind of reason that Kant develops. And actually, Baudelaire is probably taking that from a great Spanish artist, Goya, who says, El sueño de la razón produce monstruos. He says that the sleep of reason produces monsters. That's a different statement. Goya is saying that when aql sleeps, then monsters are produced. Baudelaire then puts it differently. When reason dreams, monsters are born. The important thing is that they're talking about two different kinds of reason. Baudelaire is talking about the type of reason that is disconnected from the intellect, that relies on nothing but experience. It's not metaphysically based, not based in revelation, not based in first principle, so it produces monsters. Whereas Goya is talking about something more like what we call aql. And when that aql goes to sleep, that knows first principles, that knows truth without experiment, then monsters are born. So both of them are beautiful expressions. Let's go back to modernism. All manifestations of modernism are ideological. They represent worldviews. They are not neutral, never. They're not secular, you do your thing, I'll do mine. No, they have agendas. And all of them deal with the passage of time. Modernism always designates a break in the regular passage of time. It always designates a break in the regular passage of time. Modernism is always militant. Modernism designates a combat, a war, in which there are always victors and vanquished. The victors are the people of the future. The vanquished are the people of the past. The victors are the people that are forward-looking and modern. and the vanquished are the people who are backward and who are attached to the past, and so forth. Very strange ideology. And again, one that gutted Western civilization and that produced the chaos that we're in now. When what is just now is modern, in the modernist sense, then everything that belongs to the past is old-fashioned. Like the way you dress, the way I dress. How ridiculous. How old-fashioned. Do you think you live in the 1000s? You know, but we're people of principle. We don't believe that truth changes. And again, we're not culturally predatory, you know, but, you know, we are also not superficial fools. The world keeps moving on in the modernist vision from one modern thing to another, and no modern thing has any right to persist. There's no permanence. Isn't that amazing? There's no permanence. No modern reality has the right to persist. It will be replaced. And it will be replaced with something better. Okay, that's a statement of faith. That's a belief. That's a religious belief. We went yesterday to Samsun. We saw how beautiful that city was. You saw how beautiful their homes were. And go to Bosnia, go to India, go to Lahore, you know, go to Morocco, go to other parts of the Muslim world and see how we used to live. And tell me if you can do better. Can you do better than that? Wouldn't you be content to live that way right now? Do you need anything more than that? You know, you go into your house, you have a knocker for men, another knocker for women, so that before you open the door, you know if the person outside is a man or a woman. And then if you're in the house, you put flower pots out the window so that people know you're home. Of course, if they know you're home, they know they could knock on the door. But also, they know that they should be quiet because you're home. Adab. That there are people in that house, so don't raise your voice. This is civilization. This is sophistication. And in fact, one of the great writers of the 20th century, whose name was Jacques Ellul, E-L-U-L, Jacques Ellul. He writes on technology, he writes on propaganda, and he understands really amazingly the connection between technology and propaganda. But Jacques Ellul, he held that Muslims attained in their great civilization in Spain and Portugal and Turkey, elsewhere, Afghanistan, India, Central Asia, and elsewhere. They attained such a level of sophistication that they didn't want to go beyond it, but they could have. And that hundreds of years before the West developed industrialization, Muslims knew everything necessary to produce industrialization. They knew all about gears, they knew all about pulleys, they knew all about everything necessary to make those machines. And we have books. I have a book in my house that shows you all those illustrations. And they said, therefore, Muslims could have done, hundreds of years before the West, what the West did in its industrialization. But, interestingly, they chose not to do it. And again, it's not that they didn't want to do it, they chose not to do it because it would upset the balance. It would bring about disharmony, and ultimately, it would bring about their own destruction. In any case, what's wrong with that past? You know, that was a great past. Isn't it something that you should be proud of? Isn't it something that you should want some kind of continuity with? Can't we learn from that? When I was in Lahore, you know, this last spring, they took us to some of the great palaces there, you know, where you can stand in a corner and whisper and be heard in another corner, or you can stand in the middle of the room and your voice is amplified. And the person who was showing that to us said, like, look how advanced, look, that they knew how to do things like that. And it actually angered me the way he said it. And I said that, you know, they knew so much more than this. They knew more than we know today. It's very important for us to understand that. So this is why our attitude to the past is always one of respect. It should be one that respects ourselves and also other people as well. The past usually is where you will find wisdom. It's usually where you will find things done in a more intelligent way. And we're not enemies of that past. It's very interesting, our brother Aftab was using the word modern Muslim, modernist Muslim, avoiding some of the other labels that's probably very wise for us to avoid. If he does it, it's wise. You know, but one of the things about the modernist Muslims, the do-it-yourself Islam Muslims, is they usually have a very negative idea of our past. And they have no historical understanding of it. They believe that we were successful in the days of the Prophet ﷺ, and then Abu Bakr and Umar and Ali and Uthman and Ali, and then total downhill from that time until they came about, you know, in the 20th century. As if they can do now what was a complete failure for 1,400 years. And this is, first of all, a total ignorance of history, an absolute ignorance of history, and then accepting certain generalizations about our past that certain Orientalists may have said. They don't even, the Orientalists don't even agree on things like that. But they will have certain negative statements about the decline of Muslims, and they just take that stuff over. And this attitude of the modernist Muslim, if that word works, you tell me if it doesn't, towards the past is modernist, isn't it? That's why we can refer to them that way, because they are anti-traditional. And when you look at them, even in their terrorism, even in the way that they manipulate terrorism for presumably political ends, that's all modernist. And that all has a genealogy that goes back to the 19th century. So even though they may claim to be the pure representatives of what the Prophet ﷺ and the Salaf, the early generations of Islam, God bless them and be pleased with them, upheld, they're actually the most modernist of us all. It's an irony, but we need to be aware of that. So the world keeps moving in the modernist view from one modern thing to another. Modern is also used for ahead of the times. You want to be ahead of your times. I don't really know if I want to be ahead of my times. I mean, we need to be vanguards in our times. We need to be able to give people back sanity and continuity and civilization. We are the creators of civilization. That was our mark. Wherever we went, we made beautiful civilizations. We brought sanity. We brought dignity. We protected the environment. We developed the environment. We were really amazing people. We have to get that back. We have to get that back. What was the first requirement that you had to meet to develop an Islamic city? What was it? I want to build a city. You want to build a city. What is the first requirement you must meet? You said it. Water. You've got to be able to provide your city with all the fresh water they need to drink, to wash, to plant, to take care of their animals. You cannot have a city where there is not adequate water. What is the number 2 requirement? What was it? You have a loud voice, and you're from Chicago. I should be able to hear you. So you've got to have food, and it's got to be self-sustaining. Your city cannot rely on import. And traditional Muslim cities took pride in the fact that the only thing they had to import were needles, scissors, and razors, maybe, for example. Okay? Did that mean that their markets were empty? No, their markets were full. Their markets were the best, richest markets in the world. But they do not go to their market for fundamental necessities. That they will have themselves, so that they can live in war. That their water won't be cut off. They've got it right there in their house, in their well. Their food will be adequate, even though you probably like to change up your diet after a while, but you'll still live. So these are brilliant principles, absolutely brilliant. And if we look at the way we lived with nature, this world in which we live, with the beautiful mountains like you saw yesterday, and the beautiful river that we were on, whose paradise is that? Right? Whose paradise is that? The paradise of the animals. This world is the paradise of the birds, of the chickens, of the ducks, of the sheep, of the cattle, of the wild animals. This is not your paradise. You are here as a steward to see that they are taken properly care of. And this was extremely important for us. In a way that might shock you, this was extremely important for us. So this is a past that we have got to value. And today, this is a past that gives us a way into the future, that can bring the West to life and bring the world to life, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. We go from one modern thing to another modern thing. We want to be ahead of our times. We want to be advanced. We want to be forward-looking. You want to be innovative. And then we want to have modern views and modern methods. Again, this is not necessarily bad. Not necessarily bad to be innovative. It's not necessarily bad to be forward-looking. We should be forward-looking. Like, where are we going? How are we going to lead? How are we going to be vanguards? But again, all of these are plastic words. Plastic words. Modernism creates the reign of plastic words. You know, you're studying these incredible poems of Sa'di with our brother Faridun. God bless him. I wish that I knew Persian like he does. I wish I had access to that incredible literature like he does. In Persian, there are no plastic words. And in Arabic, no plastic words. And in Ottoman Turkish, there were no plastic words. Our words were carefully defined. We knew what every word meant. And we used our words with great skill and great care, no matter what language we spoke. The plastic word is a word that has 1,000 connotations and no denotation. 1,000 connotations and no denotations. It goes all over the place. But its connotations are all either good or bad. Backward is always bad. Primitive is always bad. Advanced is always good. Forward-looking is always good. Those are connotations. They are not denotations. And if you look at the feminist movement of the 1970s and 80s, the feminists wanted to have equality. A lot of them today don't want equality. They want difference, especially European feminism as it developed in the 90s. But when you would ask them, what is equality, they couldn't define it. They said, we will know it when we see it. Like, really, it might be better to think this out a little bit better. And in fact, they were derailed by the other ideological movement, which goes back to people like Butler and Reich, all about gender and transgender. That essentially derailed the feminist movement. Okay? But again, these are words that don't have denotations. We talk about nature. What is nature? Does nature have a beginning? Does it not have a beginning? Does it have negative attributes? No beginning, no end, no likeness, no other one. Do I have to pray to nature? Does it command? Does it prohibit? I mean, it's just a word, right? X, the unknown. And then we can use it for so many things because it's a stand-in for another word, which is God. So it's very important for us also to learn from our tradition and to define the words we use. That what do I mean when I say equality? What do I mean when I say freedom? What do I not mean when I say these words? And when you do that, also maybe the connotations, which are positive and negative, they might become more neutral, which is not a bad thing, because we're talking about realities here. So, postmodernism hoped or presumed that it would finally fix modern in time. In other words, modernism's always developing. No, you're finished. Okay, now we're a postmodernist. You're finished. That's what they're doing. Modernism's always going from one modern thing to another. They say, stop the music. Postmodern. Okay, so they're trying to fix modern in time and make it be in the past. Postmodernism appears in the mid-20th century, after World War II. However, many people would say that modernism still continues. It takes on different forms, and probably it may last longer than postmodernism itself. We'll see. In any case, we say, if it's old, I say this, I don't know if you say this, if it's old, it's as good as gold. Especially if it's Rumi, or Sa'di, or Firdausi, or these great theologians of our past. If it's old, it's as good as gold. Okay, I'm backward, right? Primitive. If it's new, it's probably not true. In any case, we cannot go forward regarding what is in the present moment until we know what should be. And this is what you have to do. We cannot go forward, and we do have to go forward. We've got to show the world where they can go to survive. This world could be transformed into one of the most incredible global civilizations ever. But only one people can do that, and those are people like you. If you get your tradition and you understand it intelligently and you can bring it to life in yourself and in the communities around you, we've got to know what the future should look like, what it can look like, and how we can use this technology, for example, for very positive ends, while being protected from the harmful ones. So this requires that you have value, that you have principles. One of the characteristics of modernism is that it undercuts principle. Now, whenever you get rid of something in God's creation, something else is given in its place. That's the way it works. So if you get rid of principle, what can take the place of principle? Principle is mabda, asl, ideals. So modernism's always talking about ideals, freedom, equality, progress, and we could start chanting, right? Those are all ideals. Are they bad? Well, tell me what they mean. Tell me what they mean, first of all. Once we've defined them, then we can say, yeah, that's a good thing, but let's stay within the definition. Okay, so they don't define them. You've got ideals. What's wrong with that? Well, principles, by their very nature, are where you begin. The principles are where you begin. And principles are often very simple, such as the greater cannot come from the lesser. The greater cannot come from the lesser of itself. If a seed produces a tree, then the tree had to be in that seed, didn't it? And you can say, well, it's in its DNA. Yes, it doesn't matter how that is, but the tree is there in the seed. And if I plant a piece of wood that looks like the seed, it will not do anything but rot. Okay, the greater cannot come from the lesser. That's a principle. It is a fundamental principle of the intellect. And it's one that is unknown in the modernist world, because the modernist world is continually affirming that the greater comes from the lesser. Okay, they do this over and over again. But in any case, principle is where you begin. And of course, in Islam, we have thousands of principles, beautiful principles. All right, we talked about the environment. And today, you know that the environment is in great degradation. So there's a question that not everyone agrees on the answer to. Is the melting of the polar cap because of something we did or something God did? Is it because of something we are doing or something, quote unquote, natural? Okay, that's a question that has to be answered. In my country, you have people who would say, no, we have nothing to do with this. In fact, they say it's not happening, and they'll vote for Trump. Okay, and may he not win the election. Pray for us if he does. And if the other one wins, pray for us. Right? But what's the answer to that question in Islamic law? There's environmental change. So did you do it or did God do it? What's the answer in Islamic law? You did it. Why? Because that's all you have control over. Do you see how brilliant that is? That's principial thinking. That if God has changed the orbit of the world such that the North Pole is melting, there's nothing you can do about it, brother or sister. But if it's because of something we have done, that we can do something about. We can clean up the rivers, we can stop the pollution, we can do other things, right? So in one of the principles of Islamic law, and this is important in your own life, what do you have control over and what do you not have control over? So don't become despondent about things you have no control over, but focus on the things that you have control over. That's basic Islamic law. And good, it's sanity as well. So principles are where we start. And principles are what enable us to get to the goals, to get to the ideals. And we do have ideals in Islam, don't we? Like the preservation of life, the preservation of family, the preservation of intellect, the preservation of the economy, the preservation of the family, and the preservation of honor and dignity. Those are goals. Those are ideals. How in the world will I get there? Principles. So if you undercut the principles, you'll know the ideals are meaningless. They're nothing but slogans. And this is the problem that modernity faces. Is this thing not working? Yeah. Oh, it fell off. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, I can fix it, I think, myself. Does that make it better? Okay, good. If you get things wrong at the level of principle, you will have a train wreck somewhere down the line. If you get things wrong at the level of principle, you will have a train wreck somewhere down the line. This is why you've got to begin with principle, and you've got to get it right. Then things will go well. And we'll see, as we go through these discussions, that Descartes, for example, will define things like this coffee cup as an extension in space. Isn't that cool? I mean, he's a genius. That all this cup is an extension in space. Okay, well, that is called a colossal mistake. That is a principial mistake. And he will say that in reality, you have two things: extensions in space, which are things. And then we've got people like you who are cognitive things, because you have a mind, he made up that word, that perceive these things. Cool, right? Genius. No, train wreck. This is a train wreck. And we'll see when we go through our theology why that is wrong. Why it's not enough. It's reductionism. And the big train wreck here will be called Cartesian dualism. Cartesian dualism, that we will divide the world radically into objects and subjects. And the subject can never know the object. There's no bridge in between. Is that a problem? That's a big problem. Modern physics doesn't believe in red apples. Modern physics cannot believe in red apples because of Cartesian dualism. That's the train wreck. You believe that there is probably a molecular cluster out there that I construct as a red apple, and I buy at the market and take home, and my wife is happy because she said, bring home red apples, right? This is a train wreck, a huge train wreck. And why? Because of that little mistake at the point of principle. Okay, so one of the things our theology does for us is to enable us to get our feet on the ground and to get the principles right. How do we think? How do we know? How do we see? How do you know that God exists? What does that mean about reality? These are big things, and these are things that you are required to understand, because this pertains to aqida. This pertains to the basic Sunni creed. Modernism is never neutral. Okay, let's repeat that, because we said it before, but we'll say it again. Modernism is never neutral. This is one of the problems with the so-called secular university, because the secular university claims that it is objective. It is not in the least objective. It's got 1,000 sacred cows. It's got 1,000 golden calves. It has an ideology that it will defend. And if you don't prostrate to that golden calf, you'll be out. You'll be looking for a job. Okay? In modernism, there are always winners and losers. And if you're a Muslim wearing that hat and wearing the scarf, you're a loser in the modernist view. That's the way they see it. That's why it's so difficult for them to incorporate us, because we are people connected to the past, which is a glorious past and which can give us a future, and we are a people who care about principle. And we don't care about the changing customs and modes and fashions and things like that. May we be fashionable. May we be beautiful. Okay? But we are people who are rooted in truth. And we are the winners, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, even though they will see us always as the losers until things become more clear, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. There are always those who win the fight of modernism and are worthy of the present, like the progressivist Muslim, for example, who's ready to sell the deen out short. We have a big problem with that in the United States, and they misinterpret fundamental texts, and turn things upside down. And what is the attitude of our establishment towards them in the universities? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How much money do you want? You know, Duke just got this big grant, you know, of how many million, you know, to work on certain things I'm not going to mention. I might not be able to go home. Okay? So, you know, this is, and when you win the fight, or you're on their side, which is the winning side, ultimately, you know, then you're worthy of the present. You're respected here. You've got a future. And those who lose are outdated, backward, reactionary, simply out of touch with the times. Can't we get rid of them somehow? Aren't they an obstacle in the path? We've got to be intelligent. We've got to be strong. We've got to hold together, you know. This is an ideological struggle of the highest order. And you've got to understand how this game works. You've got to understand what the stakes are. Things are getting better all the time, right? That was the Beatles. Was that who? Things are getting better all the time. Modernist statement. Of course, they're making fun of it. There is no permanence in modernism. And how could they be? As things change, they get better. The landmarks and landscapes must be continually changing. Value in modernism is constant change. You never rest. And there are no values that do not change. Modernism means constant becoming. What does becoming mean? Change. Constant becoming. But becoming only has meaning if you have being, if you have something to be, if you know what you should be. That's why you have to know, what should we be in the future? What should the future be like? What should it look like? In modernism, no one is ever something. At least not something that has any kind of permanent value. You'll be outdated. You can have the best of styles right now, but that will be outdated, you know, in a year or two, maybe less. In modernism, you cannot stand still. We aspire to what things someday will be, which will necessarily be better than what they are today. Therefore, modern always designates innovation, and here we might use the word bid'ah, a new regime, acceleration, a rupture, a revolution in time and space. It fosters always the image of going forward and not necessarily looking back. Never weeping over what has been left behind, even though what you left behind may have been so much better than what you got. The past is seen as archaic, as static. Modernism is always in contrast to and opposition to a stable past. Modernism is impulsively experimental and ideological. Okay, it doesn't just experiment. It has got ideologies that direct that experimentation, and often those ideologies are also buttressed by money. For example, we have a beautiful worldview about the way that the environment should be and what we ought to do, right? And can we really wake the world up to that? I mean, you know, you've got to face Monsanto. You've got to face the pharmaceutical industry. There are vested interests that are extremely powerful. Just wait a few minutes. Modernism is experimental and ideological. Okay, now, yeah. So, what I want to talk about is what we've done to intellect. Let me see. how much more time do we have? About 25 minutes? Huh? 20 minutes? So I think that it might be a good thing to stop here and maybe to resume here tomorrow, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala. And let me see if I can have any success in answering your questions. Okay, did you want to ask your question? I'm probably not going to be able to hear you. Thank you very much. And please, keep the questions relevant to the topic. Okay?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
You spoke a lot about ideology, and I want to ask if ideology is important in order to follow our religion and even a traditional form of Islam. And if even if we have certain principles that we value and we try our hardest to follow, we still come here with a certain vision of how we deem Islam should be, or how we deem our community should function.
Okay, so the question is that we're talking about ideology, right? And, then I didn't understand the rest of the question.
Perhaps I can rephrase it as even if we try to follow a traditional form of Islam, isn't it also based on a certain kind of ideology?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see here. Ideologies are systems of ideas, and they're systems of ideals, and they form the basis usually of a program and engineering. So ideology itself is a very modernist term, and ideology as it develops in the West as systems of ideas are systems of ideas that are oriented towards particular goals and ideals. And usually they're fundamentally connected with social engineering. Okay, this is something that is very typical of the modern age in the 19th century and 20th century in particular. You have it also in the late 18th century revolution. Okay, but it is social engineering. And so, again, when we compare that with our tradition, we can see that the political movements of Islam, the Islamists in general, they are generally ideological. In other words, they have, and often they take, excuse me, they take their ideologies from Western political theory or Western political application. So, for example, the fascists of the 20th century, Adolf Hitler, Mussolini, even the communists, Stalin, Lenin, these people affected a lot of Islamists. Sometimes they will be frank about that, sometimes they're not. You have Islamic parties, for example, in which all the terminology is Kitab and Sunnah. You've got the Emir, you've got the Shura. All their terms are going to come out of our dictionary. But the structure is Leninist through and through. I mean, there's a particular party like that I know of, for example. So ideology is like a substitute for a divine pattern of Sharia and Haqiqah that will lead to certain maqasid. But Islam was never social engineering. It was never the manipulation of people. And this is one of the reasons also why ideological Islamic groups want power. This is actually the main thing they want. Because if they get that power and they have control over the media, they have control of the schools, they've got other means of power in society, then they can apply their program. Now, their programs are often, if not generally, drastic failures, horrible failures, because they have such a limited understanding of what needs to be done. And they usually interpret Islam in such a way as to fit that ideology. So it would be good if we could avoid that word. Now, a traditional Muslim, I think Aftab was saying that they asked him, what do you mean by that word? And we do need to define that word. And we have to be careful about the way that we use it. In fact, tradition is one of the words that was really hurt in the 20th century because of the way that the fascists used the word. Italian fascism, German fascism, they used these words like tradition. They spoke in a way that you could confuse sometimes for the way that we speak. And this is because they have a mythology of the past that they're using for the future. That makes them distinctive in modernist groups. They have a mythology that they're using of the past. But that's why after World War II, the word tradition could hardly be used because of the way that it had been misused by the fascists. And we have to be very careful ourselves that we don't misuse that word and that we don't use it to justify things that shouldn't be justified. I do know of some teachers, for example, who don't necessarily have much to teach, and they sort of force you to accept what they say because it's tradition and because I have the authority to transmit it to you. Well, as one of my sheikhs told me, if the tradition does not leave you in the present tense and it does not make you capable of going forward in the circumstances, then you don't have a tradition. But essentially what I understand as the tradition, and I think this would be true of our teachers, is that it's a reception of a rich past, of a profound past, with metaphysics and theology and law and a deep understanding of civilization that we receive not just in word but also in spirit, and that should enable us to do this miracle again of bringing the world to life, creating civilization, bringing us together. And in any case, however we define that, I think one of the characteristics of it's got to be, what are the results? And if the tradition divides us, pits us against each other, if it makes us alien in this time, if it makes us unable to be vanguards, then I would say that we missed the boat. Because the tradition has got to be able to engage the time that we live in. I hope that that's of some truth, and I hope that it's of some value. Since we all grew up in modernist societies with modernist educations, how do we overcome those basic assumptions we hold to and come to Islam, when we come to Islam, to come to Islam embracing it more openly? So that's a really good question. And as we learn, we've got to also unlearn. And that unlearning is extremely important. In our spiritual tradition, we say, at-takhalli qabla tahalli, that you have got to takhalli, you've got to rid yourself of everything impure and improper, unclean, before you ornament yourself. If you're going to dress up for the wedding, first you will wash, and you'll, perfume yourself and get yourself ready, and then you put on the new clothes, right? You've got to do the takhalli first. You've got to rid yourself of everything that's not proper, and then you ornament yourself. And then we say, and after that comes tajalli. After that comes the manifestation of the truth in you. So we have to unlearn. And we as teachers should also be unlearners. And I believe that especially when we teach theology, I don't see how anyone can teach theology today without teaching people how to think and how not to think. And we're going to talk more about the intellect. It is so absolutely important. But people will also say that, like, let's have some exercises in intellect. Like, how does that work? How do we solve that? I had a principal sheikh for 19 years, who Sheikh Hamza Yusuf was also very close to and loved greatly, and would visit every time that he would come to Jeddah. And when I came to him in 1985, the first thing that he made me do was to study the aqida and to study the commentary on it. Al-Kharidatul Bahiyya of Ad-Dardir. He said, memorize it, memorize the commentary. Then he had me translate it and write a commentary in English, basically for myself, just so that I understand it, because that's the first step. And in that poem, it talks about the intellect. And it says that the intellect has 3 rules: necessary, impossible, and possible. And it's embarrassing to say that I came to him and said, is that really true? Are they just 3? And he looked at me bewildered, and he was very polite, but it was as if he said that, I thought you were advanced people. You're an American. I thought you were advanced people. And I said, we don't study these things at all. We never study this. And he was shocked. So that was one of the first things that I had to learn and unlearn. And I had to train myself in intellect, I would say actually for a number of years, until it became something that was much more spontaneous. So we've got to identify where the solid ground is and where the quicksand is. And this is a huge task. It's something that is actually beautiful to do, because when you begin to do this, then you really begin to understand. And inshallah, this is one of the things that we want to be doing in these next days, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala, identifying what needs to be unlearned and then what needs to be in its place instead. Do traditional Christians and Jews also have the same problems that we have with modernity? Let's say modernism. Or are they corrupted and part of the modernist movement ideology? Again, as we said, that modernism develops in the West by undermining and rejecting a fundamental Catholic tradition of Thomism. So after that takes place, then in the Catholic Church, there will be people who defend Thomism and people who reject it as well. So the whole debate will take place in the Catholic Church. By and large, especially as the Catholic Church develops in the 19th and 20th century, modernism will be adopted and tradition will be rejected. And then there are other voices that speak out against that, but to my understanding, they're not generally heard. With the Jews, I think I'd have to think about that a while. Can you help me? I think I'd have to think about that a while. The first thing that comes to my mind, I'm not sure that this is a good answer, but Zionism, for example, as it develops in Jewish history, is a fundamental inversion of Jewish tradition. So, I mean, that's what comes to my mind. And for that reason, you'll find that on that particular issue of Zionism, to this day, the Jews are often divided. And if you go back to the late 19th century when Zionism was being propagated in Europe, and the early 20th century, you can find a lot of rabbis, to my understanding, most rabbis, who come out very strongly against it as a type of nationalism, as a modernist ideology, and one that will destroy Judaism. And I know of great rabbis who said, for example, that whenever the Jews have promoted themselves in a nationalistic way, as Zionism does, that they bring destruction down upon themselves. So perhaps that would be the right avenue to take. In any case, a lot of times in history, these three communities are given similar tests. And that was true in antiquity also. And one of the great achievements of Islamic civilization is that we, in the end, did remarkably well in meeting these challenges of antiquity, which are very similar in some ways to modernism, certain philosophical ideas where often the Jews and Christians may not have done so well. An example of that is free will. How can we, as such small, weak, and sad subjects and servants, be and live the strength and beauty of our tradition of which you speak? I am going to go back home to a regular 9-to-5 life, which is bland and well-paying, but gives me no spiritual and physical health. Should we get up and move to the east? Many times throughout this rihla, that's all I've been dreaming of doing. How do we answer that question? May God make us a vanguard, and may He make us a community whose hearts are together, and may He keep us together even when we go back to the different places that we come from. We have got to understand our faith. We have got to tap our tradition, and we have got to create communities wherever we go. Communities that are in continuity with that brilliant, life-giving past. This is one of the major challenges that we face. And I would say that this struggle is a global struggle, and the Muslim world to us is very important. It has to be. Muslim countries like this one, Turkey, like Pakistan, like Egypt, just to name three, if they get on their feet, they can do wonders, especially if they work together. And we have to work towards that. We have to encourage everything positive in that regard. And we have to be part of this world community of Muslims. But wherever we are, in the United States, in Canada, in Mexico, in the Caribbean, in the United Kingdom, in Africa, in Asia, in Muslim countries or countries that are not majority Muslim countries, we need to be creating community. And this community needs to be integral communities that begin to produce that reality of lived Islam, bringing our tradition together. Even things, I would say, like having land, developing permaculture and agriculture, having an economy in that community and living in the context of the greater community, and doing things like giving people back sanity, direction. So we have a lot of work to do, and may God enable us to do that. We need to create models that work. models, for example, of integral communities that we could build in the inner cities of the United States or in the country or in Canada or elsewhere, you know, that will work, that do work, and that we can replicate. And in the meantime, as we work towards a goal like that, we need to be together. Company is everything. We need to communicate with each other. Our wonderful brother Aftab said that, you know, the fraternity and the sorority that come out of the rihla are for life. So we need to take that seriously. We're not just ships that pass by each other in the fog. You know, we need to join hands to work together. Every one of us needs to be a follower leader. One of the most important things on the spiritual path is not that you just blindly obey, but that you begin to figure it out. You know, what are we doing? And that you read the spiritual guides that you have, like books, so that you can begin to do what they do, so that you can make the right decisions. So don't think of yourself as small and sad and weak. Again, get in the eye of the storm, as our brother Aftab said. Get this knowledge, live this knowledge, do your dhikr, work with each other. And again, may we be the brothers and the sisters of the Prophet ﷺ. And the Prophet told us very clearly that at the end of time, great changes would come about. And Islam would come back to life. And who does that? People like you do that. People that never saw him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but love him. And people who are able to come together to learn what has to be done and to do it. This is what we have to do, in my opinion. This is a major obligation. And we have incredibly talented people in you, in our teachers, and in many others in our community. We have to use those talents, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. لا يستوي الخبيث والطيب ولو أعجبك كثرة الخبيث. What is good and pure, you know, what is evil and impure, the khabith, is never equal to what is tayyib, what is good and pure. Even though the abundance of the khabith, what is impure and evil, would astound you. Okay, you are the light that shines in the darkness. You are the light that shines in the darkness. And this, I would say, may God forgive me for being so impertinent, that this is our time. This is our time. The times change. The times change. I mean, look at this attempted coup in this land. May God protect this land. This is a victory for the Turkish people that is beyond imagination. Heroism, heroes and heroines that should be enshrined for the rest of history. And may this be the beginning of a real, civilized presence of Islam that begins to take this message to the world, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We have powerful enemies. You don't have to be told that, but you know, we have to be that way ourselves. We have to use our intellects. We have to use our minds. We have to come together, and then you'll see that we are 1,000 times stronger, and that the plan of God is on our side. It is not on their side, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. How are we doing for time? Sorry? We're pretty much finished. That means we are finished, right? So in any case, pray for me, pray for your teachers, pray for each other. May God bless this incredible program, the Rihla. May He bless Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. You know, he is one of the keys of good and the locks that lock down evil. May we all be like that. The best of human beings are those who are keys that open up good and locks that lock down evil. And the worst of all people are the ones who are keys that open up evil. I could give you some names, like Butler and Reich. And they are locks that lock down good. So, inshallah, you're that first category. And working together, we can do wonders. I don't know most of you, the vast majority of you. Unfortunately, I know very little about. Maybe I tried to learn your name. But I do know from these groups that always sitting out there are men and women of supreme talents and supreme accomplishments who are astounding people. So you have your skills, he has his skills, we have our skills together. May God enable us to use those to come together bi'ithnillahi ta'ala and to bring this truth to light. Allahumma waffiqna lima tuhibbuhu wa tarda waj'alna min 'abidika as-su'ada wa amitna 'ala kalimati al-huda 'allimna ma yanfa'una wa waffiqna lil-'amali bima 'allamtana bih waj'al ma nahnu fihi khalisan mukhlisan لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما آمين 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 يا رب العالمين أستغفر الله آمين.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Inshallah, at this point we're going to transition directly to Salatul Asr, and then after Asr we'll have dinner, inshallah, and then we'll come back for Sheikh Hamza's class tonight. So inshallah, let's make our way downstairs for Salatul Asr. Assalamu alaikum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والتأدب والتأديب والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء مرضات الله ووجهه وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا. يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. In today's session, we will talk about the three sources of discursive knowledge. The three sources of discursive knowledge. And I mean by discursive knowledge, the kind of knowledge about which we can have a valid discourse. Therefore, discursive knowledge is knowledge that we share the foundations of, as opposed to unique types of knowledge that are intuitional or that are based on your own unique experience. And as you all know, and we said yesterday, the sources of discursive knowledge in Islam are revelation at the top, intellect, and then customary experience. And all of our fundamental beliefs, our creedal obligations, they are rooted in these three sources of discursive knowledge. And each of them must be definitive. It must be qat'i. It must be something not open to debate, which is a very, very important principle. We do not require each other, and we cannot require each other to believe anything that is open to interpretation. Everything that is creedal and therefore fundamental, it must be beyond question. And here we will use our three sources of discursive knowledge to determine what that is. To repeat what we said yesterday, these articles of faith, which are the foundations of our creed, that God, for example, has the attributes of necessary existence, and then 5 negative attributes: no beginning, no end, no likeness, no need, and no other. He's one. And then 7 existential or positive attributes: that he has necessary life, necessary knowledge, necessary will, necessary power, necessary speech, necessary hearing, necessary seeing. All of this you studied. Okay, now these are all articles of faith, and of course there are others. But these articles of faith for Muslims of our tradition in the past were not just objects of faith. They were not just statements that define the community we belong to, although they do that. But they were understood as the very components, as the real components the essential elements of the configurations of reality and existence. Do you understand that? This is why this is so important, because when we study this creed, especially, I would say, today, we have to articulate how these articles of faith establish our worldview, because each of them is a component of the fundamental configurations of reality, of existence. Okay, this is really, really important, and I hope that as we go through these talks the next 5 days, that will become clear to you, at least in certain points. Another point that I would like to make, because it's also connected to the three sources of discursive knowledge in Islam, is that for us and in our tradition, belief is cognitive. Belief is cognitive. What does that mean? Well, it means, for example, that it is not volitional. Volitional means what? An act of will. Belief is not an act of will. It is an act of cognition. It is an objective fact of the cognitive intellect, of the intellect as it perceives reality, as reality really is. I hope that's not too much. Okay, this is very important. And when we look at Christians, for example, many Christians, if not most, regard belief to be volitional. They regard it to be an act of will, that I choose to believe. I believe on the basis of my will. And in fact, our words, to believe and faith in the English language, are very difficult to separate from that strong volitional element. I believe in this, implying that it might not be true, but I believe in it. And that's not the way we think. That's not the way we think at all. So when we say I believe, we're not saying that I choose to believe, or that I want to believe, or I will to believe, but we're saying that I understand and therefore believe. And may God give us all the ability to do that. May He polish our intellects and make them radiant and strong. So belief in Islam, iman and i'tiqad, are always fundamentally cognitive, and because they are cognitive, then they are also experiential. They open up for you vast experiences that build that cognitive framework and that make it profound. We say in our tradition that we begin below the truth, but we understand it to be the truth, and then through continued learning and experience, we become above the truth that we express. Okay, so we have these three sources of knowledge: revelation, intellect, and customary experience. I don't think that I have time to talk much about revelation. And customary experience, that will come up hopefully in the days ahead. But just a word about revelation is that, first of all, our revelation has come down to us intact. And this is a unique blessing. and it's always been our unique blessing. And this is one of the crucial problems of the Christian tradition. The Christian tradition is a rich tradition, and they have many, many beautiful gems inherited from the ancient prophecy of the past. But they lost most of what they had. Now, one of the indications of that is that we don't know what language Jesus Christ spoke. He probably spoke Aramaic, but we don't know for sure. He may have spoken Syriac, which is close to Aramaic, but we don't know that either. He might have delivered his message in Hebrew, the language of the Torah, but we don't have evidence of that either. He might have taught in the common Greek idiom that the elites of the Roman Empire were using in the Eastern Empire, where he was, but we don't have evidence of that. So when we're faced with that fact, that we don't know what language Jesus Christ spoke, then of course, one of the things we understand from that is that we don't have any books from him. We have not inherited from him a single book that we can say is his, that he gave us, because if we did, we could open up and say, oh, he was teaching in Aramaic. But we can't do that. So Christians have lost a great deal, and the Jews, by and large, preserve much more of the tradition than the Christians, especially the Jews of the Muslim world. And that's because of the fact that they were protected by us. We did not have pogroms. We did not burn their books. We did not massacre them. The Jews of Yemen, for example, have well over twice as much in manuscript as all the Jews of Europe. So the Jews received a lot. But then after World War II, we had the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Wadi Qumran in Jordan, and what is today Israel. It was then Jordan at that time. And these Dead Sea Scrolls, which were put under careful guard and lock and key for over 50 years, while a very select group of scholars worked with them and studied them, they were not open to the public, not even to scholars. But one of the things that the Dead Sea Scrolls show, and they come from just before the time of Jesus Christ, is that most of what the Jews had was lost also. For example, the Psalms of David in the book of the Jews and the Christians today are 150. The Dead Sea Scrolls says they were over 4,000. So we have Revelation intact. And amazingly, in this modern age, we still pray the way the Prophet prayed, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We fast pretty much the way he fasted. We make pilgrimage pretty much the way he made pilgrimage. A lot of our spiritual apparatus is there. However, one of the big problems is that we don't have, except in few cases, the mindset of those early generations and of the great scholars of the past as they developed over hundreds of years. The way that most of us speak about the world and about reality is an idiom very foreign, not just to the Prophet ﷺ and his companions and the successors, but to Imam Abu Hanifa, to Malik, to Ash-Shafi'i, to Ahmed ibn Hanbal, to our theological teachers, and to the great masters, men and women of the past. And this is our problem. We need to get that mindset back. And we need to do that by understanding how it should fit in the modern age. what will be our attitude towards science and scientism? What will be our contribution to that also? So let's now focus on intellect a little bit, and we'll leave customary experience, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala, to the days ahead. The Quran associates intellect, aql, with the confirmation of tawheed, the oneness of God. Do they not use their aql? Okay. This is what the Quran says repeatedly. أَفَلَا يَعْقِلُونَ? Do they not use their aql? Meaning that if they would do that, they would declare God's unity. Aql comes from a root meaning to bind, and we get from that the word iqal, which is the rope that the Bedouin uses to put on the camel's knee to tie the lower leg to the upper leg so that it's hobbled, so that it can't walk easily. Just as you hobble a horse by using a similar type of rope and tying the front two legs together. So the horse then can only sort of jump. It can't run, it can't walk. So the intellect has the effect of hobbling our passions so that they don't run away with us. But also it has the effect of binding us to other things. So it both binds and it hobbles, and aql should bind us and our faculties to God. It should bind us and our faculties to God. Intellect is that faculty that God gave us, which, as you've probably heard, is closely related to the spirit and to the heart and also to the psyche. But it is that faculty that God gave us to make knowing possible, to make it possible for us to know, and to know the truth, the objective truth. هل يستوي الذين يعلمون والذين لا يعلمون? Are those who know equal to those who do not know? Of course they're not. But aql is that faculty that enables you to truly know. Intellect unifies and it roots knowledge. Intellect is a light that God puts in our hearts, and it sometimes is said to reside in the brain. We never limit these things to one biological aspect of our body, but intellect is a light that enables us to know first principles. And we know first principles without any reference to experience. We do not believe that knowledge comes from experience. Philosophically, that is a labyrinth. If you believe, as the West has insisted for over 400 years, that knowledge comes from experience, then you have to end up, if you're sincere, as a postmodernist and say, we don't know a thing, or we're not certain that we know anything. So aql does not require experience. That's the most important thing about it. And that's what separates it from quote unquote reason, as reason comes to be understood in the West. Because reason always needs data. Reason needs experiential data. But we would say you cannot possibly understand that data. And you cannot possibly use it to explain the world if you don't have principles of thought that are not based on experience and that precede it. Intellect enables us to understand experience because it doesn't come from experience. It enables us to understand ourselves and the world. The subject, you who has intellect has the power to know the object, which is the subject of his or her knowledge. And this is what we believe categorically. There is no gap between subject and object. We totally reject that. Okay, that you have the power to understand this world. We believe in red apples, and we believe that they are there and that they are red apples. And we have the ability to know that red apple. And as I said yesterday, modern physics does not and cannot believe in red apples. They are probability statements about molecular clusters that are probably out there, almost certainly out there. Intellect leads to knowledge that explains. Modern science cannot explain. This is very important to know that, and we'll talk about this more. So please be patient, and I hope I don't offend you when I talk this way. Okay, but modern science can only describe. As long as it's describing and telling us about our descriptions and telling us about relations that it has discovered in the world it describes, it's on good ground. When it begins to explain, it is not. Because for it to be able to explain, it's got to have principles of thought based on intellect, and it does not have that. It has rejected that. And all of this, I hope, will become more clear as we continue. So intellect leads to knowledge that explains and unifies and synthesizes. In other words, on the basis of intellect, we are able to make sense of everything. And this is one of the greatest missions of Islamic civilization. We inherited all the knowledge of the ancient world, of the Greeks, of the Hindus, of the Buddhists, of the Confucianists and Taoists. We got a lot from them. We got magic squares from them. We got medicine from them, lots of things. Okay? We got the knowledge of the Latins, and of course the Persians, and many people. And of course we took the inheritance of the Arabs themselves as well. And we were able to synthesize all of that into new forms of knowledge that were rooted, very important word, that were rooted in universal principles based on revelation, based on intellect, and based on customary experience. Okay, that is an amazing thing. And this is why we have so many scholars in Islam who mastered everything on the table. You know, we have many people like that. They didn't just master Quran and Hadith, but medicine, history, physics, chemistry, mathematics. Many of them did that. And another thing about our scholars, men and women, is that most of them were artists. We had no division between arts and sciences. Most of our great scholars were poets and artists. Okay, that's incredible, isn't it? And again, the West has this fundamental dichotomy between the artist and between the scientist. Okay, and this is an epistemological, cognitive problem. Aql can know things in principle, not just in application. The West knows things through application. That's where it's strong. Applied science, that's where the West is strong. And that's where we need to study them carefully. But in what is not applicable, what is not applied, they are very weak, and they need to understand that. And we certainly have to understand it, whether we can convince them or not. Modern science only describes surfaces. And modernism, which takes a million different forms, But modernism is always systematic superficiality. Systematic superficiality. It cannot go below the surface, and it cannot go above the surface. It is totally horizontal, captured within the horizons. And on the basis of these relations that it studies, then it works out applications. How do we apply this? What can we do with this? Some are good, some of those applications are good, some are neutral, some are not good. Some are extremely good, some are extremely dangerous. And we need to be in the game. We need to be at the forefront. You need to be a vanguard. We've been at the end of the caravan, left behind by the caravan. We need to be in the front of the caravan and leading it. And inshallah, you can be that way. We can be that way. But you have to come back to life. And you have to receive the inheritance of your fathers and mothers. And you have to imbibe it. And then you've got to understand this age we live in. And many of you are already very advanced in that regard, and some of you in both regards. All of these applications of modern science have to be checked. And that can only be done when there is aql based in the truth. Okay. So, ignorance of the fundamental importance of intellect and of understanding that comes from intellect is, I would say, at the root of the crisis of Muslims today and of the world at large. And who is to blame? We should blame ourselves. Most of Muslims today have no grasp of intellect whatsoever. Whatsoever. This Abdus-Salam, whatever his name is, you know, who was accused of the attacks in Paris and then I believe in Belgium, his French defense lawyer said of him kindly, he has the intellect of an empty ashtray. And unfortunately, a lot of us have empty trays. Maybe they're not ashtrays, but like this person knows nothing. He said he's a complete jerk. He never read the Quran. He read bits and pieces in French translation on the internet. The intellect of an empty ashtray. Of course, people who have the intellects of empty ashtrays are very easy to manipulate. They are the sorcerer's delight. They're a free meal. And therefore also we don't talk about conspiracy. We don't want to be disempowered by it, but you have to be able to go up and see who is the one directing the directors. Because this is not happening spontaneously. That's what I believe. So our crisis has a lot to do with the fact that we don't understand intellect. And the world that we live in doesn't understand it any better than we. Maybe they're better than we are in that regard. But we are, as a community, with many exceptions, especially in countries like Turkey and elsewhere, totally unprepared for the modern world. We do not understand it at all. If you take the Sheikh Mustafa Sabri, who was one of the last great Ottoman Sheikh of Islam, he had a very good understanding of modernism. He had a uniquely good understanding of modernism. But who succeeds Mustafa Sabri? Intellectual understanding is the highest pinnacle. Intellectual understanding, that is understanding rooted in the intellect, is the highest pinnacle of selfhood. That when you get that, then the self can grow. Then the self can fly. And you put your intellect in charge. That's what we mean by that. And intellectual understanding is above mere thought and language. Principle and intellect go together. Okay, so we talked a lot about principle. Principium in Latin means source. And principia or principia, which is the Latin plural of that word, it means foundations. Sources that become foundations. Principles, therefore, are first truths. They are fundamental truths. They're fundamental propositions that are intrinsic to the nature and the workings of truth and reality. I'll say that again. Principle is a first truth or fundamental proposition that is intrinsic to the nature and the intrinsic workings of reality. Does that make any sense? In any case, may we all belong to the family of the listeners. Ibn Ata'Allah says, Al-ibara qutun li'a'ilat al-mustami'in wa laysa laka illa ma anta akuluhu. He says the expression, meaning by that, the expressions of the arifin, of the awliya, of Mawlana Jalal ad-Din, and Sadruddin al-Qunawi, and all these great people, Ibn Mashish. This is the sustenance of the family of the listeners. You can only have what you can eat. That's what he says. You can only have what you can eat, but you can take home as much as you want. That's why it's so important to have your little book and your pen and write it down and read it and maybe study it again, and you'll get it. And I have things in these little notebooks that I've been keeping for a long time, from before you were born. And sometimes it took me 30 years to understand what I was told. But I wrote it down, I remembered it to the best of my ability, and maybe 30 years later, it's like, I think I finally get this. So be patient with yourself. Be patient with yourself. Get it down, pay attention to the words. No one who's speaking up here is using words lightly. We are picking our words. And so you pay attention to the words. They always say, put it in your own words. And I would say, don't put it in your own words. Try to get our words and try to get them correctly. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. Without principles, science, as we said just a minute ago, can explain nothing. It can explain nothing. Do modernists hold any principles? Is there any common ground? I mean, we really slandered the modernists big time, didn't we? And one of the things we want to say, and I hope we can come back to this in the questions and answers, modernism is not a monolith. It is not a personification. It takes 1,000 different forms. And the greatest critiques of modernism come from the West. So not every Westerner is a modernist. Postmodernism is a critique of modernism. But you have many other Westerners in the modern age who are brilliant critics of modernism, who do much better than any of us do. So don't think that they're all in that camp. They're not. There are many of them who understand much better than I, and much better than most of us, what's going on. Okay, so especially among people like that, we hold a lot of common principles. When I was in Indonesia with our wonderful brother Imam Afroz earlier this spring, we had the honor of being in the company of an Aikido master. Okay, and this man's an Aikido master also, by the way. And it was amazing because he uses Aikido, by the way, as therapy for terrorists. because he finds out that Aikido works. He goes to Indonesian terrorists, and they're like gangsters. They're like a Chicago gang. You know, the gangster will ask you questions like, where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on that? They're not doing that to discuss. They want to know, are you with us or not? That's all they care about. They ask questions just to know that. So they have these little points. They will ask you, and you better get the right answer or exit safely. And that's the way these terrorists are too. Like, what is jihad? Well, it's picking up an automatic weapon and killing innocent people. If you've got any other definition, you're out. They won't listen to you another sentence. So you can't, he found, I cannot deal with them through words, but I can through martial arts. And we won't talk about that in any more detail. We're already running to try to get through the material before the end of the time. But what he would show them is the secrets of spirituality, because Aikido, like the great martial arts, you know, always are based on spirituality. And Aikido's incredible in that regard. And it was amazing, Imam Afroz could probably tell you some examples of that. We were talking to him about principles of the spiritual path. He's a Muslim. And his wife is a descendant of one of the greatest saints of Indonesia, Kali Jaga, whom I love. Kali Jaga spread Islam all through Java. How did he do it? With Aikido? No. Puppets. Puppets. Did you ever think of that? Of course, the Turks do. The Turks use puppets too. Isn't that cool? You spread Islam through puppet shows? I mean, we could do that today, couldn't we? You know, in any case, mashallah. So, you know, we would tell him principles of the spiritual path, and he would say, oh, that's an Aikido principle. He said, ah. He said, yes. He said, we do exactly. And that's why whenever you go back to traditional civilizations or arts, you will find that we have all kinds of principles together. And that's why in the traditional Muslim world, whenever we debated with Jews, Christians, Magians, Confucianists, Taoists, or whatever they were, we always tried to find the common principles that we agree to, that are usually universal principles. And on that basis, then, we will discuss the details that we differ on. But there is a common ground, and you can find principles. And often even the person who is affected by modernism, they will welcome principle if you can give it to them, especially if they can be shown that this is something conclusive. So principles are foundations of truth. Time is money. Is that a principle? One of my best friends when I grew up, I won't give you his name. I don't know why I wanted to even give you his name. But he was one of the 3 grandchildren of a widow. And she was a great woman. Her name was Zena, but she was an American. She was Zena Glover. She was an old lady of the South. And I grew up in the South, although I was from western Nebraska. But she loved me for some reason. I don't know why. And she thought I was a good Christian, which I probably was. And I loved her grandsons, Dana and Billy. And so she said, you have to be in my house at least twice a week, especially on the weekend, to do what? To protect them from their big brother, Tommy. That was his name. And he was really something, you know. And we actually came to love each other a lot. And he told me some amazing things. He said, you're either going to grow up to be a philosopher or a really successful businessman. He said, I don't know what it will be, but you'll either be a really successful businessman or you'll be a philosopher. In any case, he had time is money on the top of his bed, you know. But time is money is not a principle, right? That's not a principle. But it presents itself as if it were. Okay, that's part of the fallacy. Because it speaks of itself as if it were a universal truth, although it's not. And it is an assumption. It is an assertion. You could call it a presumption. And people that assert it use it as a ground rule of their behavior. But it's not a first principle in any way. And it is not a statement of truth, it is a statement of what? Value. Okay, that this is a value statement, not a statement of the foundation of truth. How are we coming with time? Can I see how much time is left? 45. Before questions? Before questions? 15 minutes before questions? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So, praising the ability to think. Thought, the ability to gain thought, which is the ability to engage in true and not false thinking, is one of the single most important components of human life. You can't be human if you can't think. You've got to be able to reflect. And to do that, you've got to have intellect. And you've got to have paradigms and cognitive frames. This is what theology will give you. Okay, then you know how to think. Rumi said, to be human is to see, meaning to be human is to understand, to be able to think. All the rest is flesh. All the rest is only skin. Okay, you're not a human being because of all this flesh. You're a human being because of your eyes and your ears, your ability to see and to think. Imam Ali said, intellect is the greatest thing that God created. And we have many statements like that. But let's move on quickly. So what I'd like to get to is whatever became of intellect, what happened to it. And one of the most important things in the development of modernism, going back 400 years, is the eclipse of certainty. And those of you who are familiar with modern thought, you know how this begins. In the 1600s and the 1700s, this becomes typical of the big thinkers. You have methodic doubt. You doubt everything. Descartes, D-E-S-C-A-R-T-E-S, Descartes, even doubts whether he exists. And, you know, he says his famous words, I think, therefore I am. Je pense, donc je suis. Sounds so cool, especially in French, you know, but it is one of the most stupid statements ever. Okay, it's really, really a sign that you're in trouble. And in fact, when Descartes died, he came back to the same doubt, that do I really exist? Does the world really exist? And he couldn't answer it. And then he just said that I do believe in God. He did believe in God. And a lot of these people believed that God was one. The way they understood that oneness is not identical necessarily to the way that we understand that oneness. But they did believe that God was one. And this created a problem for Trinitarians. But Descartes believed that, you know, God is merciful and he wouldn't deceive me. So I do believe I exist and the world exists. It's like, you know, you really needed therapy a long time ago and there was nobody there to give it to you. So philosophically, psychologically, and culturally, modernism is marked by the loss of certainty. And this certainty will continue to decline and to decay until we get to the present time in which there's really no certainty at all. And modernism, as it develops, fosters the conviction that certainty can never be established once and for all. That certainty can never be established once and for all. Descartes proposes methodic doubt. And again, this begins with the breakdown of Christian metaphysics and the formulation of modern reductionism. And this is the word that we want to talk about, reductionism. Because almost, I would say everything in the modernist vision has in it very, very serious elements of reductionism, of reducing things to a part of the whole. Truth is transformed from an aspect of certainty based on intellect and revelation, the guarantor of which for those Christians was God and the church, to the uncertainties of human subjectivity, of human subjective judgment. And this means also that modernism, as it develops, is always essentially experimental. It's always trial and error. And, you know, that's a problem. You will end where you begin. If you get your beginning right, your end will be right. If the beginning is wrong, the end will be wrong. We said yesterday that when you make mistakes at the level of principle, you will have a train wreck somewhere down the track. Okay, you have to get the principles right. It's very, very important. This is why theology is so absolutely essential, because our theology is not doing its work unless it gives you the fundamental principles by which you think, by which you understand the world, and by which you believe. And the reign of doubt, then, which will encompass Western civilization over the last 400 years, it really starts with Descartes and with his methodic doubt. It substituted a new attitude towards truth, okay? And that was the attitude of subjective judgment. And then, because of the way that Descartes defines the world, it puts this unbridgeable gap between the cognitive subject, you, and in fact, he coins the word mind. We didn't use the word mind before Descartes. That's a Cartesian word. Between you, the cognitive mind, and between objective reality. Much of the fabric of modernism is also questions wrongly posed and therefore insoluble. Like, how do I know I exist? That is a question wrongly posed. If you don't know this intuitively, you belong in an insane asylum. Okay, so this is a, like, do you have to be, do we have to prove to you that the sun exists? You can't see it, you can't feel its light. So much of the fabric of modernism as it develops, this is really important. And it's really typical also of what is called philosophy in the 20th century, which is really misosophy, right? Philosophy is what? The love of wisdom. Misosophy is what? What's misogyny? The hatred of women, the fear of women, right? Misosophy is the hatred of knowledge. Okay, so most of the questions of modern misosophy are questions that are wrongly posed and therefore don't have answers. And they lead to other questions that cannot be answered. They give rise to indefinite and inconclusive discussion. They are products of the confusion that is characteristic of the modernist mentality. Therefore, one of the things we learn from this, and we are taught this in our tradition, is you must learn how to ask questions. And of course, you're free to ask any question you want. You know, we will say that there is no such thing as a stupid question. There are stupid answers. And the fact is, though, that in order to get what you want, you need to learn how to ask a good question. And a question that's based on understanding of the points that brought us to this particular issue. So it's very important in Islam to learn to ask questions. And in our tradition, one of the ways that we measure the intellect and the culture and the training of men and women is their ability to ask questions. And again, if we go to Chinese civilization, this was an art of the highest order. I have an article called Seek Knowledge in China, Thinking Beyond the Abrahamic Box. And there you can look at Wang Daiju and Liu Ji, these great Chinese scholars, Muslim scholars. And because the Muslims of China were overwhelmingly the educational elite in the Chinese government, trained in the Chinese classics. They were usually in the military, or they were in the treasury, or in other things. They played a very important role in China, and they were given Chinese educations, classical Chinese educations. So Wang Daiju and Liu Ji saw that the world of Arabic and Persian is very difficult for them. It's a different universe. So we have to make sense of Islam in Chinese terms. And they do that brilliantly. Well, once they do that, then the Pure Land Buddhists, the Neo-Confucianists, and the Taoists might read over their shoulders. They also get the book and they say, oh, this is very interesting. You have a case where the abbot of the Iron Mountain, who is a master of martial arts, comes to, I think, Liu Ji, and he says, I have 3 questions. And they're very short questions. Inshallah, you can find them in the article. And he says, what about this? He gives an answer. He said, I accept. What about that? He gives an answer. I accept. What about that? I accept. And then he takes the Shahada. So and his questions are brilliant questions. And the answers are also brilliant answers. The quantum enigma, and we'll talk about that more. Many of you know a lot about the quantum enigma. Quantum physics is incredible. Requires us to pose questions that have never been posed. Okay? Like, this is not a problem of physics or nuclear physics. This is a problem of metaphysics. And if you bring into nuclear physics or into astronomical physics, if you bring in metaphysics, then you see what you can do. But you bring in essence, identity, and attributes, and then see what you can do with quantum theory. Quantum theory, you know, we won't talk about it anymore, but we'll talk about it later. We'll come back to it. But it's all of these big issues in modern science, like quantum theory, Big Bang, and so forth. They're all metaphysical issues that have burst forth. And the only solution for them is metaphysics. So modernism leads to the eclipse of intellect. And of course, the collapse of intellect is the collapse of the human being. And it does that by this reductionism of Descartes, who, what does he do? He reduces all reality to 2 things. The thinking mind, that's you, and things extended in space, like my computer. Okay, and of course, we will see that you can't bridge the 2. And this is what we call Cartesian dualism, which is the nightmare of the West as it develops over the next centuries. When you use things for what they were not made, that wasn't a good sentence, was it? When you use things for things they weren't made for, they break, right? If you use something, you know, for a task that it was not made for, that thing is going to probably break. And this is also true with intellect. When intellect is used for the wrong things, you know, then it too will break. And intellect in the development of the West has had its wings clipped And we use it only in limited areas of mathematics and geometry and experience. We don't allow it to fly. And that's not what intellect was created for. And so therefore it breaks. When you don't use things at all, then they atrophy, right? They waste away. They become emaciated. And this is why also you and I, when we begin to talk about intellect in these glorious terms that we do, we need to have exercises on intellect. We need to do that. In our theology, we get exercises, but we need to bring them forth so that we know what we're talking about, because we have never been taught this. This has never been part of our curriculum, at least not in my country. Descartes collapsed all inner human faculties, aql, intellect, wahm, which is imagination, the ability to work with image, khayal, the ability to understand symbol. These are also faculties you have. Fikr, thought, dhikr, remembrance, hifz, memory, to one single thing. And he called that what? Mind, the mind. A very problematic word, a new plastic word that has no clear counterpart, even in the past of the English language or the French language. It would seem to relate to the Arabic word dhihn, but actually it doesn't. It's not a complete fit even with that. Modern rationalism begins with this. Okay, so rationalism is the belief in this reason as an effective tool, although it has had its wings clipped and has been limited to the level of experience. Rationalism is the belief that with this reason, which is not intellect, that human beings should be able to understand everything. And in fact, in a reductionist world, there is so little to understand. Just things in space, systematic superficiality, nothing but phenomena, everything on the horizon, nothing in the heavens and nothing below. Again, I want to quote to you from Baudelaire, the French poet, who said, "When reason dreams, monsters are born." And he meant this reason of Descartes, this reason that has no wings to fly. And when that reason begins to dream, you're in trouble. It will come up with totalitarian states, with psyops, and with all kinds of other cyclopses. And as we said, Baudelaire got that from de Goya, a great Spanish artist, who actually said in Spanish, "El sueño de la razón produce monstruos," that the sleep of reason produces monsters. But he meant by that, as we said yesterday, when the aql sleeps, then you'll have monsters. They're very similar statements, but they're talking about slightly different things. So you keep me posted on the time, okay? How much more time? Half an hour? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? In any case, reductionism. Okay, so reductionism is reducing things to only a part of the whole and believing that that is adequate. Okay? And you will find reductionism, I believe, in everything that has a modernist or a postmodernist tinge. Again, Descartes, he will say that things are extensions in space. And inshallah, we'll talk about this, I think, the day after tomorrow. When we talk about, we'll talk about this, that, you know, when we talk about the negative attributes, God's negative attributes, all right? So one of the things about God's negative attributes is that they tell us about the ontological necessities of things. that these things are not just extensions in space. They have qualitative realities. For example, they have shape. They have direction. We do have east and west and north and south, right? Right? Which is the best of these four directions? North, east, south, and west. Which is the best? What is the Sayyid of the jihad, or the Sayyida of the jihad? The east. Nothing is equal to the east. And the west is also very important, but they are fundamentally different. And in the Quran, the east is referred to as above and the west is below. They came to you from above you, that is the east, and the others came from below you, that is the west. And the south is the right side. The right side of the mountain is the south side of the mountain. And the right is where you have Yemen. It's where you have Yemen. It's where you have blessing, you have barakah. Really. And the north is the left, isn't it? It is the Shamal, which is also the Shimal. And in the north, there are good things and good people. You have to have strong people in the north to protect you from other things that are in the north. Gog and Magog come out of the north, right? So the directions are not the same. They are qualitatively different. That's why in our tradition, we never oriented maps to the north. It was ugly to us. Okay, we orient them either to the south or the east. We did both ways, but not to the north and not to the west. Even though the west, there's nothing qualitatively wrong with it, but it's the land of death. It's where the sun sets. It reminds us of the last day. And this cup has a circle on it. That shape is not meaningless. That shape is symbolic, and it is heavenly. Okay, so, and we don't study that in aqida, but there are how many qualities in this cup? So when I say this is an extension in space, in other words, there is no qualitative difference between this cup and another cup just like it, or between this cup and my computer, then I have denied quality. I have denied essence and attribute. Okay, this is reductionism. And then you have the perceptive mind, the cognitive mind, and that's also reductionist. So we have that. And reductionism leads to fragmented thinking and a fragmented world. Reductionism is pernicious oversimplification. Pernicious oversimplification. Like more has got to be talked about. And ultimately, reductionism will reduce everything to quantity. And it will rule out quality. And quality, if you like, is essence. The essence of things. The real identity of things. Okay, so let's take a few examples. Psychology. What do you study in psychology? The psyche. That's great. That's wonderful. We did that too. What else do you study? What else? Well, maybe some chemistry. Maybe some other things. Do you study about demons? Do you study about angels? Do you study about the heart? Do you study about the body? Do you study about how the body is structured? Do you study about the relation of the body to the earth? Do you study about food? Do you study about environment? Do you study about hormones? Of course, some will, that's true. But the idea that you could study the psyche by itself is absurd, absolutely absurd, and that is reductionism. That is reductionism. And those of you who study psychology or psychiatry, it certainly doesn't mean that you shouldn't do that. But like, be aware of the minefields and get the benefit and then do something with this. You know, we had a boy in Chicago brought to one of the inner city hospitals on the west side, African-American boy, and he can't make eye contact. He's probably about 10 years old. One of our brothers was in emergency care, and the boy and the mother is saying he's been hypnotized. And our brother said, unfortunately out loud, he said, I believe he's possessed. And of course, that's totally unacceptable language in a scientific world. One of the nurses said, would you like me to go get a crucifix? Okay. And then they bring in the psychiatrist, and they bring in the neuroscientist, and in a few minutes, he has been diagnosed as schizophrenic, and this will be his medicine for probably a long part of his life, or the rest of his life if he lives. And I mean, probably he was sexually abused, and probably he is possessed as a rejection of that abuse. So do you understand anything about stuff like this? You know, there are demons in the world. Okay, they are real, and they're difficult to deal with and to talk about in a quantitative worldview. But if you can't tell me about demons and demonology, and you can't tell me about angels and angelology, you have no right to talk about psychology. And if we talk about it, we will do that. So that's a good example. Anthropology. What a wonderful science. And we can learn so many things from anthropology, especially cultural anthropology, especially historical cultural anthropology. But again, if you are going to study anthropology, which is the study of the human being, you've got to study the anthropos, which is man or woman, as this incredible being that they are. Homo religiosus, man the religious animal. And it can't be simply in terms of how many silk stockings do women buy in London when they have certain incomes. This is the kind of nonsense that anthropologists are studying today. That women with certain incomes in London, how many silk stockings do they buy? I mean, who are you serving? Of course, you know, this is for consumption, right? For advertisement and for things like that. So, you know, and this reductionism is very different. And again, sciences like anthropology offer us great potential, okay? But we have to understand where the reductionism is, and we as Muslims have to get beyond that. Sociology, the same thing. And sociology was posited in the 19th century by Bergson and others in a conscious attempt to destroy metaphysics. And it is sociology in particular that will destroy language. And it will bring us in the modern age to this idea that we cannot speak about truth, that language is not capable of that, that we can just talk about social relations that we have in common, and we can buy and sell and we can do other things. Okay, that's very serious. So we have to understand these things. Now, do we have any reductionism in the Muslim world? Look at the modernist Muslims, Quran and Sunnah. Quran and Sunnah, that's all you need to follow. Like, what about ijma'? What about qiyas? What about other things? And then how in the world do you understand the Quran and Sunnah? And also, you know, everything that is absolutely clear in Quran and Sunnah, that's nobody's madhab. The madhabs only deal with those aspects of Quran and Sunnah that require interpretation. So all of that is thrown in the garbage. And we are reduced, you know, to this very simplistic, perniciously oversimplified idea of these incredible sources. Political Islam, that everything is political rule. And if you have a political rule that is not strictly Quran and Sunnah, you're a kafir. Did you ever hear Muslims talk like that? Of course you did. Of course, I suspect you did. Whole books are written about that, aren't they? And they have all their ideology that comes under that. That's all reductionism. If you are not with us, you are against us. So reductionism then is the absolute creation of horizontality. Okay, we make everything horizontal. There is no verticality whatsoever. You know, we expect one thing to explain another thing without looking beyond that. That's what we call horizontality. And modern science is based on that, that things can explain things without reference to anything else. horizontality, reductionism. Atheism, in our tradition, is defined as absolute horizontality. That's the nature of the atheist. The atheist only believes in things, and he or she never relates those things to principles. One of the central teachings of the Quran is do not look on the things of this world as independent realities, for they are, in fact, entirely dependent for their existence on the hidden treasure of God's existence, of His being, whose glory they were created to reveal. Everything finite points to the infinite, right? The outward, points to the inward and points to the great realities. So reductionism then creates fragmented knowledge and the compartmentalized mind. The modern mind is broken into compartments, and one compartment is professional and rational, and another compartment is of another thing. It's like there's the schizophrenia of these different compartments with each other. The more we learn, the less we know. Okay, so I'm sorry to rush through this, and I hope that I didn't leave you too far behind. And it would be nice if you were ahead of me. That would be wonderful. How much time do we have? 15 minutes. So I'm going to come to the questions. And you give me questions, but I want to begin by looking at some of the questions we had yesterday that I didn't answer. How do we engage in the debates of our time? So this is one of the questions. How do we engage in the academic debates of our time in a practical and an effective manner? It is difficult to publish incredible journals when we go against their worldview. We lose credibility when we are explicit about our faith. Have you seen my book, Malik in Medina? If you want to, you can buy it. It's expensive, but it's an academic work, and it was an attempt to speak truth to power and to try to get the discourse right in the academic world regarding Islamic law and hadith. And especially it's written for people like you, who inshallah may be studying Islamic studies, so that you're not overwhelmed by the fallacies of people like Joseph Schacht and others. But when I write that book, I do have to try to hide my faith as much as I can. So, they can all figure it out, that this guy actually believes in this stuff. But you have to be really polite in that, or they won't take your book seriously at all. You have to be polite to them. So how do we do this? How do we communicate in the academy? First of all, the academy is not monolithic. And although it is a secular establishment, usually, some of the biggest critiques of secularism today and of the secular university are in the university itself. At Northwestern University in Chicago, the president of the university himself is one of those critics. So never assume that others are monolithic, just as we are not monolithic. But we have to work on many different levels. Okay, we work on the academic level, we work on the popular level, we have to use YouTube, we have to use social media, we've got to have short videos and films and other things. We have to do that. And we have to be really sophisticated in that. And we've got to turn out things that are just 3 minutes long, or 2 minutes long, or 1 minute long, but to catch people and hold people and then give them some more, give them some more. We've got to work on many different levels. We have to also teach ourselves. We have to have our own institutions as well. Zaytuna, pray for it. This is a great accomplishment. Okay, so we want many Zaytunas that enable us to be free to speak, free to write, and free to engage the academy, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala. We must write sound works that clearly set forth our point of view and that are not confused. We must spread the aqida as our fundamental approach. You know, this theology is where it all begins. So this is very important. We need to teach theology to ourselves and teach it to them. And see how many of them become Muslims when we do that right. Because you will teach them how to think. They don't know how to think. You know, I've said this many times, but in my own country and in Canada, I go to Niagara Falls. I love Niagara Falls. It's one of the first glories of God that I saw on this earth. And you go there and listen to my countrymen and countrywomen, and it's really embarrassing. Wow, that's a lot of water. It's like, you know, I mean, bring back the Iroquois, right? They could tell you what this waterfall means. Or you go to the Grand Canyon, and they don't have anything to say. They just take pictures. They don't know what to say about it. They don't know how to relate to it. They are alien to it. Give them the tools by which they can think, by which they can praise God, by which they can express themselves. But aqida, that is our fundamental element of truth and thought. We have to seek representation in the academic establishment. And a lot of you are really good at that. And in our country, we're having big problems with that. The progressives are being given the positions, and if you show yourself not to be a quote-unquote progressive Muslim, you won't get tenure. This has happened to a number of people, but still, we've got to be working. We've got to try to get into those establishments and stay there. That's for people like some of you. Okay, so we don't give up on that. And also, I mean, the Jews teach Jewish study, the Buddhists teach Buddhist studies, the Christians teach Christian studies. I mean, we've got a case that why can't we teach our religion? Why do you give it to other people or people who are hostile to our tradition? And then we've got to have our own institutions, our own journals, our own channels of communication. All right, then another question is, what actions can we take with other communities to assist in overcoming modernism? Another question similar to that, where do we begin in making space for academic discussion in the secular literature around us? What about studying oppression? Oppression of the poor, destruction of the environment, and so forth, in which absolute relativism becomes unjustifiable even for modernists? That's a really good question. And again, we have to seek different approaches, and we've got to find win-win projects. Okay? Oppression is one of those. Reaching out for the poor and the oppressed. You know, caring about the inner city, caring about the homeless, taking care of broken families, saving people who are suicidal, and so many other things that you can associate with that. These are good things. Sadaqah is called sadaqah because it is difficult, not because it is truthful. Sidq is truthfulness. It's called sidq because it's difficult. Charity is not easy to give. And when you give charity, you become centered in faith. So we have to be charitable people. We have to be people who give. This is very important. That's a brilliant idea. And environment, wow. We are the masters of environmental law. We have got so much. We've got to get involved in that. And you know, if you look at people in permaculture, for example, as our sister Kenza knows, and others of you, that, is it Bill Morrison, is that his name? You know, Bill Morrison, when he wrote sort of the foundational text of permaculture, which I have in my library, you know, but you'll see that he has a big problem with the Judeo-Christian tradition. And he looks at pagan traditions and animistic traditions. But then he has a problem with that too, because he said, like, if we go there, then we've got, you know, witches and we've got sorcerers and people like that, you know, in our permacultural communities. Do we want that? Okay, this was before he began to discover Islam through people like Jeff Lawton. Okay, And then even people like him, as I understand, they see that you guys have got the treasure. You are the ones who can really do permaculture and give it principial foundations. So permaculture, agriculture, our agriculture, the first revolution of Islam is an agricultural revolution, the effects of which you can still see in Pakistan and in Spain and Portugal and elsewhere. So this is a win-win situation. And when we begin to work dynamically in the environment, as many Muslims are doing today, then you'll see that you will get really amazing allies in the West. Many Westerners understand how crucial this is, and they're usually ready to give more than you and I are ready to give. Thought must be answered by thought. This is very important. Thought must be answered by thought. The ideological confusions of modernism have got to be answered by thought that makes things clear. So you've got to write, you've got to learn, okay? But also, we've got to have action. One of the things that is really important to understand is that when we are sound, then we can interpret thought into action very easily. The Sahaba, Ridwanullahi alayhim, they were like this. They get the idea and they immediately know how to apply it. For a lot of us, that's not easy. The transition between thought, especially between thought like the kind of things that we're touching on here, and action, especially because this thought often is new to us. We don't quite get it. We don't know where to go with it. But it's absolutely essential that we find ways to apply it. And inshallah, we will do that bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. We cannot answer anything by emotion or shouting or reaction. We have to be calm, we have to be collected, we have to be humorous. Look at Malcolm X, Al-Hajj Malik, that beautiful man. And he always was smiling, always was humorous. He was the master of the soundbite. I can think of some, but a lot of them they're not the funny ones, that, like the bullet or the ballot or the bullet, That's the one that comes to mind. Be careful what you say. But Malcolm was, he was a person that was very lovable. Okay, and we want to be that way too. Our dear brother Aftab talked about love. When people have questions, they've got to have answers. And no question is out of bounds. You ask questions about anything, your doubts, your misgivings, the bad experiences that you may or may not have had. The scholar has the obligation to give you answers. And when we can't do that, then we are in big trouble. People cannot be kept in the religious fold until adequate answers can be given to them for everything. Everything, especially the myths of modern Scientology and other things, scientism and Scientology and so forth. You've got to be able to answer that beautifully. And you've got to show them the way, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. And, may Allah enable us to do that. Logical questions need logical answers. Ethical questions need ethical answers. A question about love requires a response in love. Only like can respond to like. We have to seek to explain and never to denounce. And this is what I'm really thankful to this wonderful brother Aftab about, is that we don't want to denounce people, in our community or outside of our community. We've got to be clear about where they're wrong. But we don't want to be throwing names around any more than necessary, because we've got to explain and not denounce, and we want to win them back. We want to bring them into the fold. bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, whoever they may be. It is more useful to explain errors than to denounce them. How and why did they come about? How did they develop? As I mentioned, we had our Zawiya in Spain on the male and female principles. That's really cool. It's really cool. I wish that we could talk about that too. What it means to be truly human, right? And, you know, so in that, we had 2 excellent lectures on how did we get to the gender dialogue or discourse that's going on right now about homosexuality, about transgender and all this stuff. That did not drop out of the sky. That is not just people acting out their tendencies. This is an ideology and a program that has been carefully developed over more than 150 years. Every evil idea goes back to an evil heart. So look at Butler, you know, look at Reich, look at these, you know, people who, a lot of them commit suicide, you know, they were abused as children and other things. And, you know, so we've got to explain and not denounce. We are not denouncing modernism. And remember that we are not talking about modernity as something bad. We want modernity, and we want to get modernism out. And we would like to be able to take the helm, at least in our own communities. So we are not against the modern world. And we're not saying, like, can't we go back to Suleiman the Magnificent? No, we can't do that. We've got to do the same kind of great deeds that these giants did. And we've got to do that in the 21st century and the 22nd century, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We are seeking to understand this modern world so that we may go forward in it and we may guide others to go forward in it. We are not lamenting a lost past. We are not, this is not Lamentations. Okay? We're not crying over spilled milk. We are seeking to find our way forward to a brilliant future, and one that brings us to life and civilization to life. And that's the gift you were given. That's your golden ring. You have the ability to bring civilization back to the earth. And may we do that, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We have the ability to root knowledge. We have the ability to make sense of physics and chemistry. We have the ability to take care of this environment and to help people clean it up, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And when we begin to be a shadow of what we used to be, the world will look at us very differently. Another question is about modernism. Is it completely negative? The question, didn't modernism accelerate the development of medicine, knowledge, and education of the masses? Didn't modernism fight to remove superstition from the Christian faith? Didn't modernism help create the European Union and bring peace to the continent? Whoever wrote that wonderful question, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. The answer is no, 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 no. Okay? God bless you. Okay? Please do not personify modernism. And please do not regard modernism to be embodied in anything in particular. It is a general ideology that takes 1,000 forms. It is never monolithic. Okay? And it has in the West itself always people that are its critics and people who are against it. And in fact, we talked about fascism yesterday. And fascism is a bad news story. But one of the things about the fascists, Mussolini and Hitler and Franco and others, is that they did understand in a twisted way that they've got to get continuity to the past. And that's why they almost destroyed the word tradition. If you had used the word tradition in 1946, you probably would have been put in jail. because they were using this word, and there were real traditionalists who tried to talk to them, but then they saw that these people are not serious. They don't have any depth, and they left them. It's an important part of the history of the 20th century. But modernism is not a monolith. It is a vague ideology that takes on 1,000 different forms. Can I disobey this? I'll just disobey a little bit, okay? Medicine. We live in the age of hospitals, don't we? How many hospitals are there in Chicago? How many hospitals are there in New York City? Are we healthy people? No. When people come back and say, look at all the hospitals, they would say, these were sick people. In Muslim Spain, in Cordoba, one hospital is enough for a population over 1 million people because they're healthy. And when you go to the hospital, they will pay you to get well. And they will use music, and they will teach you hobbies, and they will do all kinds of things to get you well. Okay, this was incredible. We were healthy people. This is an unhealthy civilization, and its medicine is a reductionist medicine, which we don't say that it's wrong. If you're studying medicine, God bless you. I may need your help someday. But this modern medicine is extremely powerful. It's good for emergency situations. And in the Gambia, we have some wonderful brothers and sisters who do incredible work with the Gambian people, using homeopathy, using acupuncture, using herbs, and using also modern medicine. But usually, and they're trained in that. But when they use modern medicine, they usually use it in critical cases of people that have extreme iron deficiencies and things like that, and we've got to like knock them back into a better situation. Okay, so modern medicine is not a success story. Most Americans in my country live in fear that they will get sick and lose their entire savings, right? And they won't be healed either. They won't be cured. I know of a person, who had ringing in her ears, and it bothered her a lot. And basically it's like, you can go to the doctor, he'll run 1,000 tests. If you've got insurance, you won't have to pay much. He won't find anything. And this same person went to a Chinese therapist who uses massage. And they were just doing the massage, and they said, you have ringing in your ears. And she said, yes. And he said, that's because, or let's put that the other way. He said, you have ringing in the ears, and she said, yes. And then, he said, this is a certain deficiency that you've got. Okay, we have medicine in our tradition. We have real medicine in our tradition. What about the pharmaceutical industry? Education of the masses. Are the masses educated? Have you looked at the American elections? Do you see what's happening in America right now? You call these educated people? I mean, they can read Twitters and they can, surf the internet, but, and then also if we look at the EU, I think it's a great thing. If they'd let Turkey in, it wouldn't be a bad idea. But they are the product of the First and Second World Wars, imperialism that preceded and led to them, the Cold War that followed them, the rise of American global hegemony, and the need of Europe to protect itself in the middle, and also certain economic concerns pertaining to globalism and the markets, and then also the need to defend Europe from us, from the Muslims, and from other things. So let's not be simplistic about these things. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. Where do we begin? Doesn't rejection precede affirmation? La ilaha illallah, isn't rejection of tradition as seen in modernism a requirement for our generation to identify and affirm what is best in tradition? I wish we had more time. Reality must have a voice in the world. This is a topic, this is a statement I want to come back to. You've got to give reality a voice in this world. That voice must declare that first things are first. And it's got to connect itself to principle. And through that, to connect itself to living traditions that become living in the present age. You can't destroy and build every time. You know, you've got to have something that's true and solid, and you've got to build on it. How else can you build? Will you always begin from square one? Do we not know anything? If we have intellect, we do. And we've got intellect and revelation. You will end where you begin. You know, so, you know, inshallah, God enable us to, and, you know, I think that will be enough. Forgive me for if it's too fast, if it's too confused. One of the things I always fear is being misunderstood, and this is why questions are so important, to try to help us to get this down. I've got these questions, I will read them. If you have other questions, feel free to give them, you know, to Asma or to Ghalib or anyone else, and thank you very much. May God make this a wonderful occasion of our meeting together, to stay together and to work together. And, you know, these are, what do the Chinese say? May you live in interesting times. These are really interesting times. And I'm actually happy to be in times like these. Inshallah, we are the winning team. We will get this together. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. It won't be tomorrow, it won't be the next day. But this generation is crucial. This generation is crucial. You've got to learn what you can do, and we need to work together, to love each other, to serve each other, and to stay together. Allahumma waffiqna lima tuhibbuhu wa tarda, waj'alna min abidika as-su'ada, wa amitna ala kalimati al-huda, علمنا ما ينفعنا ووفقنا للعمل بما علمتنا به واجعل ما نحن فيه خالصا مخلصا لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما. آمين 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 يا رب العالمين. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. See you tomorrow, inshallah, and that's it. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Today I want to talk about our belief in some of the attributes of God, especially the attribute of necessary being, which is the first attribute that we study and is the most universal of them all and belongs in a category all by itself. And of course, when we talk about necessary being, then we talk about possible existence and we talk about impossible existence. Sorry. We talk about necessary being, and then necessarily we talk about possible existence and impossible existence. And what this indicates to us also is that reality is complex. Reality is not monolithic. And I want to show, hopefully, how that is a remedy to one of the most important aspects of modernism as it develops, especially in modern science. And this is what we call ontological shrinkage. Ontological shrinkage, which is another type of reductionism, of reducing reality to something very simple and very superficial. In our tradition, we talk about untying the knots of the soul. And this must be the goal that we have in education, in the fullest sense of the word education, that we educate people in order to untie the knots that are in their souls. And we mean by knots of the soul all of those contradictions, fallacies, false paradigms, sterile cognitive frames, hollow cognitive frames, and so forth, that block sound understanding and make it difficult for us to have knowledge of the self or of reality. Knots of the soul. So we must untie the knots in the soul. And this comes through sound knowledge, careful language, fruitful paradigms and cognitive frames. This is what you get from aqida if the aqida, the creed, is properly taught, and other things. And this then enables us to be aware of the foundations of truth and sound belief, and how we get that, how we know that to be true. And it enables us to witness the great harmony and beauty of the universe that God created. This means to perceive the intellectual necessity that we have as human beings to go beyond the surface, to go beyond the level of purely material reality and material existence and psychological perception, to understand the meaning of things, the source of things, the nature of reality. We study nature. In the past, we studied nature for two purposes. One of them was similar to that of modern science. Namely, we studied it as an act of utility, seeking to find types of technology and medicine and so forth that we could use to our benefit. But also, we studied the world, scientifically and otherwise, with the aim of understanding it as a single cosmic system, integrated in all of its parts, glorifying God, and part of a pervasive rational system that we can understand, but that also indicates the existence of God. Today, we live in the most anti-metaphysical of all ages, especially in our Anglo-Saxon world, the English-speaking world. We are the worst. This is a very anti-metaphysical age. We don't like metaphysics. We don't honor the word. We're not interested in it in any way. It's been said, everyone knows in our world today what is an agnostic, but very few have any idea of what is a Gnostic. A Gnostic, a person who actually knows, especially a person that knows God. A society without metaphysics will reach sclerosis. It will petrify, and it will finally die. You have to have that. It will play with the world around it, but without any attachment to its reality. The role of sound metaphysical understanding, theological and otherwise, this removes doubt. It opens our eyes. It enables us to see. And in fact, you know, if we look at Western thinkers, we won't pay a lot of attention to them. But Leibniz, who was in the time of Descartes, he's probably the greatest of the early modern philosophers. Descartes, Kant, Leibniz, Hume, Locke, Spinoza. But Leibniz was the last metaphysician in the West. He has great mistakes in his metaphysics also, but he was a metaphysician. After that comes the rejection of everything that underlies essence. Metaphysics. Immanuel Kant does that with the rejection of essence. And then after that, metaphysics will wither and die. In the 19th century, you have things like the Vienna School in Austria that seeks, quote unquote, to remove all the remaining cobwebs of metaphysics. They want to clean the house, and they establish what they call analytical philosophy. The modernist mind, in contrast to traditional thought, Christian and Muslim and otherwise, does not presuppose any ultimate reality. And it doesn't acknowledge any ultimate reality that unifies all existence. So therefore, it perceives a fragmented world, a world that you can't put together. You can't make complete sense of it. In fact, you become the constructor of reality. And likewise, it does not see any purpose to human life, any clear purpose to human life, other than perhaps to survive or to maintain a type of society that is relatively peaceful. There is no moral dimension that remains to both human activity or our attitude toward the natural world. And it's very important that this theology that we have lays the foundation of our very positive attitude towards the natural world as well, and towards those aspects of Islamic law that are fundamentally concerned with animals, with plants, with water, and the environment. The great masters of our tradition would say that modern knowledge is metaphorical. It's not real. And what they mean by that is that whenever one created thing is ascribed to another created thing, which is the basis of modern scientism, that we just relate physical things to physical things. We only explain physical things in terms of other physical things. So whenever one created thing is ascribed to another created thing, that is a metaphor. And it is a form of knowledge through which people are veiled. True knowledge, which is the knowledge worthy of human beings, and the knowledge that enables them to be human beings, is knowledge that unveils them. And it shows them how all created things are related to one creator and must be. That's an intellectual necessity. It's not just a pleasing article of faith. And this then enables human beings to be unveiled and to become truly human, and then give them a knowledge that is in harmony with the knowledge of God, with the knowledge of reality as God knows it to be and creates it to be. In our tradition, the great masters would have seen modern knowledge then as the veiling of true knowledge, the veiling of real knowledge. And this is again because of its failure to integrate itself into a wider view that ties all phenomenon together and explains the fundamental nature of existence that makes all of this meaningful. Modern knowledge focuses on the branches and nothing but the branches. It never looks at the trunk, and it never follows the trunk down to the root. It studies secondary causes, and we do that too. When we study theology, we talk about the asbab being the secondary causes, that fire burns the paper. That's a secondary causation. Okay, and we study about that, and we believe in that. And when we do physics or chemistry or anything else, we will honor the secondary causes, and we understand them to be part of the sunnah of God, the pattern of God in creation. But we know that they don't have intrinsic power of causation. Okay, but in modernist knowledge, in scientism, all that is studied is secondary causes, yet to the neglect of any first cause, to the neglect of any true causation. Thus, it produces a type of knowledge that lacks ultimate significance. And as we said yesterday, it cannot explain anything. It does describe, because that's all it does. It looks at secondary causes and sees the patterns of how they relate to each other. And that is a valid type of knowledge. We do the same thing. We acknowledge the same thing. But what does this all point to? What does this all mean? So that they do not do. So it gives them a type of science that lacks ultimate significance. It focuses on the outward form, the surah, but fails to grasp the ultimate significance, which we would call in our tradition the ma'na, the ma'na. And we call that wrong-headed knowledge. Wrong-headed. To seek knowledge without the aim of finding the roots of knowledge and the ultimate significance behind things, and the fact that they all point to God, and they relate to God, and that they tell us about the nature of existence. This is wrong-headed. It leads to knowledge without end, but knowledge that we can't make any sense of. And that knowledge is always deficient because it is cut off from its own reality. And this is why one of the greatest things that we should seek to do is to root knowledge again. There are many things that we are capable of doing if we bring our tradition and our religion to life. We should take care of the poor and the oppressed. We should be able to build communities. We should take care of the environment. We have to care about animals. We should not be eating food that comes out of the food industry that abuses the animals that we eat. This is not right. This is fundamentally wrong. Okay, there are many things that we have to do, but also at the highest level, in the realm of intellect and science and academics, we should be about what our forefathers and mothers were about in the first centuries of Islam, the first 4 and 5 centuries, and that is the rooting of knowledge, making sense of it all, showing how chemistry relates to physics, how physics relates to embryology, how embryology relates to mathematics and number. What is the nature of number? Number is principial for us. It stands outside of creation. Okay, and then we make sense of it all. And this produced one of the greatest syntheses of knowledge ever. Okay? And this was the greatness of our civilization. Once Sheikh Hamza Yusuf and I, more than 10 years ago, were talking about what is the tradition. In fact, after that, we had a weekend symposium in Chicago on the tradition. And one of the things he said, which was typically brilliant, as is often the case with what he says, is that however you define the tradition in Islam, part of that definition, or part of the understanding that should come from that definition, is that any man or woman of adequate intelligence and leisure and length of life and interest can master the whole thing in a lifetime. And there are so many people like that in Islamic history. I believe that I have known some like that in my own life. Sheikh Shadhili al-Nayfar from Tunisia, for example. Like he mastered everything that was in his library. And his library was his entire house. When I went there, I said, there are books and manuscripts everywhere. He said, even in the kitchen. And he took me into the kitchen. And it's as if he had all of that inside of him. How does he possibly do that? And this is because of the rooting of the knowledge. So that all of this knowledge is integrated in such a way that you can take it all in. It is unified and unifying. It is not fragmented. It is not compartmentalized. And all of it speaks essentially the same language in the same epistemology, the same way of thinking. So we've done that in the past. That should be one of our major considerations in the present. You know, we are intelligent people. We have great scholars. In many of the Western countries where we are, like the United States, Muslims are often at the very top as the valedictorians of their universities, often taking two or three disciplines. Okay, we have a lot going for us. So we should also begin to master these sciences that we learn. And with our proper theology and, you know, our metaphysical tradition, belief in God is an act of volition. I want to believe in this. I need to believe in this. It is pleasing to me to believe in this, and therefore I do. And that is very different from the pattern of our culture and our civilization, in which, as we said yesterday, belief is cognitive. It grows directly out of the intellect and out of commitment to intellect and to first principle. One of the people asked yesterday, and I hope I will get to this question, how do we develop our intellect? So I have that question down, and I hope to get to it at the end. It's a very good question. And in fact, if we've not been trained to use the intellect and to grasp first principles, and to know that they are necessarily true, they don't change, you know, then it's like grabbing after straws. And we don't really feel that we're on solid ground. But here also, the Sharia has given you a tremendous support. And that's because of the fact that behaviorally, in the Sharia, you have to live by 5 different categories of command and prohibition, don't you? Certain things are obligatory, therefore you have to do them. Other things are recommended, therefore you don't have to do them, and you cannot be blamed if you don't, but it would be good if you did. And then other things are mubah. They're neutral. You don't have to do them. You won't be blamed if you do them. You won't be blamed if you don't do them. And other things are reprehensible. So you are not forbidden to do them, and you should never be blamed if you do them. But it would be good if you didn't, right? And then you have the haram, the forbidden. And this you should not do, and if you do it, it's reprehensible. Okay, so all of our lives are channeled through those 5 propositions. In the Hanafi school, they have 7. Okay? And this in itself is a type of behavioral, existential training for the intellect. So that when we come to that abstract domain of intellect, we are already prepared to accept it behaviorally, just as we do cognitively. Because intellect, as you have learned, and as you know, it has 3 rules, and it doesn't break these rules ever. Things are either necessary by their essence, or they are possible by virtue of their essence, or they are impossible by virtue of their essence. And you don't need a laboratory to determine that. And it is not a question of probability. In fact, one of the roots of disbelief, according to our scholarly tradition, is when people do not perceive the necessity of the necessary, the possibility, universal possibility of all things possible, and the impossibility of the impossible. Okay? And again, the way that we live, by having limits and directives, this trains us to accept that. So, in the modern world, God's existence is viewed as an issue central in the pre-modern world, in the West and in the East and everywhere else, the existence of God was viewed as an issue central to sound, rational inquiry. And if you have intellect, you will believe in God. This is the first thing that intellect does, is establish the necessity of the one. When metaphysical expectations are low, then people are in great danger. And that means that they can easily be deceived by pseudo-metaphysics. And modern scientism is filled with all sorts of pseudo-metaphysics. And some of that we'll look at later, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala. Closed system universe, for example, is the most absurd idea thinkable. But this is the foundation of modern astrophysics, that this universe is a closed system. It's just matter and energy, no increase, no decrease. It's closed, and there's nothing creative happening in there. Okay, metaphysically absurd, and also physically absurd. This will be one of the things that produces Big Bang, but Big Bang is in big trouble. And it's actually been in trouble since it started. There's not enough matter in the universe. We have only 1/100th of the matter that would be necessary in a closed system universe. So we become easily deceived. We see, and again, if we look at some of the problematic Muslim innovations today, they are extremely naive on the metaphysical level. They are easily deceived, and they don't understand the significance or the falsehood of some of the things they believe. So we see as reasonable, specious arguments that earlier generations would have easily recognized as faulty. We'll talk a little bit as we go through the remainder of these lectures about Stephen Hawking and his book, The Grand Design. I mean, this is nothing but pseudo-metaphysics at the lowest possible level. At the lowest possible, and people fall for it. And earlier generations could have seen through this very easily, in my belief. Tradition is concerned with issues like the eternity of God's uncreated speech and the issue of how God's infinite knowledge, will, and power relate to human choice. Today, many Muslims themselves wonder, why do we ask such questions? Like, why did we even care about whether God's speech is created or uncreated? Okay? And this is because these people have very low metaphysical expectations, very low understanding. They don't understand why that debate was, and it remains, a crucial debate about the nature of the attributes of God and the nature of God's knowledge and so forth. So today we want to talk about necessary being. And you've talked about this with your great teacher, Faraz Khan, and you've probably studied this before. Here we are using the intellect, revelation, and customary experience to see. As Rumi said, to be human is to see. To be human is to understand, to be able to perceive. All the rest is only skin. So we use our intellect and we use revelation to establish that God necessarily exists. There are many proofs for that. The standard proof that is given in theology is the proof of change. And probably you've been through this. We live in a world of change. All of these things that we see and that we live with, they're all changing. They are all potentially changing. They change now in front of our eyes, and they will change tomorrow, and they can keep on changing. So change is that quality that goes through all of these things that we see and perceive in the world. And we know from intellect that change is an indication of temporality. What is temporality? How do we define that? We call it in Arabic huduth. Huduth. And these are very important words. We have two opposites. When you have opposites, then you can have syllogisms. When you don't have opposites, you can't have syllogisms. But when you have them, you can use logical, categorical arguments. Okay, so we have two opposites here. Huduth, which we will call temporality, and then we have its opposite, which is qidam, which is pre-existence, right? And pre-existence is to have no beginning. And its opposite, which is temporality, is what? To have a beginning. And we say that the hadith, the temporal thing, the thing that is in time and place, like you and me, like this glass, like everything around us, are things that did not exist and then existed. So their origin is what? It is non-existence. They come out of nothingness and they come into being. And potentially they can always recede back into nothingness. Okay? So this is what we call temporality. Existing in time and space. That which has a beginning, that which did not exist and then existed, it exists in time and space. So we use our intellect to affirm that. And then also we use revelation, because the revelation indicates to us very clearly that God created all things. And also it indicates to us very clearly that God himself has no beginning. He is not created. God was, and there was with him nothing. As the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, God was, and there was with him nothing. And Al-Junayd and early Muslims added to that as a commentary, and he remains now as he was then. God does not change. That is also one of the fundamental principles of our theology, rooted in intellect, that change indicates always temporality. God is the one who makes things change, but he himself does not change. And therefore you must understand that all of his attributes and all of those verses in hadith that seem to draw similarities between him and between things that are created in the world, like sitting on the throne, or speaking of the hand or the face, or speaking of God descending, that is not physical change. That is not about essential change or change in attributes. God does not change. Okay, so these are strong positions in the intellect. They're very, very important. And then also we have other things like in the Revelation, in Surah Al-Anfal, you have the story of Abraham as a boy when in the city of Babylon he is called to worship one of the gods of the Babylonian Trinity. You all know those verses, don't you? And it's very interesting because we didn't know in the past that there was in Babylon a trinity that they brought from Arabia when the Chaldees invaded Babylon thousands of years ago. And this is called the Arabian or the Semitic Trinity. And it was what? Venus, which is the star, the Kawkab, the moon, which they called Sin, and the sun, which they called Shemesh. This was the Babylonian Trinity. And the story we have in the Quran is very accurate, isn't it? So Abraham then looks at the star, which is Venus, and he says, "This is my Lord." Okay, but I do not love what sets. And then he looks at the full moon, he said, "This is my Lord, but I do not love what sets." And then he looks at the sun rising in the east, and he says also again, "I do not love that which sets. I turn the entirety of myself to God, the creator of the heavens and the earth." So here you see that same argument of intellect. And here also we see, as our commentators noted, that Abraham is a person of perfect intellect, alayhi salam, as were all of the prophets. So he understands, even as a boy, and even before prophecy, that anything that changes cannot be God. It cannot be things that change and bring. So on the basis of this, arguments from Revelation, arguments from intellect, and also from practical experience, from customary experience, then we declare that everything in this world has a beginning. Everything in this world changes. That indicates that it has a beginning, and it cannot account for itself. Okay, finite things point to the infinite. Contingent things point to the absolute. And there cannot be an infinite regress of finite causes. Okay? There cannot be an infinite regress of finite causes. I can say that A is from B, B was from C, C was from D, and let's just keep going back and we don't have to ever stop. No, you've got to pay the debt sometime. You've got to pay up at one point. You know, you cannot have an infinite set in the past. And this is also intellect. Intellect knows that the infinite set cannot exist in the world of time and space. How does it know that? Well, it knows that, for most people, immediately. doesn't have to have any kind of proof. But we also know that if there were an infinite set, an unending set, you wouldn't be able to get to the present. The fact that you are right now in the present moment, it means that whatever chain of causation is in the past, it's got to be finite. You had to be able to cross that, or the events that were part of that, they had to be able to cross that to get to the present. So again, you know, and then also you can't have the vicious circle where A causes B, B causes A causes, no, that doesn't work either. Okay, but essentially infinite regress would be the same thing if we imagined it to be true. Okay, so in the history of Islamic theology, we see that the early theologians, when they speak about the fact that the world has a beginning, everything in it has a beginning, it cannot account for itself because it is contingent. Contingent. It is dependent on other things, right? This cup is contingent. It is dependent on other things. Therefore, as long as this cup exists, it necessarily indicates something about its maker. Its maker was somebody like you. Okay, and that somebody like you needs to have a maker too. But you know that the maker of this cup had to exist, don't you? Because the existence of this cup cannot come about unless the one who made it existed before it did. So this cup is an ayah. It is a sign indicating the existence of its maker, who in this case is a human being like you. And was that person who made the cup alive or dead? And we cannot posit that a dead maker made this cup. So he or she had to be alive. They had to have the attribute of life. And they had to have the attribute of knowledge adequate to take the clay that this cup is made of and to fashion it into the cup, right? So they were not totally ignorant. They had to have a certain amount of knowledge. They had to have will, because they designated that the cup they would make would be this white cup with this emblem, with this particular shape, this particular handle. That's all an act of will. It's an act of selection. I will select these possibilities instead of infinite other possibilities. And they had to have power. They had to have power adequate to bring this cup into existence, to make it. Okay, all contingent things are like that. They are in need of their maker. And we call that in Arabic iftiqar, contingency. They stand in need of their maker. And their maker cannot be contingent like they are. This is all intellect and revelation. This is all intellect and revelation. So their maker must be beyond contingency. And in early Islamic theology, the proofs of God are always rooted, or generally rooted, in this perception of contingency, of the contingency of all things. The fact that they stand in need, they are faqir, they are muftaqira, of one who is not faqir and who is not muftaqir, and we call him al-ghani. We call him God who has no need and therefore is able to do whatever he wills. Okay, so this, is the way that our theology articulated itself for hundreds of years. Then, in later centuries, I believe it's around the 4th century, Sidi Faraz can correct me if I'm wrong, a new type of discussion comes into play. And this is one that talks about necessary being. Okay? And necessary being, then we get it from people like Ibn Sina. And Ibn Sina we regard to be a brilliant human being, one of the most brilliant who ever lived. most of what he did is extremely valuable. In theology, we believe that he made very big mistakes, and our tradition will try to correct those mistakes as it develops. But one of the things that Ibn Sina does is he begins to articulate this concept of necessary being, possible existence, and impossible existence in extremely articulate ways. And so this we will take over, probably from him. There is some debate about whether we took that from Ibn Sina or before Ibn Sina. The thing is that that kind of discussion was not there before. And it's very important for us to talk about that because this shows how the tradition grows. That's very important. Our tradition will take in new elements when those elements are good and when they are beneficial. And when we saw this paradigm of necessary being, possible being, and impossible being, we came very quickly to understand that this is an extremely rich cognitive frame that enables us to speak about the same thing that we were talking about before when we talked about contingency, but to do it in a way that opens up vast areas of thought that may not have been clear before. They may not have been clear before. And so you will see people that will question things in our tradition by saying that this is Aristotelian logic, this is from Ibn Sina. Very sorry. Excuse me. Very sorry about that. Okay? And the thing is that here we have to understand is that we welcome Aristotelian logic when it serves the purpose, and we can use it. It has not been invalidated. Aristotelian logic is invalidated when you cannot distribute terms. If we have absolutes, which are opposites, like pre-existence and temporality, then we can use that. And that is where we will use it. And that's the only place where we will use it. Okay? But ideas do not have owners. No one owns ideas. Aristotle does not own his syllogism. And Ibn Sina does not own, he doesn't have property rights over necessary being. And this is very important because as our tradition grows as a great civilization, we will take things from other people whenever they are true, whenever they work. And we are not in any way compromised in that regard because they have Chinese origin, like the magic square, or they have Hindu origin, like the zero, or anything else. We will take, for example, the Fibonacci series, which we will look at tomorrow, bi-iznillahi ta'ala. I want to show you a really beautiful video tomorrow about the golden section. The Fibonacci series, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and so forth. We get this probably from India. Other people had it. The ancient Egyptians had it. Okay, when we get that, we embrace it with love. You know, wisdom is the lost riding animal of the believer. Wherever he finds it, he takes it. And we will take the numerical system of the Hindus, for example, and of other people, and we will work that into our own. Okay, there's nothing haram about that. That's what we are all about. But it's very important. Truths do not have patents. Truths do not have patents. If Ibn Sina is correct on necessary being, we will take it, and we will thank him for that. And when he's incorrect about other things, we will stand back from that. And actually, we didn't just reject what he said, but as our tradition developed, it's like, what was it that made him fall into this mistake? What should be the correct position? And this is really brilliant, especially in Islamic theology, how as it develops over the centuries, it begins to work out all of these different problems and to make sense of them. So truths don't have patents. It's interesting that modernity, in many ways, begins with patent law. And there's a very good book on that by George Saliba, S-A-L-I-B-A, called The History of Science. And he talks about patent law. Patent law begins in the West with Galileo. He used it to patent his own ideas, so that he believed you can patent ideas. And of course, today in our civilization, you can own an idea. Ultimately, you can even own a particular modification of DNA, genetically modified foods. Patent is a very important thing in the development of the West. But in any case, we don't believe in that. Of course, we do believe that you shouldn't take Aftab's book and just begin to pirate the editions and sell them, right? You have to respect him and all of us. We would appreciate that. But nevertheless, ideas are not patented. Wherever we find a true idea, we will adopt it. That's very, very important. So, necessary being, why was this such a big deal? Because of the fact that when we talk about necessary being, then immediately we talk about possible existence. You belong to the realm of possible existence, meaning that two things are fundamentally possible for you and for me and for this cup and for everything else. Non-existence and existence, right? This cup exists. No question about that. Here it is. You can't doubt it. But it also had the possibility of not existing. And it can cease to exist, just as it once existed, right? And my origin and yours is nothingness. And then we have the possibility of existence, and God brings us into existence. So that's a really beautiful paradigm. And we will do a lot with that. It's a powerful cognitive frame. And then, of course, also, if I belong to the realm of possible existence, and this belongs to the realm of possible existence, how many possibilities does it have? How many? Ayah. Infinite, infinite, infinite. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Now this is becoming intoxicating. And again, this will be a proof of the necessity of divine will. And the fact that divine will, which is related to divine knowledge, that knows all possibilities, in all possible worlds. There can exist many worlds. There cannot exist a single world that God, the necessary being, did not know, and that he did not will to be or will not to be. Okay, so you can begin to see, I hope, how powerful this cognitive frame is. And that's why this is always what we are looking for, are the big paradigms that open up our thought and enable us to understand and to articulate. To be human is to see. The rest is all skin. May Allah enable us to see. And one of the things I want to also mention here is that in our theology and in our knowledge of reality, we seek adequacy. Adequacy. What does that mean? That when I know that God necessarily exists, that he has no beginning and no end, that he has no need, and he has no likeness, and there is no other, and necessarily he has the attribute of life, knowledge, will, power, hearing, seeing, and speech. Do I know God? I have an adequate knowledge of God. This is very important. I don't know God. I don't fathom the reality of God. But I have an adequate knowledge of him that suffices on the level of the law And inshallah, suffices when I go into the grave. That's what you will be asked about in the grave. What did you believe? Why did you believe that? Okay, so adequacy is a big thing. And this is something never to forget when we look at our theology, especially when it talks about things like free will, or when it talks about the infallibility of the prophets. Because in both of those cases, and in some other cases, there are paradoxes which are very difficult to resolve at the purely intellectual level. And therefore, what our theology will do is to give you good language, adequate cognitive frames, so that you can negotiate this paradox and not throw out the baby with the bathwater, so that you will acknowledge that God has knowledge over all things, even your intention, from before the creation of the heavens and the earth, and that His will pertains to everything that exists in the possible world, even my intention, and that His power brings everything into existence that exists in the created world, even my intention. Okay? Yet, at the same time, I, with my temporal, created knowledge, will, and power, have the ability to acquire these acts and to attach to them. And the creative power of God and my created power can attach to the same act, and it becomes mine. Okay, this is the essence of free will. When we rise spiritually and we taste more about reality, then this becomes very clear. It becomes more clear than it ever was at the level of basic theology. And there are other things too, like the mutashabihat, these verses in the Quran and Hadith that speak about God in ways that are similar to created things. So in theology, we'll just say, do not interpret that. Do not believe that God actually changes. He does not move in physical movement. God is not inside of you, and He's not outside of you either. God is not touching me, and He is not touching me. He is not physically above or below or to the right or to the left or the front or the back. He is not physically near or far. He is not in space and time. He is the Lord of space and time. These are all sound, obligatory, necessary statements, but they are also adequate statements. In other words, this is adequate so that you can lay the foundation upon which you build and by virtue of which you grow. But this is very important, and that's why our theology, which is where we begin, it is true, but it doesn't answer all the questions. In fact, it only answers the ones that must be answered. And if we say, why did God create heaven and hell? Does our theology answer that question? No. It will simply say that heaven and hell belong to the realm of possible being. And in possible being, God does whatever He wills. He said that He created the garden, so it's there. He said He created the fire, so it's there. Why did He do that? We don't answer that question at the theological level. We have answers to those questions, but they're at the metaphysical level. And you'd have to get there to get them. They won't be given out. People are not required to believe them, and most people couldn't understand them anyway. So adequacy, this is very, very important. And when we receive this knowledge validly, and it is adequate, then it grows. Again, you've got to get the first principles right. Okay, so how are we coming for time? Sorry? 35 minutes. My goodness. So what I want to talk about now, and I apologize for the speed that we have to go through this, and I hope that you get benefit from it. But I want to talk about ontological shrinkage, okay? Because this is what happens in the West as it alters its orientation. It leaves the metaphysics of the Middle Ages, of St. Thomas Aquinas, which did not have ontological shrinkage at all. And it begins to accept propositions that will limit reality just to physical things. And in the wake of these early philosophers like Descartes, you will get a mechanistic world, a world that is believed to be essentially material. They may not deny the spiritual, Descartes doesn't, but the world that counts is mechanistic. It works like a machine. And they like the metaphor of the watch or the clock, which they've just developed. So the clock is just a perfect metaphor for the way this world ticks. Okay, so you then will have a mechanistic view of reality, and that will soon become a materialistic view of reality. And then, as some great people have said, it will end in complete unfolding of the civilization, because everything is at the lowest metaphysical level, and therefore it will not be able to hold. And this is what you see happening right now. Everything is falling apart. Look at what is being proposed in our societies today. That would have been unbelievable 50 years ago. And today it's just standard. Everything is falling apart. So we want to talk about ontological shrinkage. And what I mean by ontological shrinkage is that we reject all unseen causation. We reject all vertical causation. And reality becomes purely horizontal. And we believe that by looking at things that exist and that affect other physical things that exist, that we can explain everything. So ontological shrinkage is when you shrink down the world by denying other levels of existence, especially that of necessary being. But there are also other levels as well. And then you have nothing but possible existence, except that it's not spoken about that way. Now it becomes what is, and you use physical things to explain other physical things. So verticality then is opposed to horizontality. And when you have a vertical worldview, this is a metaphor, but it means you believe in the unseen, you believe in God, then it means that you believe nothing exists as a function of itself. Nothing explains itself. As Abu Madyan, the great wali of Allah, the great saint of North Africa said, مَا لَا وُجُودَ لِذَاتِهِ مِنْ ذَاتِهِ فَوُجُودُهُ لَوْلَاهُ عَيْنُ الْمُحَالِ. Beautiful statement. That which has no existence for its essence, from its essence. Do you understand that? Here am I. I am an essence. I have an identity. You are an essence. You have an identity. Did my existence that I have for this essence come from me? Did I make myself? Impossible, isn't it? Absolutely impossible. Did this cup make itself? Does the existence of its essence come from its essence? No, impossible. That which has no existence for its essence, for itself, from its essence, from itself. Its existence, and here it is, lawlahu, if it were not for God, is the very epitome of impossibility. Totally impossible. That's why this cup is not just a sign of the existence of the man or woman or company that made it, but it is a sign of the existence of God. Everything finite points to the infinite. Everything contingent in need of a maker points to the one who is absolute and has no contingents. All possible being points to necessary being. So horizontality is when you reject that, absolutely. Horizontality is ontological shrinkage. You reduce everything to one superficial level. It insists that things account for other things. Things come from other things. By chance, by other means, but you don't have to look beyond that. And this is, again, what? Reductionism. And show me anything in modernist thought that doesn't have in it this quality. Reductionism. This is the name of the game. Reduce the playing field, and then you can play. Heidegger said in his early work that modernity claimed for itself two divine attributes, knowledge and power. How did it do that? It claimed for itself knowledge by reductionist science, by reducing the arena in which science works and then saying that science knows. And it claimed for itself power through technology. Okay, but all of these acquisitions are only possible in a highly reductionist view of reality. Reductionism, again, is what? Pernicious oversimplification. Things are not that simple. Things are not that simple. In the reductionist view of what exists, we look at the things of this world as independent realities, although they cannot be that way. Just open your eyes. This cup is not an independent reality. It is a dependent reality. It is dependent on other things, isn't it? Its maker. And those makers, or that maker, is more dependent on something beyond itself. Therefore, the reductionist view that comes with ontological shrinkage takes existence for granted. Nothing needs to be explained. The world and all out there is just there. Why do you ask why? There is no need to ask why. And so this horizontality of ontological shrinkage, which is the negation of verticality. I hope you understand what we mean by that. It is pure materialism. And it brings about a physics and chemistry and biology and so forth, that exists in the denial, categorically, of any metaphysical intrusion. We as Muslims affirm both horizontality. We know that things affect other things. I know that the fire will burn the paper, that the cup will hold the coffee, right? We study that. We study it with great care. Our medicine was as concerned with evidence as any other medicine. It was empirical to the highest degree. Okay, so we believe in horizontality, but we also understand that all horizontality is necessarily a derivative of verticality. All the world is an alam. All the world is a world, and alam in Arabic means the great sign, the great token, the great flag that points to something else, which is God. Everything in it is an ayah, is a sign. Again, just to repeat what we said, the ancient philosophers said, and our Muslims accepted that as valid truth, a small mistake at the level of principle leads to a catastrophe at the level of the particular. You've got to get the beginning right. Likewise, this is very important, confusion at the level of the particular illustrates error at the beginning with principle. That's very important. When we have confusion in the particulars, that illustrates that there is error in the foundation, where we began. And that's very important because modern science is filled with these problems with the particulars, and these usually indicate huge metaphysical problems that they have neglected. This is true in quantum theory, this is true in Big Bang, and it's true in other things as well. The top paradigms are the ones that matter most. And these are the ones also that you have to keep your eye on. And they don't necessarily show you where the ball is. Right? Again, this is one of the things that we have got to do. That when we talk about modern science, we have to be very careful of what are the paradigms. Where did you get that paradigm? How did you prove this to be the case? Science today is a complex of many paradigms within paradigms, and usually they are not spelled out. Usually they are not brought to our attention. Again, the top-level paradigms are the most important. They are the ones that define the scientific worldview. They encapsulate our understanding of the physical, the biological, and the stellar worlds. So we have to pay attention to them. Some of these top-level paradigms are closed system universe, that the universe is a closed system. How do you know that to be the case? That is an assertion. It is not a proof. And it doesn't work. But you cannot do your game. You cannot do your mathematics. You cannot make any statements about what you see in the telescope if you don't presume a closed system universe. So it's a presumption. I don't accept it. And you don't have to accept it either. And this is very important. And I know that some of you may not be comfortable with what I'm saying. And I ask you to bear with me. Try to pay attention. Some of this stuff is startling, especially when you, like all of us, have been brought up in that world. You have been taught that these are truths that are undebatable. Okay? But for example, was it ever proven that the Earth doesn't go around, that the Earth goes around the sun, or that the sun doesn't go around the Earth? What is the answer to that question? Was it proven that that's the case? Einstein says no. Stephen Hawking says no. Any honest stellar physicist will tell you no. It's simply a matter of points of reference and the use of instruments. And that's why Stephen Hawking says you can have any world you want. You can have a geocentric world or a heliocentric world. It's simply a question of points of reference and then also the kind of mathematics that you're pleased with. One has an elegant system of mathematics, the other one has a very complex system of mathematics. Do elegant mathematics prove something is true? That's one of the paradigms that rule in the modern scientific world. And the fact is, no, that does not necessarily prove that the thing is true. So we're not saying don't believe in heliocentrism. But we are saying, let's be honest. What did you actually prove? What did you not prove? This is what we require. How do you arrive at that position? The belief in purely material cause and effect. The belief in the uniformity of time and nature. Is time uniform? The way that time manifests itself today at this time, is that the way that it manifested itself 1,000,000 years ago, for example? That we do not know to be true. And I would never accept that. We have many good reasons for saying that is not true. But that is a presumption of modern scientism which allows us to do certain things regarding the past. The even distribution of matter in the universe. This is called the Copernican principle, that matter is evenly distributed throughout space like the elements of a gas. The gas, like the nitrogen in this room, is evenly distributed. If it were not, we would be in trouble. Okay? Has that been proven? Never. Never. That is a working assumption that enables us to do the math. So you have to keep your eye on the top level paradigms, and then the paradigms within paradigms that come after that. Francis Bacon, who is in the late 16th century, early 17th century, you know that he's one of the most important figures in the development of modern science. He argues for a thoroughly experimental basis of science. That sounds good, doesn't it? We were told that it's good. We were told that this was modern. We were told that this is what got us out of the Dark Ages. Maybe the Dark Ages weren't so dark as we thought. But actually, this is a metaphysical position that overthrows any vertical understanding of reality. And Bacon insisted that we are not interested in formal causes. We are not interested in final causes. We are not interested in principial explanations. Okay? He's very clear about that. I don't care if God created the world or not. I don't care if the things don't account for themselves or not. That's not my concern. But that is our concern. That was always our concern. And you can't scrap that. If you scrap that, then you will scrap many other things with it. So for Bacon, materialism is in, and any kind of spiritual explanation of how that works, and that spiritual explanation is necessary, it's out. There will be no explanation. Science should not seek to understand nature, Bacon taught, for the sake of higher understanding. Okay, here we're out. We say no, we reject that totally. Because for us, in our brilliant history of science, the first role of science is higher understanding. The first role of science is for you to understand yourself and to understand your God. Jabir ibn Hayyan, who is one of the greatest of Muslim scientists in the days of Imam Malik and Abu Hanifa and Ja'far as-Sadiq. How much time do we have left? I'm so sorry. You know, but in his book, Kitab al-Sab'in, the book of 70, which is one of his great works in chemistry, he begins by the glory of God. He begins by talking about purification of the self, brilliant passages. And then he says, before he begins chemistry, if you can't relate to this, the praise of God, and understanding the obligation you have to purify yourself, there's no reason for you to study chemistry. There's nothing in it for you. That is a totally different worldview. And his is a worldview that will produce great chemistry, profound chemistry, chemistry that can do things and make cures and, you know, make incredible types of cements or structures. Okay? But nevertheless, the basic purpose of that and every other science that we had, even mathematics and geometry, is to understand yourself and God and the world, to have higher understanding. For Bacon, the only thing that we seek to understand is the workings of nature in order to control nature and to gain power and wealth. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Actions are only judged by intentions. How do you like that intention? In fact, Bacon says we will force nature to reveal her secrets. That's like a rapist, right? We will force nature to reveal her secrets, and that won't work. If you don't honor nature and you don't understand her sanctity in the eyes of God, you'll get nowhere. This will backfire on you. Our science, our intention was to know ourselves, to know our Lord, and also to serve the people. In the development of Islamic mathematics, especially the number system, calculation, one of the main purposes of that was to find an easy method of calculation so that people would not be cheated in the markets. That's not about wealth and power. This is about wealth and power. And especially you have to, in the days of Francis Bacon, who are the powerful people in the world? He's in England, right? In Victorian, in Elizabethan and Jacobean England. Who is the major power on the face of the earth at this time? The Ottoman Empire, second to none. Also extremely efficient, extremely organized. You know, and the Europeans had no hope of standing against it. Other things will happen that will change the course of history. Who is number two? The Mughals of India. And they are by far the most wealthy and the most sophisticated of all. Scientific understanding beyond description. Who would be number three? The Safavids of Iran. Who would be number four? The Khanate of Bukhara, Central Asia, the Shaybanids. And then number fifth will be the Spanish-Portuguese Empire that has now inherited America, north and south. Okay, and this is his main concern. How do we deal with these powers? We've got to have weapons, we've got to have gunpowder, we've got to have power, we've got to have empire ourselves. We've got, and you know, that is a legitimate concern without any doubt, but we had different intentions. So again, the experimental method, don't be deceived by that, please. Don't be deceived by that. Don't fall for this. You know, as embodied in Francis Bacon, and then this will be worked out by many others after him, continuing to this day, rejects absolutely formal knowledge, final causes. It is not interested in at all in explanation, which requires first principles. So you have then the closed system universe. I'll have to come back to talk about this more. In any case, let's look at the questions for a few moments. But, you know, reality must have a voice in the world. And this is what we hope that God will enable us to do. We have got to teach what we believe. First of all, we've got to teach it for ourselves, for each other, so that you can open your eyes, you can see and you can think. You can write poetry. You know, you can celebrate the glory of your Lord. And it's not just something you vaguely feel, it's something that you know and you see. Reality must have a voice in the world, and you've got to give that voice. You've got to be the one who speaks with that voice. And we must declare that first things are first. And we mean by that principle, formal cause, final cause, the explanation of things. La ilaha illallah outweighs the seven heavens and the seven earth. May we come to understand this. May we come to understand our mistakes. My mistakes are very many. May we get this right. May we learn how to speak about these things in an intelligent way so that we can be guides in this time. Let's take some questions. What is the difference between truth and reality? I'm going to take your questions and go through them and try to answer them tomorrow. These are yesterday's questions. There's some of them. What is the difference between truth and reality? Truth in English originally meant faithfulness and constancy. Truth. It's faithfulness and constancy. And it means making statements and believing things that are consistent with the structure of reality as it objectively is. That's truth. Okay? And in Islam, when we talk about sidq, we mean essentially the same time. It is when the statement that we make, the proposition that we believe, conforms to reality. the reality that God created. Reality is the world or the state of things as they actually exist. And we believe in objective reality. We do not believe that you construct reality, although we have an extremely sophisticated approach to those things. Is the intellect the same as consciousness? Consciousness is the state of being awake, of being aware of yourself and your surroundings. Consciousness is awareness or perception of something by a particular person. You are conscious. You're aware of your surroundings. Consciousness is the fact of awareness by your heart, by yourself. We talk about self-consciousness, right, which is one of the greatest miracles of all. Again, consciousness then is a state. Intellect is a faculty. So they're not the same thing. Intellect is a faculty. Intellect is a faculty that brings greater and greater and greater and greater consciousness. So it's part of that beautiful mechanism God has put in you that makes you the master of consciousness. But they're not the same thing. And intellect is not the only faculty that you possess, but it's certainly one of the most important. How do I become a key that opens up good and a lock that locks down evil? What a beautiful question. First of all, this is your natural disposition. You were created to be this. And it means get yourself right. Come to know yourself. Be properly balanced. Be properly ordered. Be in harmony with yourself. This requires knowledge, real knowledge. Beginning with theology. That's where it all begins. We cannot underestimate the absolute importance of fundamental Islamic theology like Sheikh Faraz teaches, and like I love to teach as well. That's my favorite thing. If all I had to do the rest of my life was to teach theology, I'd be in heaven. It's beautiful. It's absolute. It opens your mind. Okay? Theology, fiqh, these other things. We've got to have real knowledge and then practice in accordance with that. Worship, which is the most important type of practice. We know our Lord through worship, and that worship is based on knowledge. Self-purification and spiritual training and education, tarbiyah. And this is how, inshallah, you become a key that opens up good and a lock that locks down evil. Another good question. In a world of aggressive deconstruction, that's what they're about. Deconstructing everything, even your gender. Everything. In the world of aggressive deconstruction and epistemicides, what a good word. The killing of epistemologies, the assassination of ways of thinking soundly. How can we successfully revive sound Islamic epistemology? How can we, quote unquote, get back to reflecting with our hearts and not just our minds? First of all, let's scrap the word mind. That's a plastic word. Goes back to Descartes. It's a nice type of plastic. Maybe it doesn't pollute the environment too much. But our language is about the soul, the nafs, the psyche, the heart, the intellect, and the spirit. Okay? That's where we find everything we need. We don't need another word. There's no reason why we can't take the discourse back to these terms. There was no reason to scrap them. Our epistemology is perfectly suited to your soul and to the soul of every human being. It's implanted in you. It is not something superficial or added on. I believe, again, what is the first obligation in Islam? Theology, basic theology. You've got to know it. It is not a matter of whether you like it or not. You know, it's more important for you to understand the basic theology than it is for you to know how to make wudu. You've got to do both. But in terms of priority, theology is number one. And on the spiritual path, if you don't know the theology, you're going nowhere. After that, fardul ayn, you have to know your basic obligations as a person. But I believe the teaching of sound aqida, the creed of the people of the Sunnah and the Jama'ah, we've got to do this, and we've got to do this in a way that is relevant to our age, and that wakes people up from their sleep, and that enables them to think. And it will involve necessarily a profound critique of modernism. We're not afraid of modernism. We want to take the beast and put a bit in its mouth and be able to lead it home. We have to understand, again, that our creed teaches us the fundamental elements of the structure of reality. And of course, it begins with epistemology. We have to, they say in politics, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And that pertains also to the intellectual world. We are really, may God forgive us and wake us up. May God forgive us and wake us up. I mean, we do so little, and may that not be the case. May we see brilliant scholars, men and women, come forth to really do the kind of work that needs to be done. How do I foster and cultivate my intellect? Keep the company of people like Sheikh Hamza Yusuf and Imam Zaid and Dr. Jackson, not to mention Abdul Hakim Winter. You want to talk about an intellect walking? Go to Cambridge. And there are people at Oxford as well. And there are other people around the world. Keep the company of these people. Read what they write. Memorize what they say. When you memorize, you take the heart of that person and put it in your own. And then we have to have intellect exercises. We need to have workbooks when we teach aqida that drill us in intellect. How do you know that change indicates beginning? Let's take another issue. How do you know that the greater cannot come from the lesser? And we have to walk through all of this stuff, because we have rejected all of that. Last question. Are we okay? Why are Muslims so intimidated by modernism? Somebody out there is not understanding anything. God bless her or bless him. Who said that we were intimidated by modernism? Did I say that? Are we afraid of modernism? Muslims are not intimidated by modernism. Muslims rush headlong to embrace it. All of these ideological movements, movement itself is modernism. When you say Islamic movement, many of the people in the movements are great people and sincere people, but why did you call it a movement? That is modernism. That is ideology. That is social engineering. That's what this is all about. We love it. We eat it up. We don't question it. We are so unthinking. Okay? We are not profound. And again, you go back to people like Sheikh Mustafa Sabri, or the great Lebanese Sheikh Al-Nabahani of Beirut. They were so appalled by the way that Muslims turned their backs on everything they had been taught and just embraced this modernity and modernism without any question. Okay? So our problem is that we do not examine these ideas. We are not profound, and we need to wake up to that. And when we do, that will be good for you. That will be good for your heart, and it will be good for the world. Modernism and postmodernism present a kaleidoscope of unexamined ideas, brothers and sisters. And I know that I shocked some of you to death by saying the outrageous things I say, especially by saying that geocentrism was never disproven. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Read Wolfgang Smith. Read Wolfgang Smith. This is a great man. He's a Catholic. He is a major mathematician and physicist. Read Wolfgang Smith, The Quantum Enigma, Ancient Myths, and other works, his refutation of Stephen Hawking. Okay, why weren't we taught that in school? Why? Because that is a golden calf. That's why. That was a golden calf. There's so much there. We're not going to talk more about it because time is up. But what we are saying is not that you have to believe in a geocentric world, although you can if you want to. But you've got to be intelligent about it. You can if you want to. That sounds totally absurd, doesn't it? But that's because of what has been drilled in you from the time that you were a baby. Now, all we're saying is let us examine this material. How did you do this? And again, you know, I've said too much. We want to examine these ideas. Okay, we have to examine these ideas. Modernism unleashes forces that it cannot control. And this is one of the reasons why we are not intimidated by it. You know, we're living in a storm. You know that. And it's like the end of the world. Back in the 1960s, you know, when I was a teenager and we were involved in the anti-war movement and things like that, one of the big songs was The Eve of Destruction. This is the eve of destruction. It's a very popular song. It's really like, this is the eve of destruction. This is a very difficult time we're in. We're not afraid of it. We will hold to the rudder, bi-iznillahi ta'ala. But modernism unleashes forces it cannot control. This is because it has no understanding of the nature of reality. And it doesn't know that there are things that are good and things that are evil, things that are blessed and things that are cursed. And so modernism, by its very blind confidence in everything new that it does, it ultimately will release the infernal. Do you need that to be explained to you today? Do you really need that to be explained to you today? And these people who have talked about gender, you know, and overthrowing the tyranny of heterosexuality, you know, that program says ultimately you must overthrow the taboo of incest, and then you will have what you want. I mean, really and truly? And you have European states that are doing that right now. So the infernal is released, and how do we live with that? Modernism does not make distinctions and cannot make distinctions and does not understand the true nature of things. Good and evil for it are sociological constructs, psychological constructs. They are relative concepts. They need to be measured. If you can measure it, you know, then maybe we can talk about it. We need to prove as Muslims, this is our psychological drive, how modern we are. This is the way most of us are. Our Muslim communities today, in most cases, are run by people who are driven by the need to prove how modern they are. And in fact, to be described as unmodern or backward to them is the greatest shame they can imagine. So let's wake up, all right? Let's be able to stand on our feet, and let's look at this reality as it actually is, and again, examine the ideas, not take them for granted. Generally, Muslims today are dreadfully unprepared. We have very poor preparation to deal with the problems before us, whatever they are, but especially the intellectual problems. No profundity, except in occasional people. We have brilliant people in the Muslim world, but they are very few. Most Muslims today lack the intellectual preparation necessary to deal with the situation that we find ourselves in. and unable to critique the categories of modernism and postmodernism and all the ideas that they create. And I want to end here. That was a really interesting question. What do we need to do? We need to do many things, but one of them is create departments of Occidentalism. Right? So in the West, you've got departments of Orientalism. So we need to study Occidentalism. That's really what we're doing here. You know, we need to understand how the West got to where it is, where it was, what it went through, what it took from us. They took almost everything from us, and then the tables turned. So this is something I don't say facetiously. It's something very important. We need to study the West. And again, profoundly, not superficially. You know, we are so proud of the fact that they took science from us. Yeah, but they gutted it. And that doesn't seem to bother us. Our science was fundamentally different. Our science was always metaphysical. And even when Muslims study Muslim science today, usually they don't understand it. They're just very happy whenever we have a conclusion which looks similar to something they got. And then all this other metaphysical stuff, well, we don't talk about that. It's actually embarrassing. No, you don't understand it. You have no idea of the intellectual universe that these people understood so well. And one of the things that we can say is that in our history, we have an incredible legacy of fairness. Look at the way we wrote about different religions. Look at Shahrastani, Al-Milal wal-Nihal, many other books on different religions. We had a legacy of fairness, that we were able to talk about different religions, different beliefs, different philosophies. Al-Ghazali and Maqasid al-Falasifa, the objectives of the philosophers, is so objective that people objected. They said, you're going to make people philosophers. He said, let me write the next book. Okay, but in speaking about the objectives of the philosopher, he's not out there in a propaganda project to overthrow philosophy. He wants to show very honestly what they say and why they say it. Then he will show where they are wrong. And he's not scrapping philosophy in that, by the way, but he is preparing for us to galvanize it so that we can take from it what is good and correct the mistakes and build something spectacular. That's actually what we did in our history. So if we create fields of Occidentalism, inshallah, may we be very fair and honest in our presentation. We don't want to destroy or to control the West, and we're part of the West, but to give it orientation, to give it back the orientation it lost, and inshallah to give it an orientation which is more profound than anything it ever dreamt of. Allahumma wafiqna lima tuhibbuhu wa tarda, waj'alna min abidika as-su'ada, wa amitna ala kalimati al-huda, علمنا ما ينفعنا ووفقنا للعمل بما علمتنا به واجعل ما نحن فيه خالصا مخلصا لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما. آمين آمين آمين. See you tomorrow, inshallah. We're halfway through. And tomorrow we're going to talk about thing. What is a thing? And we want to talk about bifurcation, Cartesian dualism. Okay, this is really important. I hope that you are up to that. I hope we're not overwhelming you. Some of you are not native speakers of English. You know, I hope you don't misunderstand what we're saying. Be very patient. All of us, we try to use the English language very carefully. We're trying to use it at the highest level. that is difficult for some people, but bear with us, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and also sustain the shocks, you know, of these sacred cows that we are smashing, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum. Trying to smash anyway. Bismillah. نوين التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير النفع والانتفاع الإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك كتاب الله نوين التعلم والتعليم. Shall we start? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والتأدب والتأديب والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله والسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. اللهم افتح علينا بحكمتك وانشر علينا برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا. يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Today, I want to talk about the nature of things. What is a thing? Very, very fundamental and very basic. We've talked a lot about modernism. We've talked a lot about this world that we live in today. And I want to speak a little bit at the beginning about the way that reality works. Reality in this world that God has created is extremely rich, and it works at every level in different ways. And that's why when you give up one world, you'll get another. These worlds are not equal, but this is the way that things work. And if you give up the old world, then you'll gain a new world. We talk in theology about reward and punishment, about compensation. God is always doing that, and this is one of the things that our theology makes clear, that reward and punishment, compensation, they're not just in the garden and the fire. They're not just on the day of judgment. They're right here in every breath you take, in everything that happens. Kullu nafsin bima kasabat rahina. Every soul is held ransom to what it has earned. So if you give up heaven in this world, you'll gain something in its place. Maybe a new hell that claims to be heaven. This is the way that reality works. Whenever we lose heaven, and again, we do not lament our past. This is not lamentations. We are not here to weep over how great we once were, as many Muslims do, and it totally disables them, makes them totally dysfunctional. So we're not here to weep over a world we lost. But whenever we lose a heaven, or give it up, or turn our backs on it, or any great civilization or world, or even civilizations and worlds that were not so great, a new world is then formed in compensation, sometimes as a reward, sometimes as a punishment. كُلَّ يَوْمٍ هُوَ فِي شَأْنٍ. At every moment, God is doing something miraculously different. So, in the history of peoples and civilizations, there are always many lookalikes, many compensations for what was lost. If you lose the hatif, which is this gift that was there in the spiritual world, by which people could speak at long distances and hear disembodied voices. We get the Arabic word for telephone from that, the hatif. I heard a hatif. You give up the hatif, you maybe get the telephone. And maybe from the telephone you get the cell phone. Lose principle, and you'll gain ideal. Give up the love of wisdom, authentic philosophy, and gain the loathing of wisdom, misosophy, that parades itself like philosophy and seeks that crown. Give up the right questions that lead you out of the labyrinth, and make everything clear. And you will inherit the wrong questions that have no answers and will lead you down the labyrinth that you'll never be able to come out of. The cyber world and its many virtual worlds, and we don't say the cyber world is wrong. We don't say that it's evil or that it's bad. No, it has in it tremendous good, tremendous liberation. It has in it also other things as well. It's a mixed bag, like most things are. But the cyber world and its many virtual worlds, the internet, have provided us with an alternative world. This is a new world. We gave up one and we get another. It's like a new Platonic cave with its amazing shadows reflecting on the walls and diverting us from the reality but beyond it. And of course, we have to assess this world, and we have to see, where do we want to go with it? What do we want to do with it? How can we make good use of it? With every fall, there is the discovery of something new, as if it were a new earth. Very few people here know the world of the Cold War, which was the fundamental reality of my childhood and my young adulthood. And we never believed that it would end in anything good. In fact, we didn't even believe it would end. The idea that the Soviet Union would break up was preposterous, or that South Africa would cease to be this apartheid regime was unthinkable. How could that ever be? And yet these things were swept away by a new time as if they had never been there. As if they had never been there. So this is very important. This is the way reality works. One world goes and another world comes. For every fall, there is a new world. It's not identical, but it's always going to be similar in certain ways. There will always be lookalikes. And again, this is because reality is full, and it is rich, and it has many other aspects to it. And all this reality contains elements of truth. This is something we could talk about in great detail. It is one of the most amazing parts of our metaphysical tradition. And always we have to distinguish between our theological tradition, which lays the foundations, which gives us the basic truths that are required of all of us, and then the metaphysical canopy that you manifest in poetry and in architecture and in science and so many other things, but which is not required. In all of these worlds, there are look-alike compensations. The new worlds we fall, and the new worlds we fall. I'm sorry, I didn't write this well. We'll see that. I didn't write that well. But there are always these look-alike compensations. And again, may Allah wake us up. We've got to free ourselves from the hold of these top paradigms and the other paradigms that are under them. And again, it doesn't mean that they're all going to be wrong. And it doesn't mean that we reject everything. But we have got to see where we stand in this. And one of the great things about Arnold Toynbee, for example, is that he contends, he's one of the greatest historians who ever wrote, that the most spiritually advanced of all human beings were the first ones, those of the so-called Old Stone Age, who didn't produce cities to our knowledge, or technologies that were fantastic. But he argues these were the most spiritually sophisticated human beings who ever lived. What does he base that on? He bases it on the study of primitive religion, which we won't go into, and he bases it on things like language. Because we think according to language, and the more ancient the language, the more rich it is. The Arabic language today, the Arabic language of the Blessed Prophet ﷺ, of the glorious Quran, is a very ancient language, much more ancient than Hebrew, much more ancient than Syriac or Aramaic, or even Pharaonic Egyptian. It's all one family. But when we look at that big family that's got in it Berber and other tongues, Arabic will be right at the beginning, meaning that it is an old Stone Age language that was spoken at least 10,000 years ago. We know that by comparative linguistics. And open up Lisan al-Arab and take a look at what that language was. It is so rich. It is so metaphysically perfect. So what were the people like who were speaking that language? Okay, so these are the things that we have to attune ourselves to. Modernism is always on the move. We talked about that. When we discover a new earth, we quickly forget the old because it's replaced. One of the most amazing things is how Europe forgot God and its medieval heritage and all that was before it, as if it had never been. And that's not really because it was empty. It's more because it was full. But they turned their back on that world for particular reasons, and then they forget it as if it never was. So we want to begin We're going to talk about things today, the thing. And I want to remind you of what we've said before. Catastrophe at the level of principle destroys everything. A small mistake at the level of principle will lead to a catastrophe at the level of the particular. You're going to have a train wreck somewhere down the line. This is what we want to talk about. One of the greatest train wrecks in history, which is what? Cartesian dualism. You must have heard that word 1,000 times. Cartesian dualism, bifurcation, dividing the world into subject and object that cannot perceive each other. And all of this comes from such a simple mistake, which is the definition of a thing as an extension in space, which seems really innocent, doesn't it? What's the big deal? It's a huge big deal. And out of this will come one of the biggest train wrecks that human beings have ever witnessed. So that's what we want to talk about today. A small mistake at the level of first principle will lead to a catastrophe at the level of the particulars. So you've got to get it right. And again, this is why our theology is so important, because it is laying the first principles out clearly and soundly and definitively. On that you can build. Erasmus, who was one of the great thinkers of the early Renaissance, he was Dutch, he was brilliant, but he said, every new definition has become a misfortune. Talking about what's going on in his own time, the Renaissance, the Reformation. He says every new definition, and that's what they're doing. They're defining things in a new way. He says every new definition has become a misfortune, a catastrophe. So facts never speak for themselves. How many times were you told, let the facts speak for themselves? Speak, glass. Speak, cup. Facts do not speak for themselves. Never. This is very important. Facts, let the facts speak for themselves is stated as if it were a principle, isn't it? But it's a falsehood, a fundamental mistake. Facts never speak for themselves. They are mute. They, we believe, silently glorify God in languages we may not understand. But facts can only speak when there are principles and worldviews that give them the ability to do that. They've got to be integrated into principles and worldviews that make them speak. And however we understand the facts, and we do not deny the facts of modern science. Okay, we thank you for these incredible facts, but we have to distinguish fact from interpretation. And we have to see that we get the right interpretation. Facts require principles and worldviews that explain them properly, or maybe explain them away. The worldview may get it right, and it may get it wrong. These give away their languages and make basic understanding possible. Our worldviews, our paradigms, especially the top paradigms, our cognitive frames, our cosmologies, our beliefs, our disbeliefs, always color our experience and all empirical observation. That's when the facts speak. They don't speak on their own. Therefore, we cannot speak of experience. We cannot speak of empirical observation or science in any meaningful way without carefully addressing the top paradigms. And the metaphysics or the pseudo-metaphysics or the denial of metaphysics that informs that worldview. This is so important. May we understand this, and may we be able to apply this. You've got to show your cards. You don't win the card game until you show your cards. And they have to show their cards. They have to show their cards. You can't say they won the game until they do that. And the cards always are the top paradigms and the other presumptions that they've got. And you may find out that they weren't playing the game at all. They were bluffing the whole time. So one of you wonderful people asked, give some examples of first principles. So I thought I would just do that right now instead of waiting for the questions. And this question also was, are there first principles in Christianity? Are they just from revelation? Are they just from our tradition? What's the answer? Are we the only ones that have first principles? Anyway, God bless whoever wrote that question. God bless you. Whether you're here or here, God bless you. First principles are accepted by all civilizations. They are the mark of every civilization. And they're the mark of every human culture. Although we may differ on the first principles, because some of them are clearer than others. You can make mistakes at the level of first principles. So it's not as if they're all agreed on. This can be a matter of debate. St. Thomas Aquinas held, for example, this is one of the greatest Christians of all in my book. Numerus stat ex parte materiae, he said in Latin, which means number, or we can say in English, numbers, meaning all numerical quantities, 1, 2, 3, 4, stand outside of matter. Do you understand what he's saying? If you don't, no problem. This is metaphysics. He is a great metaphysician. His teacher is Averroes ibn Rushd and others. And he didn't pull this out of his own hat. Okay, so he said numbers stand outside of matter. In other words, one is independent from this glass, which is right here. It is not derivative from this glass. In other words, numbers are first principles. That's what he's saying. And that's what we believed. Numbers are not quantifiers. They are first principles. You're going to see this video. Some of you saw it already, but we'll have to talk about this. It's really incredible. So numbers are first principles. Shapes are first principles. This is a circle. It is celestial. And that is a square. Okay, and it is terrestrial. This is the way that we thought. We knew these things to be the case. Okay, these are also principial. So we hold very similar ideas about things like this. In fact, he was very much affected by us. First principles are from the intellect. Revelation will confirm them and affirm them, and it will also spell them out. And experience will verify them as well as they verify experience. They are, again, what enable us to recognize the truth of revelation. That's why you will hear these sometimes baffling statements in our great theologians who will say that intellect comes first and revelation comes second. This is very common in our theological tradition. Why? Because you can't know that this revelation is true without intellect. Otherwise, it's a tautology. It's a circular argument. Tell that to the modernist Muslims today. They don't get that. The Quran proves the Quran. We would say, no fool would ever say that. Your intellect proves to you that the Quran is true on the basis of first principle. They are what enable the intellect. First principles are what enable the intellect to recognize the truth of all things and of experience. The great battles begin with top-level paradigms. There may be differences in certain things. For example, philosophers in Islam held that God cannot know particulars without being affected by change and multiplicity. That's a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake, and we will solve that. That will be one of the greatest accomplishments in all human history. And you can say they innocently made that mistake. Some people would say that. Some perhaps would not say that. You can say whatever you want. But they made big mistakes at the level of first principle. Ibn Sina has no peer, but he does make mistakes at the level of first principle. Early Ibn Sina wasn't that way, and late Ibn Sina will correct it. Okay? So first principles can also be an area where we debate. And, for example, the Mu'tazila contended that if the Quran is uncreated, then it becomes a God next to God. Okay, so again, they're talking on the basis of principle, but they're making a huge mistake. And basically they're making it because they are rational literalists. They're not rationalists. You know, we're all rationalists, but they can't figure out certain things that our theological tradition will then clarify. These are huge accomplishments in human history. Aristotle is not the same as Plato. Aristotle is more empirical. This is one of the reasons why St. Thomas Aquinas will love Aristotle and not Plato, because Aristotle will enable him to maneuver and to do things like save the Trinity, which would be difficult to do otherwise. Okay, now what are some first principles? Well, we named some already, but again, all first principles are unchanging, and they are intellectually prior to the world of things. They are primary and precede, but they manifest themselves in the world in different ways, just as the names of God manifest themselves in the world in different ways. For example, hot, cold, dry, wet are metaphysical principles. You don't have to get that. That's hard for us to grasp today. Because when we think of hot, cold, dry, wet, we're going to think of things that are hot, things that are wet, things that are cold, things that are dry, and so forth. But in the metaphysical view, these are first principles that exist outside the world. And when they talk about the four humors or the four elements and things like that, they're talking about something metaphysical. That's very difficult for us to understand. But if you get it, you can do incredible things. We talked in Spain about the male and female principles. Basically, the male principle is activity, and the female principle is receptivity. Okay, a woman is not the female principle. She has in her the male principle and the female, and they don't change as principles, but they're constructed differently in her. And the male has in him the female principle, receptivity, and he has also the male principle, activity, but is structured differently in him. The principles don't change. The way they're manifested do. So here are some first principles that are maybe a little bit easier. The part cannot be bigger than the whole. Okay, that's kind of easy, isn't it? Well, we won't talk about that. Okay, the greater cannot proceed from the lesser. This is Descartes' basic mistake, and modern science basic mistake. The lesser produces the greater. We'll talk about that, inshallah, in a minute. Anything we imagine either has a beginning or no beginning. First principle. Anything we imagine, therefore, is either qadim, pre-existent, or temporal, existing after not having existed. Conclusive argument, intellect. Every physical object is either still or moving. Those are opposites with regard to it. Every physical object has 6 necessary directions: up, down, right, left, front, back. You study that in theology. There cannot be a mountain without a top. There cannot be a sea without a shore, even though we have some beautiful books with that title. But that's metaphorical. There really isn't a sea without a shore. That's a metaphor. There cannot be a pit without a bottom, even though we say bottomless pit. Have you ever seen a bottomless pit? Well, there's no such thing, but I saw something a lot like it. I was once in Spain, in the province of Almeria, which is incredible. That's where they filmed The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. You've probably never heard of The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, okay? There was a big film, a big Italian cowboy film, and with Eastwood in it, okay? And in any case, I went to Almeria, and I wanted to go into the mountains of Almeria. This is 1984. And I wanted to find a village called Matanza, which in Spanish means massacre, because all the Muslims there were massacred, and no one can live in that village. No one. So I said, like, I'm going to go there, because it's cool. You know, we're the same religion. Nothing's going to happen to me. I couldn't find the village, but on the way there, I went through a city called Lucena de las Torres, Lucena of the Towers. And I said, where are the towers? And then when I'm driving through it, I saw like 9 towers next to each other. And I said, like, that's strange. They're right next to each other. Those are not watchtowers. Watchtowers will be at big distances. So I drove over there to see them. And what they were was an old Muslim steel factory. And the towers were for smelting steel. And they had a mosque there, an old mosque, foundations of it. They had all sorts of things. And then there was this huge well that was square. It was like maybe 3 meters across each way. And I could have fallen into it. There's nothing there. They don't say that, you know, beware of the, you know, this is Spain in 1984. And so I walked up to it, and this was built by the Muslims. It had marble around it, and I threw a stone in it. And then I got a bigger stone, and then I got the biggest rock I could pick up and threw it into it. Whew! You didn't hear it hit anything, no water. I thought, what's down there? What's down there? But there's no such thing as a bottomless pit. The rock hit something. But in any case, that was really amazing. And, okay, another first principle. Whatever changes, whatever moves, whatever grows, whatever diminishes, whatever increases, must have a beginning. Now that needs to be explained. And we're not going to do it. Sheikh Farad probably did, probably 10 times. Okay, probably we need 2 more. Whatever changes must have a beginning. Okay, whatever has a beginning exists in space and time. This is very important. And this is intellect, and this is what you need. This will get your mind working. The finite points to the infinite. The contingent points to the absolute. The angles of every triangle are 180 degrees. Do you know any exceptions to that? Okay, you don't know about curved space, but that's okay. I don't believe in curved space. You know, curved space is, if we want to talk about curved space, you've got to go back to talk about this haram topic I talked about yesterday, which is geocentrism, heliocentrism. Einstein saved heliocentrism. That's what he did when they discovered that. Anyway, we won't talk about that anymore. That's too much. Forgive me. So let's take a few more things. Anthropic realism. Anthropic realism underlies all traditional worldviews, all traditional cosmologies. And this is the belief that human beings and the cosmos belong together, that they fit together. We call this anthropic realism. Man and the cosmos belong together. They go together. They mirror each other. They do not exist in isolation. They do not exist in splendid isolation. They form a complementarity, a pair. We are not just observers of the universe, but as authentic anthropos, authentic insan, male or female, we transcend the cosmos. We are above it. And we cannot be reduced to a physical body or to a physiological mind. Okay, so if you study anthropology, and it is a beautiful field, it has tremendous potential, but you've got to study anthropos. You've got to study the real human being and anthropic realism. Let's take one more thing. And you watch the time, okay? Make sure that, like, when we've only got 15 minutes before questions, tell me, okay? I hope we've got a lot of time left still. So let's look at 3 metaphysical foundations of the traditional worldview. And this is ours, and it belongs to the Zen Buddhists, and it belongs to the Confucianists and the Taoists and the Vedanta and all sorts of things. First of all, you know, that reality is qualitative. Okay, it is not quantitative. And quantitative aspects of reality always come from the qualitative. So quantity is a real thing, yes. There is quantity, but it is a function of quality. And God willing, we will talk about that in some more detail today. Okay, reality is quality. This is what Descartes intends to undercut, and he does. Number 2, there are many different levels to that qualitative reality. Okay? For us in our tradition, at least 40 levels of reality, and that's just a beginning. That's, again, metaphysics, it's not theology. In theology, you won't be taught this. In theology, you'll be taught about necessary being and possible being. That's all you need. It all comes out of that. Okay? We insist, again, we said this yesterday, that nothing exists and functions on its own. This glass cannot account for itself. Nothing exists and functions on its own. But most basically, the levels of reality may be metaphorically described as vertical and horizontal, up and down. Both are real and both have great quality. But horizontality, which is when we deny verticality, is meaningless until placed back in context with verticality. Reductionist horizontality, that's what Descartes does. Reductionist horizontality denies verticality and insists that things exist and function on their own, or that question is irrelevant. We don't have to ask that question. We don't have to answer it. That's Francis Bacon. We don't get into these things. Why waste our times? We want power. We want wealth. We want to conquer the world. Okay, we want British Empire, right? French Empire. That's what this is all about. That's what this is about. Horizontality rejects the unseen and all transcendent causation. It insists that physical things are all that is required to account for other physical things. This reductionism leads to severe ontological shrinkage. That's what we talked about yesterday. Severe ontological shrinkage. Our conception of being is reduced to nothing. And this is the lowest possible metaphysics. That's why it can't last. And in our tradition, it is when you have horizontality that you will have atheism. That's where atheism dwells. It needs that world of nothing but horizontality. Then it can, that's its smoking chamber. It can have a cigar. Okay, so the third thing is the belief, this is anthropic realism, that there is the big man, and man here is not gender, the big insan. You are one, whether it's not gender related. There is the big man, if you like, the big human being, and the little man, the little human being. There is the horizon and the soul. We will show them our signs on the horizons and in themselves. That's where we root this. There is the big world and the little world. The big world is everything outside of you. The little world is you, who perfectly bring together in yourself everything that is out there and more. And we call this by the Greek words macrocosm, big cosmos. Cosmos means ordered universe, and little universe, microcosm. Al-insanu al-kabir, al-insanu al-saghir, al-alam al-kabir, al-alam al-saghir. And this goes back to earliest Islamic teaching. Again, this is not required of you by creed, and this is not taught in the creed. Our creed doesn't do that. That's not the foundation, that's the roof. That's the canopy. Okay? But scientifically and philosophically, the macrocosm and microcosm truth are top-level paradigms of the highest importance. And they are the complete opposite of what we want to talk about today, which is Cartesian dualism, Cartesian bifurcation, dividing the world into two, dividing the microcosm from the macrocosm. That's what he did. So this is our opposite to that, and this is our solution for that. Okay, so what's the big deal? What do you get out of microcosm, macrocosm? Okay, it establishes an integral kinship relationship between you and everything in the world. It establishes a kinship relationship between you and the nautilus that you saw in this video. Such a simple animal, so perfectly created in the bottom of the sea. And between you and the sunflower, and between you and the dragonfly, and between you and the red apples, and the green apples. They are your kin. Now this is really important philosophically, theologically, metaphysically, and also, maybe you don't have to be told, very important environmentally. Because when the tree is my kin, I have a kinship relationship with it. When water is my kin, I have to protect it. When the dog and the pig and the cat are my kin, I don't abuse them. Even pigs have a right to live. We don't eat them, but they play a role also. We don't kill them off either. Okay? So this puts then a kinship relationship between you, the human subject, and all the objects in the world that you perceive. This is so essential to our tradition. And this is why we would say things that are so difficult for us to understand today, that the knower can become the known. The knower can embrace the known. And if you've opened our traditional books, you've probably been bewildered by things like, is the name the same as the thing named? And it's like, what were these people doing? No, no. This pertains to macrocosm, microcosm. This is, you've got to understand that. Then you can see why were they talking about things like that. And they will say the name is the same as the thing named. Okay? This makes the world utterly intelligible. We are not strangers in an alien, hostile, and unknowable world. We can understand ourselves, and we can understand everything outside of us. Okay, how are we doing for time? How much time before questions? Can you say that louder? Okay, not too bad. So, all right, now, what I want to do is to talk about bifurcation. And Descartes defined all reality. He did believe in God, by the way, and he believed that God was one. But he defines reality in such a way that people will not be able to know God, because God is outside of you. So he defines reality as res cognitans. In Latin, that means cognitive thing. Cognitive thing. Okay, what does that mean? It means you, your mind. Your mind. So you are a cognitive thing. In fact, he doesn't even really care about your body. Your mind is a cognitive thing. Okay, and the other thing is res extensa, which in Latin means thing extended into space. And that's everything else. You know, the glass, the bird, the tree, the red apple, everything else. By this simple definition, in a new world, so different from the world that he had known, because he was brought up with St. Thomas Aquinas and real metaphysics. He knew that, and he rejects it, he undercuts it. But Descartes ushers in a new world so totally different, which is, by the way, philosophically useless. Philosophically useless, metaphysically absurd, and in contradiction to the fundamentals of sound intellect and authentic theology. Descartes' prism, his prism, became the prison of an entire civilization, Western civilization. We're in it to this day. We don't know how to get out. Isn't this amazing? This is the train wreck. We can't get out of it. And we have known for over 100 years that Cartesian dualism is a curse. But how do we get out? Whitehead knew that. Eddington knew that. Wittgenstein knew that. How do we get out of it? We can do that. We can do that. Cartesian dualism remains the hidden premise of all modern science. And whenever you try to break out of that, I'll give you some examples, you will meet with stern opposition, stern, uncompromising opposition. I'm going to give you some good examples of that. Okay, since the early 20th century, again, we knew how detrimental, how destructive this is, but there's no way out. Cartesianism survives till this day as that hidden presumption, not usually talked about. You'll find it, you know, in Stephen Hawking and in everything else. Okay? So Alfred Lord Whitehead, he called Cartesian dualism, or he said that Cartesian dualism has brought about bifurcation. Bifurcation, meaning it divided the world into two. It divided it into you, the cognitive subject, and everything else outside of it, which is the object. And there's no way to bridge the gap. There's no way to bridge the gap. Cartesian dualism imposed on modern science an exceedingly strange and problematic conception of corporeal nature, of the reality of nature and things, which rendered the external world totally unperceivable and imperceptible. We can still make iPhones, we can still talk about computers, we can make them, but we cannot talk about reality as it actually exists. This is really important to grasp. And inshallah, if you don't grasp it, Today, maybe tomorrow. And if you don't get it tomorrow, maybe you'll get it later. But try to take this in. Be receptive. In modern physics, red apples do not exist. They are mental phantasms. Okay, and if you've studied science, you've met with this. They are mental phantasms that we mistakenly take for external entities. Okay, we believe that that is probably a collection of molecules, right? A molecular structure. But you are the one who constructs it in your mind through your cognition as a red apple. Okay, red apples as such are not to be found in the world of extended things, which in Latin would be res extensi, but in the phantasms that we perceive in the cognitive mind. Okay? This is Cartesian dualism. And Alfred Lord Whitehead called this bifurcation, splitting the object from the subject and making the subject a conjecture and the world a dream. That's what he said. Whitehead, bifurcation has turned modern scientific thought into a complete muddle regarding philosophical cosmology and epistemology, how we come to know the things we know. Yet, any approach that does not presuppose this point of view is assailed as unacceptable and as unintelligible. So they defend it to the end. So Descartes, why did he do this? Descartes had an objective. His objective was to create a new type of physics, which would be a type of physics that is based only on quantity and the measurement of things, and then the calculation of those measurements by the new math that he is also helping to develop. Is that an evil intention? I don't think it would be. But what happens here is the law of unintended circumstances and then consequences, and then also the fact that he is consciously, by his reduction, excluding all kinds of other considerations. So Descartes sought to establish an exclusively mechanistic view of the world. The world is like a clock, an exclusively mechanistic theory of physical reality for the sake of a new physics. He was a brilliant man, no question about that. We do not say he was an evil man. He was a genius. He was an incredible person. Okay? But he wants to have a new physics and also a new math based on measurement. But Descartes could not have an exclusively mechanistic theory and a thoroughly or rigorously mechanistic theory if he admitted for a moment that the extension of things into space was in any way qualitative. Okay? I know that that's not easy to understand. Okay, so just be patient, please. And, you know, maybe you can contemplate this more. But he cannot allow for inequality and do this. Thus, he seeks categorically to exclude all quality from his view of the world. And this is, again, reductionism. It's always there in everything the modernists do. Now, for space, so one of the big problems with Descartes, he's talking about things, right? But this thing is extended into what? Space. So this is one of the big problems with Descartes, is the notion of space. And his notion of space is probably your notion of space, because you were taught this from the time that you were a child. Outer space, right? There's nothing there. Space is a vacuum. It's an emptiness. It's like non-existence. Okay, that is metaphysically impossible. See, so he's positing a space which is nothing. And, you know, you were brought up, no doubt, believing that and thinking that, and it won't be easy to get over it. But this is very important. So for Descartes, the diverse properties of bodies, like this, are nothing more than mere modifications of extension into empty space. We don't believe that. Again, in our beautiful theology, we don't talk much about that. Okay, we may talk about that. Usually we don't. You know, but we do talk about that in metaphysics. That's a big deal. Big deal. In this serious metaphysical contradiction, Descartes, like the materialist who will follow on his heels, he's not a materialist. He is a, what do we say, mechanist. He has a mechanistic view of the world. Out of that will come materialism. But out of this, he and the materialists who will follow on his heels, try to get this, are seeking to extract the greater from the lesser. This space is nothing. And they are extracting the greater, which is the thing, from that space. That doesn't work. That won't work. Descartes begins by positing that there is such a thing as empty space. Sorry, back off. I don't agree. Objection. Objection. See, this is why you've got to pay attention to all of the paradigms and the slates of hand. That, you know, who said empty space? I don't accept that. I cannot accept that. Not theologically and not metaphysically. Isn't there such a thing as being? And for us, non-existence is almost the same as evil. Evil for us, metaphysically, not theologically, is very close to non-existence. It is privative. It is related to what does not exist. And forgive me for saying that. I know that that's confusing if you've not heard it before. Okay, so this is a serious metaphysical contradiction, and it means to extract the greater from the lesser. And that is violation of principle. You can't do that. The tree can only come from the seed because the tree is contained in the seed. Descartes begins by positing that there is empty space, which is a container without content into which things extend. And I would say we reject it completely. I don't accept that postulate, sorry. Okay, this implies an emptiness that can have no place in the manifest. But this implies an emptiness that can have no place in a manifested world. Emptiness as such is not a possibility of manifestation. To say a body is only an extension in empty space is, in a quantitative sense, is to say that bodies are nothing but surface and volume, including any properties that they have. Okay, so Descartes then is denying the qualitative nature of space and of time and of thing. Let's talk about that a little bit. Descartes must posit the existence of space, of a type of space that does not exist and cannot exist, an empty vacuum. Of course, you probably know that they say the ancients said that nature abhors a vacuum. Okay, they didn't say that without sound reasoning behind it. And in our tradition, we accept that as well. Okay? So for Descartes, space must be utterly non-qualitative. It must be an empty vacuum. Forgive the repetitions. It must be homogeneous. Space is all the same. And this flies in the face of all traditional metaphysics, including what was taught to him as a boy and a young man. Why did you gut that? You were taught why this was important. But space okay, cannot be metaphysically homogeneous. Okay, it cannot be. Space must be determined and differentiated by directions. Directions constitute qualified space. Qualified space is real space. That's one that can exist. Homogeneous space has no existence at all, the kind of space he's talking about. It is merely virtuality, and you can understand that because you've had a computer, right? You know what virtual means. It is nothing but virtuality. It is similar, as we said before, to non-existence. Okay? Okay, now, what about directions? Again, this is theology. We talk about this in theology. First of all, there are directions. This has 6 directions: front, back, top, bottom, left, right. Space cannot be measured until it is related to an assembly of defined directions. They are all radii from a center. There has to be a center. Okay, why do you can't neglect that. He said that's not important. We say, no, it is important. Okay, space cannot be measured until it is related to an assembly of defined directions. They are all radii that emanate from a center. This center is the essential foundation of traditional Islamic and pre-Islamic cosmic symbolism. Now, this is a big deal, and we are people who do not understand symbolism. We have no competence there at all. I talked about the people who go to Niagara Falls, my own countrymen, God guide them. A lot of water. Wow, it's a lot of water. It's like, you fool, you idiot. I mean, it's like you can't see anything. They go to the Grand Canyon, and all they can just say is, wow. Take pictures, right? Maybe someday we'll understand this. Okay? You know, when we get our deen right, the symbolism comes back. And symbolism is real, and it's from up there. It is not arbitrary. It is not arbitrary at all. You see it in architects knew this. Architecture is the greatest form of art. Mosques in Turkey and in India and in Morocco and all the different parts of the Islamic world. Egypt, okay, you see it in our beautiful architecture. These architects knew what this means. You see it in all of our traditional designs, and everything we did was beautiful, and everything that we did, even the silverware we made, was metaphysical. That's who we were. Direction is a quality. It is not a quantity. Directions in space are qualitatively different. Directions represent the real qualitative element inherent in space. We restore the directions of space to their rightful, if we restore the directions of space to their rightful qualitative importance, we may then restore geometry and mathematics to what they used to be, sacred geometry, sacred mathematics, because they are. Number is before space and time. Numbers are incredible. We're going to look at numbers in nature. Okay, then there is shape. Shape is, it is exclusively shape that defines similar figures geometrically. Okay, like this glass has a circle. Okay, that's a shape, and it's a geometric shape, and that shape is completely independent of size, isn't it? This is a circle, whether it's this big or this big or this big. It's independent of size. It's not an extension in space. That's not adequate. That's a quality. And shape is completely independent of the size of things. Shape is purely qualitative. And for us, in our metaphysical worldview, it is symbolic. And shapes like circles, squares, they have real symbolic meaning. They have personalities. Okay? And rectangles have personality. Rectangles are terrestrial. An ellipsis is terrestrial. The square is also terrestrial, but it takes you to the heaven, which is circular. Okay? These are not games. These are not illusions, and I hope you can understand this. Someday, may we understand these things. The great people of our past did Rumi knew this stuff inside out. The great poets, Hafid, they knew this stuff inside out. Okay? And then also there is size, and size too is qualitative. Okay? Quantity is a derivative of quality. How are we doing with time? Huh? We're in trouble? Are we in trouble? Okay. Are we going too fast? Too many words? Forgive me. Okay, so quantity, I think I'm going to just leave this here. But quantity is a derivative of quality. We could come back to that. Space and time are qualitative. Empty time has no more existence than empty space. Okay, we don't believe in either one. Sorry. You know, like, we don't accept that. We're not going down that path. Empty time has no more existence than empty space. There is no time outside of the world, just as there is no space outside of the world. Space and time are defining conditions of the physical existence of bodies, of corporeal things. And this we have in theology. They are not just matter. They are themselves not just quantity. Their quantities are functions of their qualities. Corporeal bodies accommodate themselves to quantity. You can count them. Okay? But quantity is something much less than what they are. They can't. Quantity is an important thing. We don't reject that. But you can never define quantity in such a way that you will turn over quality. Time does not unroll uniformly. Okay? Although that's a major presumption of modern scientism. And it's nothing but a presumption. Time does not unroll uniformly. It cannot be conceived as a straight line. And we may use timelines to make history easy, but they don't exist in reality. Time is more qualitative than space. Time can only be measured by relating it back to space. What is measured is never actually a duration, but the space covered in a certain time. Just as we speak of qualified space, we must speak of qualified time. There are more qualified determinations in time than in space. This has profound implications and provides real disqualifications for both astrophysics and our study of the heavens and neo-Darwinian evolutionism. You want to talk about evolution? It's okay. All right? And we believe that God created all kinds of crazy dinosaurs. Okay? No reason to doubt that. Okay? But we cannot talk about the biological past if we don't talk about time and space. And we've got other things to talk about as well. Okay? And this is metaphysical. If you can do that, then we can do other things. But just to assume that time unrolls uniformly in the past, sorry, that doesn't work. And we'll talk about this more tomorrow and the next day, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We'll talk about neo-Darwinian evolution in the 6th lecture, inshallah. Sound metaphysical understanding of time and space are essential to both. I know that what I've said is bewildering to me and to most of you. Okay, but I want to say this because first of all, I believe it's true. I believe it's accurate. And secondly, because I just want you to know that there is a huge discussion that is here, and you cannot just dictate terms that things are extensions in space. Okay, we have every reason to reject that as false, and that will lead to the hell of Cartesian dualism and the breakdown of the traditional worldview. within the world, realized time contains all events, just as realized space contains all bodies. Periods of time are qualitatively differentiated by the events that unfold within them. So the world before the disobedience of Satan is not like the world after the disobedience of Satan. The world after the death of Imam al-Hussein, our beloved Imam, as Sunnis, is not the same as the world before the massacre of our beloved Hussein. Okay? Time changes, and we love al-Hussein. And in the Mashhad of Karbala were the sons of Imam Ali, and there were 2 Umars, weren't there? How many Umars did Imam Ali have as children? 2. Umar al-Akbar, Umar al-Asghar, big Umar and little Umar, both killed at Karbala in defense of al-Hussein. Okay, the world's not the same after that. You know, this is the truth. We don't exaggerate and we don't falsify, but we love Imam al-Hussein, we love Imam al-Hassan, we love Ahlul Bayt, we love the Sahaba. So, the greater cannot proceed from the lesser. Let's try to go through this. How are we doing for time? Okay, before questions, right? Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we're going to make it. Pray for me. Pray for you. I hope I don't bore you. I hope I don't bore you. Okay. The greater cannot proceed from the lesser, right? Principle. Descartes defined matter and the entire objective world, which also includes the realm of God, as something that is unknowable. And he did this, as you know, in terms of extension into space, a space that cannot even exist. He made this the basic underlying principle of modern quantitative physics, of the mechanistic Newtonian physics that preceded materialism, and then the 20th century breakdown of Newtonian physics. It couldn't hold up, could it? Kant, we don't talk much about Kant. Kant is only trying to do one thing. He will destroy all intellectual intuition, but he just wants to say that Newton is absolutely correct. That's what Kant's doing. He's trying to fortify Newton and protect it from the skepticism of David Hume, who was an empiricist, who was so thoroughly empiricist that he's basically postmodern. He said, we don't even know that cause and effect really happens. So Kant says we can't have that. We've got to have physical cause and effect in things, and so this will be his basis. And then in the 20th century, it all breaks down, doesn't it? All quantum theory, all breaks down. To claim that the greater derives from the lesser is one of the typical modernist aberrations. Evolution is the same thing. Darwin believed that life evolved from a jelly. He believed the amoeba was this nothing really, it's just like a piece of jelly that for some reason is living. Now we know that that jelly has in it DNA. And that DNA, my father, you know, was one of the people who studied DNA. He was a great veterinarian, Allah bless him, have mercy on him, and he was a great biochemist. And he used to tell me, my father would tell me this. He's one of the reasons I became a Muslim. When I took the Christian Shahada and accepted the Trinity, about a week after that, he told me, he said, Larry, do you really believe in the Trinity? And the Liberty Bell broke, it cracked. And basically like, hey, it doesn't make any sense, does it? You know, but he used to tell me, I cannot look into the electron microscope and not believe in God. And he used to say, DNA, he said, compare it to this computer. Of course, they had computers that weren't as cool as this one. But he said, the computer is like a child's toy. This cannot be by chance. That's intellect. Okay, that's intellect. So, when Descartes makes these statements about empty space, just to repeat it, he is saying that the lesser comes from the greater. Okay, now we have a few minutes, and I want to look at this video. Let's talk about it a little bit. What I'd like to do, if we have time, is to look at the way that we conceive of things in terms of theology. And I don't think we're going to have time for that. But you talked about the negative attributes of God. How many are they? 5. God has no beginning. God has no end. God has no need. God has no likeness. God has no other. He is one. Negative attributes. Ontological necessities regarding the necessary being. Now, one other thing about the negative attributes of God that's extremely important is that they bring out the ontological necessity of things. Things have got to have beginnings. They are created in time and space. They must be in time and space. They have potential ends. We believe that they are recreated in every moment. This is theology and metaphysics. And we believe that God, who is infinite, never creates the same thing twice. Okay? So, and then we believe also that things are similar to each other. And we believe also that things are in need of God, and they're also in need of each other. They complement each other. And that unicity does not pertain to them, although they are all unique. Okay, so one of the things that we want to look at here in this video, and really we've got some beautiful people here who work on YouTube. I know some of you are trained incredibly in film and things like that. We have got to produce videos like this. This is an incredible video. Make this an example of what we've got to do. Now, what he's going to do in this is to show you that when God creates things in space, okay, not only does he do it remarkably, he does it perfectly. And so we will see that the Fibonacci series. What is the Fibonacci series? Who was Fibonacci? Fibonacci was an Italian mathematician who lived in the 12th century, who introduced Arabic numbers to the West. That's what he did. He was Leonardo di Pisa. He was Leonardo of Pisa. And he learned this in Muslim Spain, by the way. And then he brought the Fibonacci series into European civilization from Muslim Spain. So we knew about this, and the Hindus knew about this. But the Fibonacci series is really amazing because it combines both theological truths with incredible metaphysical truths. How God creates out of nothing, and then there is the one. And the one creates the one, which is the first thing created. And the first thing created must be the most perfect thing created. We can refer to that as the intellect, as the pen, as the tablet. All of that has been transmitted. And also metaphysically, we'd say it's the light of the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, all things, we would say metaphysically, are created out of that. Those are metaphysical necessities, by the way. So here you will see the golden section. The Fibonacci series will spell out, the numerical order that produces the golden section. The golden section is the only cut in an infinite series of cuts that makes for the most perfect beauty that the human eye knows of. It's in your teeth, it is in your DNA, it is in your eyes, it is in the sunflower. Even if you take the Fibonacci series, count the petals on the flowers. Aren't they 5? Aren't they 3? Aren't they 8? Not always, but they usually are. So here you see the amazing way that design, perfect design, goes through everything in creation. Does scientism accept that? How could it? When you don't believe that sunflowers exist, you don't believe that nautiluses exist, you don't believe that dragonflies exist, except in your mind as your construction. You make the design. What a beautiful mind you have. And that should be proof of God, right? So let's look at that, and inshallah we'll keep this in mind as we go ahead, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Pray for this wonderful Spaniard. Spaniards are so cool. Really, they are. They're really cool. And this is an incredible video. And pray for his mother, because he says at the end, a mi madre, for my mother. Pray for him, pray for his mother. May God make them real Muslims. Bismillah. Bismillah. Cristobal. Zero, nothingness. One, the oneness of God. The oneness of the first thing created. Pair. 3, 5. This is the Fibonacci series. Now this is an extension in space. Is this qualitative? This is one of the most simple animals that exists, the nautilus. This is all Fibonacci series. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Beauty. God is beautiful. He loves beauty. He does not love ugliness. That's the nautilus, one of the most simple of all animals in the sea. Now you're going to get the golden section. Golden section. The pebbles. Mi madre, for my mother. Let's recite Al-Fatiha for Cristobal Bila and for his mother, and for all Spanish and Portuguese people, everywhere, and for everybody. Al-Fatiha. All mothers, all fathers, all children. Al-Fatiha. And this is 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you see. Most people today, they won't watch anything for more than 3 minutes. So what he did in 3 minutes, God give him paradise. And we have to do this. We've got to turn out thousands and thousands of incredible productions. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. You know, and you know, this is to catch the people and to teach the people. And again, this kind of reality. Okay, forget about terrorism. Forget it. Let's live. Let's be. We'll take care of that problem, yes. We'll clean up our house, but let's be human beings. Let's worship God. Let's wake up. So we're ready for questions now, right? Is that done? All right. So in any case, I want to look at some of the questions that you had. Why did Muslims fall for modernism? What a cool question. Why do we fall for it? This would be my answer, and people will answer it differently. I would say preoccupation with power and rule. That we were powerful. In the days of Francis Bacon and Newton and Descartes, the most powerful nation on earth was the Ottoman Empire. It was also one of the best governed and most well organized. And after that came Mughal India, which was extremely sophisticated. And after that came Safavid Iran, which was also very sophisticated. And after that came Central Asia, the great empire of Bukhara, the Shaybanids. After that comes United Spain and Portugal, who rule. United Spain and Portugal, the Philippines, which they just conquered, all of North and South America, who have ships filled with gold and silver coming to them from America every day. Okay, and they rank under all those Muslim powers. Now this, of course, begins to change, especially in the 17th, 18th, 19th century. We then go into the colonial period, and this affects us profoundly. And we are at a loss in many cases about what is happening, and we lose our self-confidence in many cases. Again, you have incredible people, you know, who understood this. Sheikh Mustafa Sabri is one of those in the Ottoman Empire towards the end, and you have others as well. And you have people like the great judge of Beirut, Nabahani, who was really just frustrated to no end by the ignorance of Muslims and how they were turning on their past, and they didn't critique things anymore. But I would say that we were startled by the incredible power and rule of the West from their technology. Okay, this science they create, this reductionist science, it will produce a powerful technology. In fact, we will see, or at least we will mention tomorrow, when we talk about scientism, that this kind of reductionism that Descartes did was necessary for modern science to take off, for better or for worse. And then they produced the technology. And we came under the magic spell of these new technologies. And I think we still remain under that to this day, especially their power to destroy and their power to control. And that's what would be my answer. And of course, it's a complex question. Also, there are other things that are happening as well. Some people claim that science has the answers to all questions, but it simply has not discovered them yet. How do we respond to this? Trust me, I'm lying. Right? Trust me, I'm lying. That's Donald Trump. Trust me, I'm lying. This statement, which we have heard thousands of times, okay, this is the slogan of scientism. This is a belief statement. It is not an objective, rational statement. Okay? And again, what is scientism? It is the belief that what science does not know either does not exist or is irrelevant if it does. And the march of science will give us everything we need. And when we meet with problems, science will solve those problems. Okay, so here we are, you know, with the North Pole melting, you know, we can't drink our water. You know, we are filled with all kinds of dangerous hormones and chemicals. We have the highest rate of disease that we've ever had before, insanity, suicide, and so forth. And it's like, you're going to solve this? Really? You're going to do something about the environment? I doubt that. So Theodore Roszak, He was famous in the 20th century. He is the person who either coined or he popularized the expression counterculture. And Rorschach said, "Science is our religion." That's true. Science is the religion today of most people. And why? Because we cannot, most of us, with any living conviction, see around it. What a beautiful quotation, in my opinion. Science is our religion. I mean, look at the technology. You know, I mean, the people who produce this, how can they be wrong? How can they not know? Well, things are not that easy. Okay? He said, science is our religion because most of us cannot, with any living conviction, see around it. Okay? You've got to have good training to do that. And we don't want to destroy science. We are not against the modern world, but we want to make it human. We want to be able to ride that beast. We want to make it plow. We don't want it to destroy us. You can do that. That's what you did in the past. That's what your incredible religion, with its rich theology and its incredible metaphysical tradition, enable you to do. We can make this world the greatest civilization imaginable. Really, we can do that. We can save the world. And all this nonsense that's going on is really so that we can't make statements like that no one will believe us. But I believe in myself, and I believe in you, and I believe in God, and we will do it. We will do this, and we will teach this, and we will use beauty. Beauty is the splendor of truth. This was beauty, right? That's the splendor of truth. This is the universal routing of truth, al-haq, theological, metaphysical, sharia truth, and then it produces inward beauty. Truth is beautiful, and it produces inward beauty. What is inward beauty? Your virtue, your good character. You know, when you are a good, believing man or woman, you are beautiful inside. And then when you're beautiful inside, you have virtue, you produce beauty in everything you do. And that's who we were. We took seriously, God is beautiful, and He loves beauty. He does not love ugliness. And why would He? Because that's the other routing, falsehood. And then falsehood manifests itself in internal ugliness. And then internal ugliness manifests itself in outward ugliness. And beauty has thousands and thousands of manifestations, but not every manifestation is beautiful. Not every manifestation of human beings or art is beautiful. Right? So may we understand these things, and may we use beauty the way that our ancestors did. We were beautiful people. We had beautiful civilizations. We had beautiful cultures. Everything we did was beautiful, and we were highly skilled because we were a civilization of guilds. Did you know that? Muslims, almost all Muslims belong to guilds. If they were leather makers, if they were silver makers, if they were, tool makers, if they were builders, if they were calligraphers, if they were architects, they all belonged to guilds. And the guilds usually had Sufi sheikhs, and they did things beautifully. Part of the development of capitalism is destroying skilled labor, creating a mass of people who are uneducated and unskilled that you can easily manipulate, give them simple jobs to do, just stamp this thing. Mass production, that's a different worldview. So may we understand these things. We must be able to break through the barrier of scientific belief. You must not be fooled. You've got to make them put their cards on the table. I call your bluff. Put your cards on the table. You've got nothing. I've got a royal flush. You've got nothing. Right? You've got a royal flush. We must separate scientific fact, observed fact from scientific fiction, scientistic interpretation. This is half of the work. We must also interpret properly what science has disclosed. Failure to do this leads from one scientific failure to another, and from one scientific fantasy to another scientific phantasm. Okay, we've got to wake up. Sayyid al-Nadawi wrote years ago, what the world has lost by the decline of Muslims. That's absolutely true. The world has lost out because of our failure to do what we're supposed to do. We are not victims. Get up off your feet. Get up off your knees. Learn your tradition. Be proud. Have self-esteem. And begin to do the marvelous things that you are really capable of doing. Another wonderful question. In a pluralist society, how should science, humanities, etc., approach the knowledge of metaphysics? What's the answer? This is my answer. By being pluralistic. Okay, pluralistic society, then give me a chance. Let me speak. Because I don't have that chance. I know the secular academy. You're not allowed to say certain things there. You are not allowed to teach these things objectively. You're not allowed to say what you feel about many things. So let's be pluralistic. Can't I express my point of view? Can't I say that there's a fire in the movie theater if there is? I mean, we don't get up and scream fire and the people kill themselves, but if there is a fire, don't we need to be able to say that, even if it is politically incorrect? We must allow for open and honest debate. My country is going crazy. God protect us from this fool, this hideous fool. And the other woman, my God, you know, believe me, I'm lying, right? They both embody that. She's smarter than he is, right? And she also knows how the system works, but she's a hawk, big time. And she's invested in a lot of interests that you and I might not like. But, I mean, this man, you heard probably what he said about Khizr Khan, whose son died in Iraq. Okay, ugly things. And like, as one person said, this is what George Buffett said, the great investor from Nebraska. He said, I'd like to say to you what McCarthy was told. Do you have any decency in you? Sir, do you have any decency in you at all? No, he doesn't. No decency whatsoever. Okay? How did we get that Frankenstein? We've been producing that over the years. But one of the reasons why that's happened is because my country is totally polarized between a left wing who will not allow you to speak about values that we have. We accept other values, and a right wing that happens to hold some of our values, like family, but we can't accept the other things, like racism. Okay, so we need to be able to be honest. We need to be open. Do not force secularist beliefs and myths on others. And that's exactly what our establishment does in my country. And secularists are not tolerant. I have never seen them to be that way. Now, in our universities today, you have people who are against this and who are saying that secularism is intolerant and this is not good. We need to have open discussion of all things, religious belief and so forth. But, you know, you are not allowed to approach their golden calves. Are some modernists doing this consciously, or is their drive occurring subconsciously without their awareness? Again, I would repeat that there are many different types of modernists and postmodernists. All kinds of people like Descartes, Newton. I cannot believe anything bad about them. They were great people, but they made mistakes. Newton perhaps less, and Newton believed in one God, and he spent most of his time studying the Bible. He was an interesting man, and he was a Unitarian, by the way. Wasn't a Trinitarian. But Zallatul Alim, Zallatul Alam. When the scholar falls, the whole world falls with him or her. And often what they did conforms to the law of unintended circumstances. Descartes really has in his view the creation of a new physics. But like, you know, what price do you pay for this? Kant has in his view buttressing Newtonian physics, saving it from the skepticism of David Hume. But what price do we pay? What price do we pay? Some of them were evil. And we have modernist Islamic ideologues. Not going to mention their names. It's hard for me not to mention their names, but I've been taught, don't do that, okay? It always leads to chaos, right? I'm sometimes Agent Chaos, but I'm going to be polite. Okay? I'm not going to mention who that is. I mean, I heard this Daesh promo in RIS, which our beloved Sheikh Hamza showed, and it drove me crazy. I'm so sorry to say, because I heard these people speaking. I'm not going to mention their names, but these are the ideologues of the 1940s and 50s and 60s. Those are their words. And that was more than I could bear. And even I had to give final speech after that, and I told myself, do not say dogs of hell. Do not say dogs of hell. There's no reason to say dogs of hell. And I said it 16 times. And, you know, so, you know, you have to pray for me. I'm hopeless. But a lot of the modern Islamic ideologues, did they intend to produce Daesh? I don't believe so. And some of them were imprisoned, they were tortured, they were treated like dirt. You know, so let's be forgiving, but we've got to say that this idea is wrong. And this is not our tradition. Can we make room for methodological naturalism, which only assumes horizontal causation for the purposes of science, despite the scientist's belief in God, as opposed to philosophical naturalism, which is the actual denial of virtual causation and unseen realms? My answer to that would be, there's no need to do it. Why do it? Why bother? We don't need methodological naturalism. Moreover, it is philosophically, scientifically, and methodologically dishonest. Let's put all the cards on the table. This is what I believe. This is what I believe is the structure of reality. Aren't we talking about reality? The knowledgeable, believing Muslim, whether he's a scientist or she's a scientist or not, we understand that horizontal causality is real. This is asbab. It's the sunnah of God. And that it is the norm. And that norm is only broken when you have miracles and you don't have them every other day. Or when you have saintly miracles and you don't have them every other day. You know, when Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, who is the Sheikh of Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi, he is the Sheikh of Nur ad-Din. He is the one who creates the jihad movement. He's the one who puts everything together. He studied almost 60 years before he appears. Okay? And when he appears, the Caliph of Baghdad is terrified, because this man is big. And he does have karamat. He doesn't like them, but he does have them. And the Caliph comes to test him. The Caliph is like the head of the mafia in Baghdad. And he says, show me something. And this was witnessed by hundreds of people. That's why Ibn Hajar, who believes in Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, he says, don't deny his karamat because they're mutawatira. Okay, so he said, what do you want to see? He said, fresh apple. It's the middle of winter. We don't have any apples. So he reached up in the air and pulled down 2 fresh apples. Is that impossible? No. That is contrary to customary experience. It's a karama. It is kharqul ada. And then he popped his apple open, and it was as fresh as a spring day. And the Caliph popped his open, and it stank, and it was filled with a worm. It was rotten. He said, "Ma balu duda?" What's the worm all about? He said, "Your apple was touched by the hand of an oppressor." Okay, now the Caliph is really worried. And then he comes back maybe 2 weeks later with sacks of gold. And Sheikh Abdul Qadir, who's Ahlul Bayt, and the Caliph is also Ahlul Bayt. He's an Abbasi. He says, "Abu so-and-so, I don't need this. I don't ask this of you." And he said, no, we love you. You have to take it. So he took one sack of gold in his right hand, another sack of gold in the left hand. Hundreds of people witnessed this, okay? And he squeezed them, and blood came out. Red blood. And it flowed towards the Caliph. And the Caliph fainted. And then all the people come, and they begin to give him salts and so forth. Okay, and then when he woke up, Sheikh Abdul Qadir said to him, "If you were not from Ahlul Bayt, I would have this blood follow you all the way to your palace." And after that, he commands the Caliph. And he would just write on a piece of paper, "Abdul Qadir commands you, and you have to do it. Remove the judge. He's an oppressor. Remove him." Okay, so these are great people. And we believe in those karamat. But you have to. As a Sunni, you have to believe in karamat. You have to believe in miracles. You don't have to believe in every single one. But that doesn't mean that we can't do science. We were the best, and we must be the best in the future. And many of us have Nobel Prizes right now. But we expect the customs that God has established to remain normative, to continue until the end of the world. At the end of the world, it will all break down. When the Antichrist appears, everything goes crazy. Okay? These are sunnahs of God. God can and does intervene. Okay, we call that karamat, we call that miracles. We believe in that. But we do not base our science on expectations of miracles or karamat. So that's our methodological naturalism, based on truth. That's basically who we are, but we don't conceal the fact that we know that all of these are signs of God. All of these are norms that he has established. One last question. Why is the Cartesian mind unable to perceive principles? I would say, maybe you would agree, I know we took a lot today, because they get in the way. Because they get in the way. If Descartes keeps the principles of real metaphysics, he cannot do what he wants to do. He can't get the prize. Okay, so Cartesian physics could not take off without an extremely reductionist view of the world. All of this was necessary for the creation of instrumental quantitative physics, the new math, and the new technology. And again, that technology produces power and wealth. Also, capitalism is part of that as well. We could talk about that in greater detail. And perhaps we will have a chance to do that. Again, we mentioned before, Muslims were able, with the incredible technological sophistication that they had over 1,000 years ago, we could have done all of that ourselves. Western scientists and philosophers of history, they say Muslims chose not to do that. That sounds strange, doesn't it? And maybe incredible, but I've heard that from big scholars. And they take it from things that they read. Because Muslims understood that if you upset the balance in nature, then it's going to be chaos after that point. And this is, in fact, the history of the West. Was Napoleon a great man? Was Napoleon a great man? You might not think much of the aristocracy, but the aristocracy of Europe believed that he was the Antichrist. Of course, why would they not? He threatens their rule. But what did he do? They knew that with this modern technology of war, you can destroy whole armies. But if you do that, there will be a power vacuum. And that power vacuum will not cease. And Napoleon says, what do I care? I'm going to overthrow that balance and I'll conquer the world. Yeah, fool. You'll almost conquer the world, and then you will set processes in place that will lead to the Franco-Prussian War, that will lead to World War I, that will lead to World War II, that will lead to the nuclear age. Okay, that's not cool. That's not cool. So we didn't want to destroy the balance, and that's called intelligent. That's called, in my book, being a steward of God on the earth, being a Khalifa. We need to teach people that today, that we've got to come back to the balance. That's why we have to create communities in the context of our wonderful societies that we live in the West and the East, that are based on land. When you talk about community, if you don't talk about land, you're talking nonsense. Land is important. We've got to have land. We've got to have good land. And that land has to have water on it that we can drink. And that's enough, right? And it's got to be able to produce food. And that food should be enough for us. And we can do that in the inner city. We can do that in Kuala Lumpur. If you took that great hotel that's in downtown Kuala Lumpur, it's called the Mandarin, is it? The Mandarin? You know, I was there with a permaculturist many years ago. He said, you know that I could grow all the food needed in the restaurant on the side of the building with permaculture. Okay? So this is worth investigating. You know, let's see if we can't get things back into balance. Again, for a consumption society, that's bad news. For a capitalist society, that's war. Don't think that they will look lightly on that. They will not. But let's be strong, let's be good, let's be wise. Okay, so inshallah, we will see you tomorrow. You know, God, keep us together. We have got to work. We have got to work. You know, you can do amazing things. You know, you're amazing people. You're a blessed generation. Okay, and a blessed country. This is a blessed country. You know, this country for me is number one. I hope I don't offend anyone. That's what I believe. You know, you've got 3 countries in the Troika: Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt. If they will work together and get their act together, then it's a different ballgame. And I love Mauritania, I love Morocco, I love Malaysia, I love Brunei, I love Australia. I've never been there, I hope to go there. I love the South, right? But, you know, we've got a lot of resources. We love India, we love Bangladesh, okay? All these countries we love, they're all great. You know, God gives Syria back to the Syrians, okay? But nevertheless, these are powerhouses. Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt, strategically, they are powerhouses. And God protect them all and enable them to work together. And we've got a million things to do all over the world. May we do that, inshallah, and be successful. Allahumma waffiqna lima tuhibbuhu wa tarda, waj'alna min abidika as-su'ada, wa amitna ala kalimati al-huda, 'allimna ma yanfa'una, wa waffiqna lil-'amali bima 'allamtana bih, waj'al ma nahnu fihi khalisan mukhlisan liwajhika al-karim ya rabbil 'alamin. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Inshallah, we have 2 more lectures. And then I can breathe, and you can breathe. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very, very well.
I had a question about the point that you brought up about language and how Arabic used to be so rich.
الجلال والإكرام. يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا. يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. some of you have asked in your questions, what can we read? What can we give to our families or to our friends? So let me speak about that just a little bit before we get started. In general, the area of philosophy of science in the West is very rich. And if you take the Encyclopedia of Science or encyclopedias of science, and you look at philosophy of science, you'll find a lot of amazing things there. So, as we've said many times, we're not opposing a monolithic group, and some of the best critique from the West itself. So, a very rich field. In the history of the West, Joseph Priestley is an amazing figure. He is regarded as one of the fathers of modern chemistry. He was a really brilliant man. He was a Unitarian. His theology is interesting. He was a critique of the history of the Christian church. He was very influential on people like Thomas Jefferson and the so-called founding fathers of the United States. But Priestley was a dissenter, meaning that he was among those people, those types of Protestants who dissented from the Church of England. And because he was a dissenter, it also meant that he couldn't go to the standard schools, to the respected schools of England. And so then he decided that if I and if we can't go to their schools, we will make our own schools, and they will be the very best. And one of the most brilliant things that Priestley did was to develop very sophisticated ideas about the way that education should be done, the way language should be taught. He revolutionized the study of the English language based on Old English grammar and not Latin. But as a scientist, one of the really interesting things about Priestley is that he said, we will study science in school. A lot of the other schools didn't do that. But he said, when we study science in school, we will always begin with the history of that science. So this should be also a principle for us, because when you look carefully at the history of science, all sorts of things are revealed which are not necessarily clear otherwise. So, for example, if we look at 19th century biology, there are a lot of brilliant ideas that 19th century biologists had. And we'll talk about that hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to talk about Darwinianism. But overwhelmingly in the 19th century, biologists believed and taxonomists believed in evolution. They had very clear evidence for it. They discovered the dinosaurs, the ancient fishes that had gone extinct and things like that. But they called that creative evolution. They understood that this unfolding of different types of species had to be an act of unfolding, and God was the one that was unfolding it. And one of the amazing things is that they were very concerned about the archetypes. That what is the archetypical horse? What is the archetypical mollusk? And metaphysically, that's a very sound approach. So studying the history of science is something very beneficial, extremely illuminating in many cases, and then also the philosophy of science. I myself am relying very heavily on Wolfgang Smith. Sheikh Hamza, Allah bless him, introduced me to Wolfgang Smith about 5 years ago, and I find his works very, very intelligible to me and very useful. Science and Myth, for example, is, I think, not a bad place to begin. And in that book, Science and Myth, he also has a very good refutation of Stephen Hawking, the Grand Design. Also, there's Thomas Kuhn, K-U-H-N, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Rupert Sheldrake, S-H-E-L-D-R-A-K-E, Sheldrake. The Science Delusion, and he has other books. Karl Popper, K-A-R-L, Karl Popper, P-O-P-P-E-R, is also worth reading. There's been a lot of work since Karl Popper, but he was very effective in his time. He is one of the people that showed very clearly that Darwinianism was not and could not possibly be a scientific theory. Popper said, science may be described as the art of systematic oversimplification. And these are very profound philosophical critiques. Science, meaning modern science, may be described as the art of systematic oversimplification. I also mentioned Sheikh Mustafa Sabri, one of the last great sheikhs of the Ottoman Empire, Sheikh al-Islam, and he also is very worth looking at. And he has Mawqif al-Aql, for example, the stance that intellect takes regarding this modern science. There's certain limitations in Mustafa Sabri, in my opinion, but he also is worth looking at. Also, you might want to look at a book I wrote called A Muslim in Victorian America, The Life of Alexander Russell Webb. Webb embraced Islam in 1888. He's an interesting figure. But one of the things that's very interesting about Webb is his critique of science. And his critique of science is based on the fact that science must understand its limitations and that it can't make metaphysical statements about God or the unseen. And in that, Webb represents a strain of thought in the 19th century, which is not his own and which is not unique. One of the questions that was asked was, and I'll just look at this for a minute, what do we mean by essence, attribute, and quality? Modern science does not believe in essence, and we've touched on that a little bit. And in fact, Wolfgang Smith, one of the things he insists upon is that if you restore the concept of essence, then a lot of the difficult problems of science, in quantum theory, for example, they become problems that we can solve. The category of quality, we've talked about qualitative, is very closely tied to that of essence. And we won't go into a long discussion about what essence is, but essence refers to the intrinsic nature, the indispensable quality of a thing that determines its character. And it's not far removed from identity. But essence is the intrinsic nature of the specific thing, the indispensable quality that makes it it. And attribute is a little bit more difficult to deal with because it's a broad word. Maybe we can talk about primary attributes and secondary attributes. But in theology, for example, we speak of the attributes of God. That's the most common translation that I know of. Life, knowledge, will, power, hearing, seeing, speech, and so forth. So attributes, when we mean it in that sense, they are attributes and characteristic. They are attributes that are characteristic qualities inherent in things. They are inherent characteristics of the essence of a thing. They are not identical to it, but they are not distinct from it. So we speak about God's attributes, and this is a very interesting discourse. We can speak about also certain attributes of physical objects. We talked about that yesterday, which are inherent attributes, and you could say ontological necessities that things have as bodies. And we learn this from the negative attributes. When we talk about God's negative attributes, then we're going to also talk about what is necessary for things like this glass. When we talk about what is impossible regarding our conception of God, then we will posit things that are necessary regarding the things of this world. So they have to be embodied in time and space. They must have beginnings. They must have potential ends. They have to have location. They have place. They have direction. They have shape and things like that. But then also you have secondary attributes, and in a more philosophical language, we could refer to these as accidents. Accidents, although it's very difficult to use that word because it never seems right. It never sounds right for us, since our minds are bombarded by the idea of unfortunate incidents, an accident, or something unexpected that just happened and not deliberately. But the word accident means things that happen to an essence. They are things that fall to that essence, literally, and become characteristic of it. And they change. They're never constant. We can call those secondary attributes. They are non-essential attributes, whereas a primary attribute would be essential. Accidents or non-essential attributes are properties of things that are not essential or intrinsic to their nature, such as being up or down, big or small, this color or that color. They continually change and are susceptible to change. The essences of things do not change. The essences of things are very closely related to their identities. In fact, in our theology, we believe that the attributes of things, the secondary attributes of things, are continually changing, but the essence doesn't. The identity of that thing doesn't. And God never does the same thing twice. God, who is infinite, is recreating the world at every moment. This is a theological teaching, and it's also a metaphysical teaching of Islam, that this world is constantly being recreated before our eyes. But we don't see that happen because it's seamless. And this cup looks exactly like the cup I had yesterday. And certainly it is the cup that I picked up a moment ago. And yet it has been recreated in all the moments that have passed. And that's seamless, like the frames of a motion picture. Each frame is distinct, but when they move quickly through the camera, you don't see the breaks, and it looks like a continuity. So we conceive of reality that way also. There's constant recreation, and that's qualitative. That's qualitative. We talked about quality, we talked about quantity. Quality is closely related to essence. And quality literally means the attribute of what is it? What is this thing? And so therefore, what is the essence of this thing? What is the identity of that thing? And quality, therefore, is related to distinctiveness. And we believe that everything is distinctive. Everything is qualitative. Now, what I'd like to talk about today is I want to talk about scientism, and then I want to speak a little bit about what we can do about it. What should be our attitude towards it? But here again, I think it's very valuable for us to understand how these things relate to our theology. Because our theology, as we've said many times, it is not just a declaration of beliefs that identify us as a particular religious community, but they are statements about the elements of reality. How is reality in the world out there and the world in here, in me? How is it constructed? What are its foundations? And when we look at God, as we believe in Him in our theology, we talk about His life, His knowledge, His will, His power, His hearing, His seeing, His speech. We talk about the ontological attribute that comes first, necessary being, the self attribute, the negative attributes, no beginning, no end, no need, no likeness, no other. Then this also tells us amazing things about the world that He created. Okay, that always, it doesn't just tell us about God and about His perfection, but it also gives us profound knowledge about the nature of the world that He created. One of the most important things that it shows us is that we live in an absolutely qualitative world. An absolutely qualitative world. A world of essences in which every essence of everything is distinctive and unique. Nothing in this world, no single thing is negligible. Each and everything is distinctive. The leaves on the same tree that look exactly alike are qualitatively different. They are qualitatively unique. And we can, of course, quantify them. And in fact, quantity originally is related to species, that you have to classify things according to the groups that they belong to, and then you can count the individuals within that species, just as you can count the species, or you can count the groups that they belong to. But each moment is a new creation of qualitative things, each of which is distinctively different. And this is one of the glories of God. And it's a glory of God that all creation declares. God is infinite. God has knowledge of everything necessary, everything possible, everything impossible. The possibilities of the realm of possibility are infinite times infinite times infinite. All possibility. God's will works in that sea. He can create as many worlds as He wants, but there can be no world that He didn't create. So in His infinity, God is the master creator. And because of His knowledge, His perfect being, He relates to each and everything in every possible world and every dimension of every possible world, to each and every atom, to each and every molecule, to each and every mineral or plant or animal or jinni or angel or human being as if it were the only thing created. And this is tremendously important, because whether we accept a heliocentric view of the world, which is the dominant view, but as we said, it was never proven. In fact, it was almost disproven. Or we accept a geocentric view, which you are entitled to do if you want to. You'll have a very difficult time talking about it in public. Okay? But if we look at the heliocentric view and this idea of space that comes with it, and we are just a particle floating in this vast universe. If you take a geocentric view, a lot of these things change, by the way. And this is something that Wolfgang Smith has talked about in a way that I find very impressive. Okay, but whatever the view of the world is that you take, God relates to everything in that world as if it were the only thing that existed. So with regard to God, there is no big or small. The atom, as we imagine it, is infinitesimally small from my point of view, just as the sun is so huge it's beyond my comprehension. But with regard to God, the sun is no different from the atom. And the atom and sun are no different from you and me. He relates to everything perfectly. And this is very important, because this equalizes our vision of the world and everything in it and where we are placed in that. Okay, so these are things that it's important for us to understand. The infinite multiplicity of things, which goes down to the very finest of their elements and parts. The infinite multiplicity of things never obstructs or obscures or reduces in any way God's perfect perception of each of them and their reliance upon Him and His fulfillment of everything that that reliance requires. He is Al-Qayyum. Our sound knowledge, we talked about this before, it's a very important concept. The sound knowledge we have, which is the knowledge we have of theology, and of course of law, and of the other things that we know. This is adequate knowledge. Does our theology tell us all the secrets that we want to know about free will, or about God's oneness, which is startling, or about the infallibility of prophets, and yet Adam ate from the tree, and Jonah, but Jonah left the city. Okay, the theology doesn't do that. It gives you the adequate basis upon which you can maintain sound belief, and you can grow, and you can grow, and then you can understand these things. But our knowledge always is adequate if it's sound, and it becomes more and more adequate, whereas adequacy is never the description of the knowledge of God, subhanahu wa ta'ala. He knows everything totally and perfectly, in whether it's created or uncreated, in every moment of time and place. All things in the qualitative world then have value. And of course, we associate the concept of quality very easily with concepts like worth and value. But this is also one of the most important dimensions of our theology, is that it gives us a theology that not only tells us of our own worth, but it tells us of the worth and value of everything that God created. And then that theology and that worldview, in conjunction with the law, providing the basis of our ethics and our law, it also enables us to be stewards of creation and to relate to the created world in the right way. And one of the things that we've noted, and probably will note again today, is that the scientific view of the world, the purely quantitative view of the world that removes quality and value, in the end, it leads to the destruction of the world and to the kind of problems that we have with the environment that we are confronting today. So, scientism. And here again, as we've said many times, we have to distinguish between science as a methodology, as a process, and between scientism, which is a belief about science. These things are not the same. Scientism is where the problem lies. The problem doesn't lie in science itself. And we have to understand that. But one of the greatest services that we can do is to try to get science right, to make it function within the limits that are properly set for it, to know its limits, to know its bounds, and then that makes it beneficial. The essential slogan of scientism is that what science does not or cannot know either does not exist or it's not worth knowing. It's irrelevant. We mentioned yesterday the words of Theodore Roszak, who formulated the expression counterculture back in the 1960s. And he said, science is our religion. We might say scientism is our religion, because we cannot, most of us, with any living conviction, see around it. And this is what we have to do. And I know that that's very difficult. And when I get questions from you, I can see that some of you do that very well, and others really are having a hard time with it. Okay? And this is natural, because this requires paradigm shifts. This requires us to look at the furniture in our minds and to see what ought to be thrown out and what ought to be brought back in and what's the right way to structure it. And many people cannot work with their paradigms. Okay? It's difficult to do that. We have to unlearn things, and these things are often so basic to us. We've never thought about them. We've never been taught to think about them. They should have been pointed out to us all along if this was an honest undertaking. Okay? But we have to do that. And your theology, if you grasp it properly, and you're able to articulate how what it is teaching pertains to the world that we live in and the ideas we have about that world, then it's really not that difficult. It becomes much, much easier, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We have to be able to break through the barrier of scientific belief. We must be able to separate scientific fact, that is observed fact, that we don't question, with scientific fiction, which is the scientific interpretation of that. This is half of the work. We must also interpret properly what science has disclosed. In other words, we have to take those facts and we have to understand, what do they mean? They're there. How do you interpret them? We'll talk about Darwinianism tomorrow, inshallah. The fossil record does not support Darwinianism. You were taught that it does, but the biggest evolutionists today know that it doesn't. Embryology is one of the things they rely on, but we knew about embryology over 1,000 years ago. And our interpretation of that was one that was metaphysically astounding. So we have to also interpret, and we have to train our own scientific minds to do that properly, bi'ithnillahi ta'ala. Failure to do this leads to one scientific fantasy after another. J.P. Moreland, who wrote an article, "Scientism Makes Scientists Laughable," in 2010, he says the claims of Hawking and others like him are absurd. And if you read Smith, I think that you will see how absurd they are. Smith is a brilliant mathematician and physicist, and he's also a metaphysician, trained in the Thomist tradition. So he says the claims of Hawking and others like him are absurd. In previous times, when most people had some knowledge of philosophy, these claims would have been laughable from the start. They are pseudo-philosophical claims by people who have no philosophical training. Of course, Hawking will tell you, scrap philosophy. You don't need that. It's out of date. They are nothing but lay people in this regard. They have no training in metaphysics or philosophy or anything like that. We live in a scientistic culture. When a scientist speaks, he is taken to be an authority, irrespective of what topic it is he speaks about, or she. And the attitude, and this attitude reflects poorly on us and on the educational level of the public. So may we lift up our own educational level, and theology is where we start. It is the first obligation of Islam. It takes priority in terms of its importance over everything else. Scientism lies at the heart of Western culture. Philosophical naturalism, with its unjustifiable scientism, have helped to create an intellectually unsophisticated culture. We are not sophisticated people. We are amazingly unsophisticated. One of the things that is important to note here before we go on is that the bizarre doctrines of modern science are actually the pressure points. This is where the need for sound theological and metaphysical solutions are most clear. Those discoveries of modern science that strike us as the most bizarre are those that harbor major metaphysical truths. Therefore, we need to pay attention to them, such as redshift or Big Bang, or the uncanny behavior of quantum particles, or Michelson-Morley. What was Michelson-Morley? That was the biggest failed experiment in history in the 1880s in Ohio when they measured the speed of light. One of them went crazy. He had a psychological breakdown. Michelson-Morley found that the speed of light is a constant no matter where you measure it from. This is a major crisis for modern science. Of course, what it would do, we're not allowed to say that, is to show that geocentrism is actually correct. Okay, but no one would dare breathe a word of that. It's like saying that the king has no clothes. So Einstein will actually rescue heliocentrism, and he knew that's what he was doing. And Einstein's very clear that geocentrism has not been disproved. It's simply a matter of reference points, and then also the amazing creativity of a brilliant mind with his mathematics. So if we look at quantum physics, and I assume that you know about that, quantum physics never commended itself ever to the scientific community. It's probably the biggest intellectual crisis of the 20th century. They simply, it doesn't commend itself on ideological grounds because it overthrows the Newtonian system. But it imposed itself despite its being unwelcomed because of irrefutable evidence. It's one of the strongest of all theories in terms of the evidence that it has. Newtonian myth functioned brilliantly up to that point. It was the paradigm. It was the effective paradigm. However, the fact that it functions does not mean that it is valid as a concept of reality. This is very important to understand. Simply because a paradigm works, that you can make things from it or predict on the basis of it, it does not mean that it is a valid concept of reality. Error, too, has a use, especially in the beautiful world that God has created, where everything, even the mistakes, are manifestations of names of God. So you can get something out of everything. There's no orange that can't be juiced. Quantum mechanics dethroned the invincible Newtonian paradigm. The world was no longer deterministic. Of course, our theology can deal with that. It was no longer possible to predict the exact value of an observable thing. Probability had to come into the picture, which was extremely problematic, and yet it becomes fundamental and irreplaceable. Even this picture may change, but there will probably be no return to the kind of mechanistic worldview that had been there before. One of the statements of Alfred Lord Whitehead in response to quantum theory was that physics has turned into a kind of mystic chant over an unintelligible universe. And he said, the little known and best kept secret of science is that quantum physicists have lost their grip on reality. In any case, this is something, again, that Wolfgang Smith talks about in a way that deserves attention. And he says that if you bring in the right metaphysics, then actually the solution is not that difficult. Big Bang and its ad hoc philosophies. Big Bang is essentially the buttress of our view of the cosmos today. And it is an ideology. And again, it's one of those bizarre things that is bizarre because of the fact that it harbors important metaphysical truths that have been neglected. We have to look for sound philosophical postulates to explain modern science, and not ad hoc theories, which are always designed to explain away the new paradoxes. Brent Tully, who in 1986, he's one of the big contributors to Big Bang theory, but he said in 1986, when he discovered superclusters in the Great Wall of the galaxies, which was a worst-case scenario for Big Bang, he said, it is disturbing to see that there is a new theory every time there is a new observation. Okay? It is disturbing to see that there is a new theory every time there is a new observation. That means that you don't really have a theory. You don't really know what you're working with. And Big Bang has been kept alive by new ad hoc assumptions, always more fantastic than the ones that were before. And as many scientists have observed, that's not a good sign. Big Bang is predicated on the notion of closed system universe. And that itself is an absurdity. But in that closed system universe that is predicated by Big Bang, the universe has 100 times less the amount of matter needed to permit the formation of the galaxies in the way they imagine. However, with one stroke of the pen, without any observation, it's pure theory, we come to the defense of Big Bang, and we provide the missing elements, none of which are scientific, none of which are observed. Dark matter, axions, Higgsinos, photinos, gravitons, preens, purgons, maximons, nuderites, quark nuggets, and nucleates, and so forth. All of these wonderful particles so far exist only on paper, but even they do not suffice. All of this pertains to just one problem, the formation of larger stellar bodies. The second problem is that in distant stellar objects, their velocities actually don't fit with the premises of Big Bang theory. So scientism is an ideology of modern reductionist science. Scientism is a rationalizing ideology of this reductionist scientism. Its persuasive powers are technology, and this is what I want to emphasize. And then, of course, it uses education. You were taught these things, and you were not taught about any contradictions or any problematic issues that were there, and also by the media. The media stands behind it. Scientism provides the de facto theology for the civil religion of modernism. Many contemporary thinkers criticize it, but generally they have no effect. Scientism is scientistic myth. It is the official mythology of our time. It is the dominant ideology of the dominant culture. It ascribes truth to itself and imposes and opposes irresistibly any opposition. It has profound cultural weapons, and it has profound, generally negative, spiritual effects. Most Muslims believe that there's no problem here. So we had the question, why are Muslims so intimidated by modernism and science? Well, they're not. They ought to be. They ought to be concerned about it. Most Muslims believe we have no problem with science, seek knowledge even if in China. It is also the education of our elites, and it is the curriculum of our most respected schools, and it is not questioned. It provides us wealth, power, influence. It gives us standing. So it is very welcomed among us. One of the biggest crises we have is that those who are intelligent, they will take that course or another one like it, and those who tend not to be as gifted, they can study the deen. It should be the other way around. And the study of the deen has to be theologically profound. It has to be metaphysically adequate. Most Muslims have no clue about the nature of modernism and the modern world, the dangers of technology, how it affects us, and science and scientism. And we need to wake up. We need to be aware of these things. They do not understand that it's a problem, and in fact, most of them would be profoundly offended even to hear people like us say that. If they knew there were a problem, also, if they felt that, they probably cannot identify it. So this is part of the problem that we have. What is missing in the discussion about science and scientism is theology and metaphysics. We have got to have that. That's got to be the foundation. Only sound theology at the foundation, and then metaphysics as we build the worldview, can show us the principles that underlie the facts that science brings to light. As we said before, we live in the most anti-metaphysical age that human beings have ever known. Unfortunately, we Muslims are among the most anti-metaphysical of all people. We don't know our own metaphysical tradition, and we do not welcome it. Our brother Aftab was talking about how he was asked if Ibn Arabi was a kafir. I remember when I went to teach in Jeddah, it was one of the first questions that I was asked in class. And, you know, I had escaped that question. You know, I didn't say, I had to just avoid the question. But when I went home, I was so angry and like, what am I doing here? How am I going to teach here? Fortunately, God helped me, and I was able to teach without violating my own principles. But you can't even mention the names of our metaphysicians, much less to learn about them and to benefit from their extremely profound thought, all of which is based in Quran and Hadith and Sunnah to the nth degree. Ibn Arabi never says anything without the Quran and the Hadith and the Sunnah. In fact, in many cases, you can't even speak about Imam al-Ghazali. And we have imams in the United States, no need to mention names, I can think of 4 right off, trained by some of the greatest Sunni scholars of this age, and they're not even allowed in most of the mosques of the regions they're in. One of them was told that he could give the khutbah, but he's not allowed to lead the prayer. Others of them are simply not welcomed in the mosque at all. Isn't that amazing? I mean, this is who we are. Man adha li waliyan faqad adhantuhu bil harb. Whoever abuses one of my awliya, God says, I've declared war against. And this is one of our biggest problems today, that too many of us are at war with the awliya. We don't understand them, we don't respect them. God gave us the richest legacy imaginable. In the books that were written, the poetry that was handed down, the architecture, the art, and everything else. And for most of us, you know, that is an unwelcome part of the baggage that's come down from the past. Modern science is built on an array of beliefs and presuppositions. Okay? It is a belief system. You know, it is not just scientific proof. The truth of its fundamental beliefs are not self-evident. Okay? They're not first principles. And this is why you have to flush them out. You have to ferret them out. You've got to know, where does this begin? You know, as we said yesterday, when Descartes says that things are just extensions in space, then he has made a statement about space, not just about things. And he has posited empty space. Nobody ever believed in that before. He himself was taught in the scholastic tradition of Aquinas that that's impossible. Okay? So this has to be flushed out. And then we have to look at it and see, do we accept this? Do we not? And that is something that can only be done with theology and with philosophy, with logic, with sound thinking, with first principles, and with metaphysics. These fundamental beliefs and presuppositions of modern science, scientism, cannot be proven by scientific method. And again, if you look at philosophy of science in the West, you'll see that they understand this very well. They're very good in things like this. And also that scientific laws are not laws. You know, they are psychological habits, and they have no predictive value. The reliability of scientific method depends on these very beliefs and presuppositions. So it's a tautology, it's a circular argument. They are all part of a worldview, accepted on the basis of rumor and consensus. They accept this as true, but it's not known to be so. I mean, David Hume is one of the first people to begin to speak fairly honestly about that we do not know that cause and effect happens in this world. And he has an argument that's very similar to our own theologians. You see that A, the apparent cause, is related to B, the apparent effect. You see the irtibat, you see the connection, but you do not see the causality. So Hume understands that, although not from the same point of view that we do. Okay, and therefore he questions the very nature of causation. And also Hume understood that modern science, as it develops, requires the belief in the uniformity of nature. Okay, and that's something that is just an assumption. And in fact, we don't believe in it. We don't believe in the uniformity of nature. Few are capable of understanding that the prestige of a theory derives from its usefulness for certain ends and applications, not its inherent truth. This is what we want to come to today before we finish. You know, that the whole proof of science is in the things it produces, that it makes these incredible instruments, this wonderful laptop, the iPhones, the telephones, you know, the airplanes, the cars, and everything else. And we thank God for that. These are things that we benefit from. But they do not prove that the ontology of that science, or what it says about reality, is actually truth. One of the things that Heidegger said in his early career was that Western modernism had usurped two attributes of God for itself: omniscience, al-ilm, knowledge, and this under the auspices of reductionist scientism. In other words, it reduces the playing field to one that it can control. Okay, reduces everything to what it can see, touch, taste, hear, and smell, and then it becomes omniscient. It controls that. And omnipotence under the auspices of technology, that it can then apply that with these powerful technologies in a way that manifests the power of the civilization. Science is not disinterested. It makes that claim, doesn't it, that it's objective. But in fact, it's not disinterested. The so-called Enlightenment of the 18th century believed that modern science had delivered us from the childish dreams of a primitive age, the age before. They saw myth as the opposite of fact. Culturally, the myth of modern science is our daily bread. The presiding myth determines the stature and dignity of people in our eyes. If they buy into it, they're great. If they question it, that's the greatest heresy of all. This myth, the presiding myth of scientism, directs, motivates, and informs our lives in every way. It is what most of us truly believe, and unfortunately, this is also true of many Muslims, especially those who are educated as physicians, scientists, engineers, and so forth. And therefore, you often see this schizophrenia between the faith we have in this religion, the practice that we have of it, and then the understanding of it. Because we have a worldview that we have imbibed that is very different from the one that actually was brought to us by the Prophet ﷺ and was beautifully elaborated in our intellectual tradition. We must tread cautiously when talking about these things. Also, al-majalis bil-amana, that when we sit together like this, it's a trust. And you shouldn't be sending out tweets And you shouldn't be posting things on Facebook. You've been told that, and inshallah you don't do that. You're decent, good people. But especially when we talk about things like gender, I've made some statements about gender that were not necessarily the most carefully worded. When we were in Spain doing the male and female principle, we made this really clear. No tweets, no Facebook, don't communicate anything. We want to speak correctly, we want to speak properly. We don't want to say anything here that would lead to trouble for people back home. But you have people that in England, for example, who are barristers or lawyers, if they make any statement that is understood as saying that homosexuality is not a norm just as much as heterosexuality, they will be debarred. They will not practice law. And of course, in the state of California, if you're a psychologist or a psychiatrist and you regard homosexuality as a sickness that needs to have therapy, your license will be taken away from you. And you know, in many of our universities and in you know, the companies that we work for, we have to be really careful. So we have to speak the truth. We have to be clear. We have to develop a culture of intelligence and soundness so that we can talk about these things in such a way that is clear, but that is also not offensive, and that also doesn't get us in trouble. But this is also true when we talk about these other things. Don't be tweeting. Don't be taking things out of context. Okay? These are things that have to be dealt with very cautiously. And we have to maintain our credibility. And as soon as it's known that we question things like geocentrism, I mean, this is the first golden calf, heliocentrism, you know, then all credibility is lost. And when I speak about, you can read about that in Wolfgang Smith, you can read about that in others. Einstein writes it. Even Stephen Hawking himself says that you can have a geocentric world if you want. I just don't like the mathematics. But who says that, quote unquote, elegant mathematics is a proof that the thing is actually correct? That is a presumption. It was Galileo's presumption. In any case, we have to deal with these things cautiously. We have to learn where we stand. We have to become self-confident. We have to understand what is the proper approach in doing this. But this is a powerful myth in our time. This is the de facto religion of most people. This is the idolatry of our time. And you won't be allowed just to smash the golden calf. Modern science is not disinterested, nor is it purely rational, as it pretends to be. It defends the presiding paradigms with fervor and tenacity in the face of all, quote unquote, hostile data. Again, that's what Big Bang has been doing for years and years. And this is one of the biggest fallacies of all, defending the hypothesis. Data comes that shows that the hypothesis is not correct. So you need to take that data into consideration. You need to rework the hypothesis, but that's not what happens. These paradigms carry cultural meaning. They are not just operational, and this is the point that I want to get to today, is that we value science when it is operational, as an operational undertaking. That doesn't mean that we accept every operation, but this is where it is on relatively solid ground. When it is participatory, when it actually makes things and does things. These paradigms constitute the mythical element of modern science that communicates itself to the public and usually does that in a very simplistic way. Scientists usually understand a lot of the complexities of what they understand, but the common people don't, and they're taught a popular science, you know, that becomes to them authoritative. We cannot ignore the political dimension of modern science. It pertains to ideologies, to agendas, to establishments to funding, to other vested interests. Rupert Sheldrake is very interesting to read. Do you think he'll ever be funded? I mean, people like that don't get funded. He can be as truthful as he wants to be. He won't get funded. Einsteinian relativity and Big Bang have never been rigorously verified. But ideology comes into play in every instance. And Einstein knew that, by the way. Einstein was quite honest about that. The worldview at which science arrives by purportedly rigorous means proves finally to be the reflection of ideological assumptions that guided the enterprise in the first place. Thomas Kuhn asserts that the primary concern of normal science, normative science, is to preserve the paradigm, to save the hypothesis at all costs, and to protect it from hostile data. When we look at Darwinianism tomorrow, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, you'll see how blatantly that is done. Often very stupidly how that's done. Science is corrective to a degree. It does correct itself to a certain degree. In time, faulty paradigms are usually replaced when they simply cannot be held anymore. And as Smith has said, Big Bang probably won't last much longer. It probably cannot hold up that much longer. But failed paradigms are retained doggedly until new ones have been approved by the scientific community. And that's very, very difficult to do. That is, if the scientific community retains some integrity, because it has to have integrity to do that. One of the interesting studies of the 20th century is work that was done by a scientist at Cornell University whose name is James Gibson. James Gibson. And he was appointed by the Air Force to do studies on vision so that he could determine, he could make tests that would distinguish between pilots who can land the airplane without instruments and pilots who can't do that. Because especially in war, you may come back with a crippled plane, and you may have to land that plane without instruments. So you have to have a special kind of vision to do that. You have to have really good vision. And so this is what they wanted to know, that how can we study our pilots so that we know which of them are able to do that and which are not. And Gibson was a person who was a complete materialist, complete secularist. He subscribed, and probably continues to subscribe, to Cartesian dualism. He didn't believe in red apples. He didn't believe that you can actually see that world out there. He believed that the third dimension is something we create in our mind, that we don't see it. We see things in two dimensions, and then we construct the third dimension. But in his studies, he showed in his studies that it was naturally that we see the third dimension, and that it was not a result of brain function. And these are very, very good studies, very important. Perception is not constructed in the mind, but it is objectively real. And in fact, if you don't see three dimensions, you can't land the plane. You've got to be able to see the three dimensions to do that. It is not inside the head, but it is outside, as we have always assumed, but which is contrary to the postulates of Cartesian dualism. Gibson invalidated the reductionist conception of the human observer that we have inherited. Okay, so this is really interesting. And then, was Gibson welcomed? Were his findings welcomed? Absolutely not. In fact, I mean, it's an ongoing war, because of the fact that to accept that is to overthrow the paradigm, and they will defend it to the end. We must restore the third dimension. We must seek again to give reality a voice in the world. That's what we want to do. Your theology, your metaphysics, this allows you to give reality a voice in the world. And it declares that first things are first. First things are what? First principles, intellect, sound thinking, sound logic. You know, the facts do not speak for themselves. They cannot speak for themselves. What is the system of ideas that you are putting those facts in to get the conclusions that you have? The examination of principles and presumptions, of paradigms and cognitive frames, especially top-level paradigms, absolutely essential. Science has been used to demythologize religion. Right? This is one of the great objectives of science in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, to demythologize religion. We must not forget then that science, especially scientism, has its own myths, and they must be demythologized. And that's one of the greatest things that you can do. I hope that you can see around this and that you can get living conviction. And the stronger your theology becomes, and the more rooted you become in the knowledge of God, the easier this becomes, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. It is our customary interpretation of science that needs to be demythologized. This would be, again, one of the greatest services to humanity in our time, especially if we could begin to do that miracle that Muslims did in the 4th and 5th centuries of our history, to root knowledge, to find, to spell out the first principles, you know, the cognitive frames that connect all of this knowledge together in a world created by one God. Modern scientific myth has cut us off from the source of our being. It has made us forget that life is meaningful. Modern scientism touches on the spiritual domain. We mentioned that a moment ago. Not as an ally of true religion, but as an impediment to faith, a spoiler, an antagonist. This is what it loves to do, in fact. It fosters anti-myths, opposing myths, idols of the mind that impede spiritual vision. Paradigms become absolutized and disassociated from the scientific process, and this leads to idolatry. One transitions surreptitiously from the hypothetical to the certain, from the relative to the absolute, and thus from a science that ought to be knowledge, that's what the word means, to false metaphysics and to scientism. To question this offends the political correctness of our day. Not easy to do. Atheists and iconoclasts have myths of their own, and we have to be aware of that. Not all doctrine is sacred doctrine. Not everything that is taught as true is actually that way. Can we reform science? Many careers hang in the balance. Huge investments, Monsanto and the food industry in general, pharmaceutical industry. This is not going to be easy at all. Virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. Whenever you take a position with them, you will be funded. You will be promoted. If you speak out against this, you will be ignored. And you will not be funded. So how do we communicate? And again, the most important thing for us is make sure that your belief is correct. Make sure that your belief is acceptable and pleasing to God. Make sure that your belief glorifies God in this world. And inshallah, may we spread our theology. Our theology teaches people how to think. And people today have to be taught how to think. They have to be given cognitive frames. They have to be given paradigms. May we do that. Again, as we said today, our metaphysical capacities have atrophied. We're never taught about intellect. We don't understand even what the word means. Intellect, as you know, functions independent of and prior to experience. We're not taught about things like that. We don't use the intellect, and so it becomes atrophied. We have to get it back. We have to give it exercises. When we teach theology today, I believe we have to have intellect workbooks. Teach people what this means. People are asking, what are first principles? I mean, in the past, no one would have to ask a question like that. They would know exactly what first principles are. And as we said before, in this anti-metaphysical age that we live in, our metaphysical expectations are low, and the metaphysical expectations of others are very low. And this means that we are easily deceived. And when we look at these modernist Muslims, their theology is so insipid, their theology is so superficial, it's full of contradictions, and they don't see it at all. Because again, they have no training, and they have very low metaphysical expectations. So we want to raise our expectations, and we do that by beginning to learn how to speak about the truth, how to identify it. People today see as reasonable misleading arguments, which, as we said in the beginning, people in the past would have seen through in a minute. My great-grandmother, may God have mercy on her, she was an incredible woman, and she taught school on the prairie of Kansas, you know, back in the 1880s, and they taught rhetoric, and I saw the books, and she taught me too. I had to, every time I came to Kansas, I had to spend at least 2 weeks with her. And the rhetoric books are teaching you rhetoric so you can be protected from the politicians. They were profound. Okay, so they had other expectations. They had critical faculties that have been undercut. So the critique of scientism and its prevailing worldview is absolutely obligatory on us as Muslims as a fard kifaya. It is a societal obligation. It's not your requirement, it's not hers, it's not his. But for us as a community, we have got to do this. And we've got to do this very well. And may we be successful at it. This critique of scientism is absolutely indispensable for any sane approach to science, to belief, to cosmology, to the environment, to environmental balance, and to general social and individual sanity in our age. Now I'd like to end. We have how many minutes before questions? Okay, so we should make it, inshallah. What are some of the first steps? We have to distinguish very carefully between operation and ontology. Operation. Operation is what science can do. Okay, you made that incredible light. You made this incredible recorder. You made, you know, these buildings. Okay, that we see. Okay, this we can work with. Maybe we can even do better. And what is ontology? That is the things that science is saying, or scientism, that pertain to the nature of reality and being. This is where it is on no solid ground at all. In fact, it's in quicksand. As a way of knowing things, science cannot be autonomous. Okay, this is what it claims to do, but it can't be that way. Physics and all natural and social sciences require sound theology and metaphysics. Science can only have valid autonomy in the pragmatic realm, but it needs to be informed by a sound understanding of the world, also so that value can come into the picture. As an empirical exercise, science has the obligation to observe and to establish correlations between observations. On this basis, it can make practical applications of what it has learned. Okay, this is proper. This must be done, however, with moral guidelines, independent of vested interests and scientific belief. Modern science belongs to the pragmatic domain, so it needs to stay there. Its great product is technology, and of course technology has its problems. Technology needs to be properly directed and controlled, but this is what it has produced. This is its operational fruit, and it makes this the proof of its truthfulness. That doesn't work. Science does not and cannot seek to contemplate being. It can act. That's what it does do. And it needs to act within certain limits and with a conscious awareness of its own limitations. The supposed truths that are at issue in scientism are not those that are operational, not those that are applicable or pragmatic, or strictly speaking scientific. Rather, they are those ontological assertions about the nature of being, the nature of the universe, the nature of the past. You're going to tell me about the past, and you don't know anything about time? And you don't know that time is a quality and that space is a quality? So I'm sorry, you're disqualified. The issue then are these ontological assertions that pertain to the mythical side of scientism. This is scientistic myth. In some cases, like Stephen Hawking, it's atheistic myth. And it's not science at all. An example of this is the Darwinian account of human origins, which we'll talk about tomorrow, inshallah, which has no operational content whatsoever, but is purely ontological, that is purely mythical. We don't deny the fossils, we see them too. We don't deny that there were dinosaurs on Earth, okay, but there are other ways of interpreting this. Physics and the participatory universe. Cosmology cannot be based on modern science. Astrophysics attempts to talk about the cosmos, the greater world that's out there. But it can't do that because it cannot act upon that world that it looks at. Okay? There are no controlled experiments that it's doing out there. Modern physics deals with a participatory universe. Now, this is operation, but the cosmos is not participatory. And again, that doesn't mean that we can't do astrophysics, but we've got to have metaphysics. You know, when Big Bang came out, of course, many people, and many of them are very good people, some of those are even theologians, some even Muslim theologians, talked about how this proves creation from nothing. You have to be very careful. You know, maybe this won't hold up. Maybe it does. But one of the things that Hoyle, a famous physicist, said, there shall be no metaphysical intrusions into physics. Well, Big Bang is a metaphysical intrusion. Why do you call it Big Bang? Why don't you call it a symphony? Why don't you call this the first note of creation? So inshallah, we'll come back to talk about this tomorrow. Sir Arthur Eddington observed in 1938, we do not discover the physical universe. We construct it through the modus operandi, the working mechanism of physics. The mathematics is not there until we put it there. It shouldn't be that way, by the way, but that is the way it is. And Einstein was very honest about that. Eddington said, will we ever find the truth, or are we constructing it? In any case, it's very important for us to distinguish between the operational and the ontological. And the operational we can work with, that's half of the work. And that needs to be brought under sound understanding, operational guidelines, ethics, and so forth. But then also the facts do need to be interpreted. That can be done, but that is metaphysical, theological, metaphysical, philosophical, and then it will work bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. I want to look at some of your questions. One of the questions is, doesn't the English language, or perhaps any language, restrict us to the idea of separation between subject and object? And isn't language the basis of our worldview? So that's a very thoughtful question. I hope that I can give a decent answer. When you want to destroy a people, you destroy their language. You know, the slaves that were brought from Africa had beautiful languages, extremely beautiful languages. And those languages were taken away from them. And they were then forced to learn Pidgin English or Pidgin Spanish or Pidgin French or some other language. And they weren't allowed to educate themselves. Okay? Now, of course, as the black communities of the New World, especially our own country, the United States, begin to create their own culture, this is in the United States, especially in the 1830s, then they begin to develop their own language, okay, with their own ways of expression. And they have different levels of language. The language of the people in general, and then you have also the language of the preachers and the scholars, people like Dr. King, like Malcolm X, and others. Okay, so, and one of the things about rap and hip-hop is that, especially in the inner city community, it is, I'm talking about good rap and good hip-hop, is trying to give the people back expression, give them language, and speak to them in the language that they use. So language is very important. If you want to destroy a people, you destroy their language. In Al-Andalus, Muslim Portugal and Spain, Arabic was cultivated at an extremely high level. I mean, if you look at the Sheikh al-Akbar and the kind of discourse that takes place between him and others in Al-Andalus or in Tunisia or in Egypt, I mean, it's amazing the level of linguistic sophistication they had. When the Muslims are conquered in Spain and Portugal, and they are majority populations in maybe 2/3 of the land, one of the first things the Inquisition will do as it polices them and establishes effectively one of the first police states in modern history is to deny them any access whatsoever to the Arabic language. To teach it, to speak it, is capital crime. You will be put to death. So Arabic has got to go. And then they will be, a lot of them did speak the Romance languages of Spain, Aragonese and Valenciano and so forth, some Castilian, but usually they are then given the Spanish of the conquerors. So taking away Arabic from them was essential to controlling them. If you allow them to cultivate that language, then they will free themselves. They will be able, or you can expect that they will be able to resist and perhaps even to do amazing things. So language has got to be strong. And this is why we have to pay a lot of attention to language. We mentioned that Erasmus, the great humanist of Northern Europe, contemporary of Luther, He said, every new definition has become a misfortune. Erasmus, by the way, is a very interesting figure. One of the first things that I was required to do as an undergraduate was to compare Erasmus and Martin Luther. And it's a really interesting comparison. Today, I would even come out more strongly on the side of Erasmus. We have to restore our languages. And if we look at the history of the English language in the late 19th century and in the early 20th century, the crisis of the language is very, very clear. You see this in Eliot, in Pound, in Hopkins, in Joyce, and in others, that what has happened to our language? We can't be poetic anymore. We can't relate to that poetic idiom of the past. So this is not just an issue that pertains to grammar and morphology. It also pertains to what is in your heart. If we are the straw men and the hollow men, then language has no meaning at all. So once you restore the heart, and once you get people back into the spiritual universe, then they will have beautiful things to talk about. And then they can relate to the great poets of the past. And then they can also bring the language back to life. So this is something really, really important. We live today in what has been called the reign of plastic words. These words are extremely detrimental. And these words, as you've heard now half a dozen times, are words that have many connotations, which are going to be all good or all bad. But they have no denotation. Our brother Aftab, Allah bless him, was talking about terrorism. That's a plastic word. What does it mean? And what is a war on terrorism? When does it begin? Where does it stop? Who do you fight? How do you do it? So we have to get rid of the plastic words. And is there a problem with the English language? I would say absolutely not. Open your dictionary. You want to know what the word means? Open your dictionary. And languages are very old. Of course, they go through different stages and they change. But we inherit our language with etymologies. All the words have genealogies. They all have lineages. And your dictionary will tell you about this. And then you will see that the word didn't originally mean that. The word meant something else, and often it still can be used with that meaning. So this one of the great things that my wife does, God bless her, is she teaches students and makes students bring dictionaries to class and open them up and use them. So there's no problem with the English language itself. A word like God, for example, how old is it? At least 10,000 years old. Long before Christianity, long before Judaism. And it means he who is supplicated. Very similar to al-ilah, he who is worshipped. Okay? And this goes back to that primordial time, that prophetic age that all of us are rooted in one way or another. So these languages that we have in the Americas, French, Spanish, Portuguese, English, did I leave out anything? All of them are extremely useful. French is a language that is profound when it comes to thought and philosophy. Okay, the French are very sophisticated. So we have to bring these languages to life and, inshallah, use them carefully. I was an English major. The death of poetry was something that really bothered me. I always loved the old medieval or early modern literature. I didn't really like modern literature. That I had to read it, I had to study it. It wasn't my thing, you know, but I felt when I became a Muslim that if this religion ever spreads among my people, our language will come back to life. And you have your own taste, I've got mine. But I believe that we've got some poets among us today that are spectacular, really spectacular. And it makes me so happy to hear beautiful poetry in articulate English that I can understand, and it expresses profound feelings and thoughts and ideas. So may we get our word hoards together. The Saxons, they always talked about the poet's word hoard, his army of words that he unleashes when he recites and he does spontaneously his beautiful poetry. So may we use our words, and you know, the great scholars that we have in this time, like Sheikh Hamza and others, these are people also who are masters of language. I learned from them. Dr. Jackson, how many words have I taken from him? Okay, so we have to work on this. And in fact, one of the things I would love to see us be able to do, now that translation is developing very well in the English-speaking Muslims, we've got a lot of really significant achievements in the area of translation. And I think that it would be so good if we could get together and begin to work out glossaries of what is the best way to translate these words. I have my ideas, others have their ideas, and we have to develop our idiom, bi'iznillahi ta'ala. If religion is trapped in the pre-modern worldview, can we reinterpret the Quran according to the modern or postmodern context? Maybe I shouldn't read that question. Whoever wrote that question, God bless you, God have mercy upon you. These are the kind of questions that pop the balloon. It's like, were you here? I mean, really? Forgive me for saying that, but the critique of scientism and its prevailing worldview, as we've just said, is the absolutely indispensable element for any of us to go forward. And this is how we return to sanity. We are not trapped in the pre-modern worldview. We have a worldview that is correct, that is eternal, that is profound, that produced incredible civilizations and science. And we can do that again. And this is what we have to do. We've got 1,000 things to do. We've got to take care of the homeless. We've got to take care of our cities. In my country, the inner city is a disaster. Okay, we've got to do something about that. And there are many things we can do about that. We've got to work at many different levels. We have to communicate. But we have to bring sanity back into the world. The profound sanity of the prophetic way, the profound sanity of the Quranic worldview. We have to give reality a voice. This is an imperative, to critique that scientific worldview. Okay, so I answered some of the questions at the beginning. I think that we're out of time, right? And God bless all of you, especially our Sheikh Hamza. God protect him and bless him and give him success. And may he give us all long lives. May he make us love each other and continue to love each other and to work with each other. May we succeed beyond our expectations, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. God bless all these wonderful people who began the rihla, I guess it was 16 years ago, and who continue to take us on these wonderful trips. Aftab was saying that this is the rihla generation, and I would be honored to be named in that generation. You know, we are special people. This is a special time. You have great gifts, all of you. And, you know, we have to come together to stay together. May Zaytuna succeed. This is a major accomplishment, and I know that I wouldn't be able to do a fraction of that. And pray for Sheikh Hamza that he can carry this burden and he can go forward, and that God makes it easy for him And pray for us that we can continue to build beautiful institutions, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, with beautiful people, and bring this religion to life. Allahumma waffiqna lima tuhibbuhu wa tardah. وجعلنا من عبيدك السعداء وأمتنا على كلمة الهدى علمنا ما ينفعنا ووفقنا للعمل بما علمتنا به واجعل ما نحن فيه خالصا مخلصا لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Tomorrow is the last lecture for me. After that I can breathe. And we're going to talk about the enchanted world. And we're going to talk about also Darwinian theory. So inshallah we'll end with that. There's 1,000 things to talk about. And we're only just beginning. This is only a drop in the bucket. I don't know is half of knowledge. For me, that's over 2/3 of knowledge. But may Allah enable us to articulate our theology in a way that makes us conscious of how we need to respond to the worldview of our time. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In which the creation of the worlds takes place. And then hearing and seeing, they relate to everything existing. That's not the same thing. They relate to everything that exists at any moment of existence. Referring here to God, who always is there. God sees and hears himself from before the creation of the heavens and the earth, and then he hears and sees every single thing that exists as it exists, exactly as it exists. But the thing about life is that it is not paired. And usually when we come to life, we talk about it first, because it is that positive attribute that underlies all the others. But there is no necessary relation, there is no necessary ta'alluq or counterpart in the created world to God's life. God has knowledge, therefore there must be things that are known. God has will, therefore there must be things over which his will is exercised. And we talk about that very intelligently. But the fact that God has the attribute of life does not necessarily mean that he has to create living things. This is very much an ontological attribute of God. So it is not necessary by virtue of God's life that he create living things or a living cosmos, an enchanted cosmos. This ontological attribute need not be transitive. Doesn't have to necessarily relate to this glass. Is this glass alive or not? So we can't say that it is simply because God is living. However, our scholars always assert, to my limited knowledge, the possibility, the validity that all things in creation share in the life, share in the attribute of life by virtue of God's perfect life. Okay, so therefore it is valid to believe that this glass has a life of its own. And does it not glorify God? And may it not bear witness that we talked about it in class? And don't we have a lot of hadith about that? Don't we have hadith about pebbles glorifying God in the presence of the Prophet? There are many things like this, right? So actually the hadith and verses of the Quran, they would indicate to us that in fact everything in the universe is alive. Even things we call inanimate, that are not biologically alive, because they witness God and they bear witness to God, and they may bear witness against us on the Day of Judgment, right? But we don't require that of people, and this is something really beautiful in our tradition, because our scholars never want to impose on the believers a burden more heavy than they can bear. And for some people to believe that this glass were somehow alive, that it has a type of life that its own, is impossible to believe. If you required of that, they would disbelieve, even though there are hadith about inanimate things speaking, mountains speaking, and so forth. But they are allowed to say that's metaphorical. This is really interesting in our tradition. And again, many people would say that the metaphorical option is very weak. But you're allowed to take that. And this is a mercy to human beings, that they are not required to believe things that are too difficult for them to believe. However, in our metaphysical tradition, we believe that all things are living. And we believe that we divide the world into samit and natik, things that are silent and things that are speaking. So this glass is samit. It doesn't speak, but it can. God can make it speak, and it does bear witness. It listens in its own way, not in the way that a bird does, or the way that a human being does, but in its own way. And of course we have many reports of prophets and saints speaking to the animals, hearing the mountains praise God, and so forth. Again, though, this is not a required belief, but it is an extremely valuable belief. And that's what I want to talk about today. That I think it is really important for us today to emphasize that we live in a world filled with life. And whether you believe this glass has a life of its own or not, you've got to believe that there are angels everywhere. There's no part of the universe that is not filled with angels. And there are beings everywhere, some that you can see, some that you cannot see. Why is this important? Well, first of all, in the development of modernism, one of the most important steps is what is called the disenchanting of the world, the disenchantment of the world. And Max Weber, German social scientist, he's the one who coined that word. In German it's Entzauberung, which means removing the magic. And again, I don't like the word because it has certain pejorative connotations, but I do like the word enchanted. So maybe we can keep it. And what that means is that the world is disenchanted, and therefore it becomes mechanistic, then materialistic, and secularist. Okay, so this euphemism of disenchanting the world, and Zauberung in German, is referred to by Weber as rationalization. You see the plastic words? As if removing the enchantment, the life from the world were an act of reason. No, this is not an act of reason. This is when reason dreams, it produces monsters. And this is reason that is not intellect. We have to be very careful about that. Intellect functions prior to and independent of experience. Reason needs data. Reason needs information. Rumi says, reason gave intellect a bad name. And he's talking about reason, that needs data. The reason that when it dreams, it creates monsters. But intellect is very different. Intellect is beautiful. Like everything in modernism, reason here, rationalization here is reductionist. They're always this way. They're always this way. So he means reason based solely on limited data of uninformed sense perception. The denial that there's anything else out there. So with the disenchantment of the world around us becomes depopulated of unseen realities and beings. So there's no sorcery, there's no witchcraft, there are no angels, there are no jinn. The thunder glorifies the praises of God, right? But no, it's just atmospheric conditions. Okay, so the world around us is depopulated of unseen realities. This is a type of genocide, in my belief. This is a type of genocide. People then are programmed no longer to see natural events as acts of God. Volcanoes, thunderstorms, tidal waves, and so forth. They're merely geological, physical, natural, meteorological, atmospheric events. Now, number 3, society will no longer be based on anything higher than human action. So these are critical steps, really critical steps. And this is something that we have to be very conscious of. So, now this process, in a way, begins with the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation. And, of course, our brother Aftab drew parallels between the Protestant Reformation and between the Wahhabis. Those parallels are unfortunately there. The Protestant Reformation does good. In fact, it would have never succeeded without the Ottoman Turks. Did you know that? We know that today from the Ottoman archives. Without Ottoman protection of the German princes, the Queen of England, the Huguenots of France, it would have never gotten off the ground. But one of the things that the Reformation does is it introduces what is called the disciplinary self. The disciplinary self. So the Reformation introduced the reformed self, especially in Calvinism, which is the dominant form of Protestantism in Scotland and in much of England and then in much of the United States. The Puritans were Calvinists, and they're very much like this. And the reformed self is the contrary in every way of what is called, again, a plastic word, if you will, the porous self. The porous self, the self that's got pores, holes, that existed before. Meaning the porous self, the medieval self, you don't have to accept these words, but these are words they use, was open to external, unseen forces such as spirits and demons. Medieval Europeans lived in fear of witches, and there were a lot of witches, by the way. Don't think that there weren't. There were. The reformed self is a buffered self. We don't believe in that stuff. Of course, in the beginning they do. They burn witches at the stake and they prosecute them and so forth. But ultimately you develop what is called the buffered self that doesn't believe in this. It's all superstition. Of course, some of it is superstition. But nevertheless, there are sorcerers in the world. There are actually not very many. Muslims live in terror of sorcery. Do you realize how difficult it is to do sorcery? You know, it's difficult to find a real sheikh. It's also difficult to find a real sorcerer. And the sorcerers complain about charlatans among themselves, just as we complain about sheikhs who are not really sheikhs. But there are such things as sorcerers, and they're dangerous. So man, meaning here human being, is seen as a disciplined free agent living in a progressively disenchanted, quote, secular world. These are huge development. Reformation and the reformed self then produce a disciplinary society. And this is really well seen in the Puritans, the Calvinists. And of course, one of the great epics of this is the American classic Moby Dick, and that is the American Don Quixote. That is a great book, and it tells so much about the American psyche and about the Puritan psyche and so forth. And of course, in the end of the book, who wins? Ahab and the Pequot, his ship, or the whale? The whale wins. And that's very significant, by the way. But the Reformation produces the disciplinary society against the quote-unquote rowdiness and lack of discipline of medieval society. Don't think that the English were always like you imagine them in the Victorian period. Very upright, very proper. They weren't like that. They were rowdy. They were undisciplined. So were the Germans. That was part of their Catholicism and part of that medieval mentality that they had. They didn't care about time. They were just as bad about time as we are, you know? But then you're developing now a disciplinary society. And Calvinists and Puritans in particular then become industrious, disciplined, predictable. I'll be there tomorrow at 3 o'clock. He'll be there tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And of course, it's on the basis of this that you can construct capitalism, that you can create an industrial society. These are people on whom a safe, well-ordered society can be built. It is a major step in the development of modernism. Now, out of this, not necessarily directly, but with Descartes and these other things, you will then have the development of the Enlightenment, as it's called. I would call it the opposite of that, the disenlightenment. This is the 18th century, right? Very important. And then, of course, the theology of the Enlightenment, which was what? Deism. Deism. D-E-I-S-M. Deism. And you can Google these things. Somebody asked me, what is geocentrism? What is heliocentrism? Google, Google, Google. I'm not going to tell you about that. Just Google it. So the so-called Enlightenment, and especially mechanistic, and especially the mechanistic theology of deism. Deism is the theology of God as absentee landlord. You know, he creates the world and leaves it, and it runs like a clock. And he just leaves it there. And this is the world that is just right for the Newtonian worldview and the development of a worldview based on Newtonian physics. So this, and it's mechanistic. It's perfectly suited for everything Descartes wanted to do. And these become, the Enlightenment and deism, major intermediaries between rapidly evolving modernism and secularism and the belief in God and the unseen world that had preceded. So this will push the belief in God to a very narrow area, and also the unseen. Deism helps to bring about this disenchantment of nature and to make it complete. And here, if you will, there are three main constructs, three main ideas. First of all, One, nature is conceived of as primarily for people, for your exploitation, right? And if you remember the quotation from Francis Bacon, okay, so this is very much in tune with Bacon and his approach. Nature is here for utilization, manipulation, power and wealth. Bacon says, we will force nature to reveal her secrets, whether she likes it or not. Okay? And this is also connected with that. And we want to emphasize how what human beings believe always affects the environment. It always affects the world that they live in. Number two, God was deemed to relate to the world indirectly, mechanically, through an impersonal order. Again, a clock-like world, a mechanistic world, mechanical world. Number three, deism contends that religion can be taken directly from our reason. But here they mean data reason, not intellect, never. Well, I won't say never, that's too strong. But it can be taken from data-based reason. Did Moses cross the Red Sea? Well, you know, maybe the tide went out. Or maybe he crossed in the marshes. Or, so this is always what they're doing. It's like you have to explain miracles in terms of the phenomena that we know to be typical of nature. And they believe that reason is adequate as a guide. Reason, therefore, enables us also to have morality, and that is very, very important. So the development of all of this, the disenchanting of nature, the disciplined self, the buffered self, all of this creates a new anthropocentric world, a world centered on you, the human being. And society has nothing in it higher than human action. This is really, really important. The reformed, disciplined self and the predictable self is necessary for proto-capitalist society, and it leads then to this new humanism that is based on the glorification of the human being. Now, we have our own humanism, by the way, but this is a different kind, secular humanism. We have transcendent humanism. This opens the gates to godless, secular humanism. With this also comes the sense that the individual self has its own purpose and its independent authority and power, leading to individualism. That's a big deal. Our brother Aftab talked about that today. That is one of the hallmarks of modernism. And sanity requires community and continuity. But also religion, which is the basis of sanity, it requires continuity and community. All of this is being broken. Modernism, by its very nature, breaks continuity. It is anti-traditional by its very nature, and then also it's anti-community, because once you raise the banner of individualism, then the community will be fragmented, and you'll never be able to put it back together again. There has to be authority, there has to be continuity, you have to respect elders, and so forth. Now, one of the interesting things is that in this process also, especially in the Enlightenment, especially under the deists, you have what they call the declaration of the modern moral order. The modern moral order. That we're not really godless yet, but we don't require revelation, we don't require prophets, we don't require even the Bible. Reason will be enough, and belief in reason's God, the mechanistic God of the deists. Let me get some more water. And, will we be immoral? God forbid. Heaven forbid. In fact, we will be more moral than people ever were before. And this is very important, and you see this really clearly when you look at the Enlightenment in particular. So humans are seen as independent, rational, social agents who are meant to collaborate for peace in their mutual benefit. This is the modern moral order. And this is one of the motors that makes this work, because we're going to be better. We're not going to be worse. We're going to be better. This is a radical break with the pre-modern Western worldview, which is not much different from our own, which was based on the view of a cosmic hierarchy that led to particular types of laws for the people, as well as a social hierarchy, which we may not agree with, that embodied those laws and spoke to that reality. It's becoming also revolutionary. And it will lead to the American Revolution and the French Revolution. The modern moral order will take fatal blows towards the end of the century with what? The rise of terrorism. As our beautiful brother pointed out, you have the reign of terror of the French Revolution. And the French Revolution is really insanity. I studied it in great detail. It's very interesting. I had a wonderful professor, but it's really the reign of insanity. The American Revolution doesn't go to those extremes, and that's mostly because it is a revolution of the landed upper class. But the French Revolution, it gets out of hand. So the way that the revolution ends, this is the end of the 18th century, the 1700s, this will make people begin to wonder, like, is this a good thing? Is this not a good thing? And then as the 19th century develops, after that, you have the rise of Marxism, you have the rise of philosophy like that of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, Superman, the will, doctrines of will and power, and so forth. And now you see that actually there may not be any moral stronghold. All of this, by the way, the modern moral order is swept away in the late 20th century, especially the last 50 years, by the so-called sexual revolution. Okay, the gender revolutionaries. Okay, and this is the supernova of explosion where everything goes. And now also any claim to that moral order, of course they'll still speak in that language, won't they? They will use that language, but things have changed a lot. So in any case, the point here is how important it is for us to restore life to the world. Is there life in outer space? First of all, is there outer space? What in the world do you mean by that? There's life everywhere. Now what we want to talk about is Darwinianism. Darwinianism, evolutionism. It's not pretty to use the suffix ism after all these words. It sounds very weighty, heavy, doesn't it? But maybe I like to do it at least a little bit because, evolution is a good word. Evolutionism is not. What does evolution mean? Unfolding. Unfolding. We believe in evolution. God unfolds the realities of things in the created world. Darwinianism was a failure from the beginning. Why are you not taught that? And of course, what you're probably taught is how Darwin comes out with this theory. He and Wallace was a much greater thinker than he was. Wallace gives it up. Wallace is the one who talks about survival of the fittest. A lot of the terms of evolution, even the word evolution, that comes from Alfred Russel Wallace. But he wasn't a racist. Darwin was. And in the end, Wallace takes some really good positions. And he says, like, this human brain cannot in any way be accounted for by natural selection, because it's way beyond anything we need. And then also the eye and other things like that. So in the end, he breaks with Darwin. But the opposition to Darwin was from the scientific community. The myth, the legend is that it was from these stagnant church figures opening up Genesis and reading it literally. That did happen, things like that happened, but the real opposition to Darwin is from his peers, who are taxonomists. He's a taxonomist. Biologists and others, paleontologists. And they did not, and they believed in evolution, but they believed in creative evolution, that evolution is one of the signs of God in the created world. He made the dinosaurs. They can't make themselves. All of this has got to be understood as dimensions of creation. So Darwinianism is the belief in undirected, random transformation. So it's said to be the transformist hypothesis, or we can say delusion, that all these transformations take place in nature randomly, spontaneously. Nothing is behind them. Nothing is directing them. And it is the classical violation of the principle of intellect that the greater cannot proceed from the lesser of its own. And Darwinianism is nothing but that. But Descartes is that as well. His concept of space means that the greater comes from the lesser. This is what we have to pay attention to, these principles. Like you have to say, you're out of bounds. You've got to go back to the drawing table. No matter what you say, no matter how many figures you can draw, you know, you're wrong. You've got to rethink it. So this is the transformist hypothesis, we can say more accurately, delusion. It is one of the most astronomically improbable conjectures ever conceived by the human mind. Totally impossible. You've got to believe that. And again, how can we think around that when we have had this drilled in us from the time that we were children? And you saw the pictures. You saw how the little creature came out of the sea and how it got its legs, and then how it stands up, and then it becomes a caveman, and then the caveman stands up a little more. He's not so hairy anymore, and then he stands up and he's a white man. Right? You saw those pictures. Those are cartoons. That's not science. Those are cartoons. We do not see that in the fossil record. That's very, very important. The fossil record never proved Darwinism, and he knew that himself. Because in the fossil record you have many things. We'll talk about a little of that. One of them is the Cambrian explosion. The Cambrian period, according to our knowledge of geology, is the oldest period in which vertebrates appear. And you have these big reptile-like animals who are not dinosaurs. They are before the dinosaurs. They will go extinct, and then the dinosaurs will come later as life unfolds in this world, biological life. They're all there, boom, at once. And this happens a lot in the fossil record. You don't have this neat development of one species to another species to it. That's not in the fossil record. Darwin believed that the Cambrian explosion, which he knew about, was nature's conspiracy against him. The Darwinian establishment gains victory by obfuscation. They will not allow you to speak. They use the law, they use the curricula, they use the media, they use the universities. You know, you will not be allowed to speak. They have victory by obfuscation, and they confuse the issues beyond recognition. Unlike Newtonian myth, Darwinianism was an unmitigated failure from the start. It was never a scientific theory. It cannot ever be a scientific theory. Again, Karl Popper is one of the great figures, who spells this out clearly in the 20th century. It has always been and can only be an ideological postulate masquerading in scientific garb. It is the king who has no clothes. You've got to point that out. Academics and the media sustain its prestige by unending praise, but there's no proof for it. If humanity survives the darkness of this darkest of dark ages, that's the way I see it. You don't have to see it that way. I see this as the dark age. If we survive this, and if we do survive it, it will be because of people like you, who learn to speak, to give reality a voice in this world. And we learn to think again, and we become human again. We will look back on Darwinianism as one of the greatest absurdities of the modernist, postmodernist, secularist worlds. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. First of all, let's go back to the 18th century. The greatest biologist of the 18th century, certainly one of the greatest scientists of the 18th century, is Georges Cuvier. Georges Cuvier. It's like George with an S on the end of it. Cuvier, C-U-V-I-E-R. Cuvier. He lived from 1769 to 1832. He's one of the best human minds in history. Cuvier was a French Protestant. He wasn't actually a very religious man. He's the one who built the dinosaurs, put them together, discovered the oceans. He was an incredible man, great paleontologist, the master of the biologists of the late 18th and early 19th century. Cuvier saw living organisms as integrated wholes. This is very important. And this is a biological principle. Okay, it's not a first principle, it's a biological principle. That living organisms are integrated wholes. That's important for medicine, for example. When we do real medicine, and many of you study medicine, medicine is a great profession, a great field. You work at it really hard. But we've got to have principles of medicine. We've got to have philosophy of medicine. One of them is that living organisms, especially human beings, are integrated wholes. And therefore, they've got to be dealt with holistically. He spoke of the correlation of the parts to each other. In fact, he would say, give me the bone of any animal, one bone, and I'll put the whole animal together. And I can tell you, from looking at the bone, whether it was a carnivore, an omnivore, or a herbivore. Okay? And many of our dinosaurs, many of the humanoids that have been found in the fossil records, they're put together from a single skull or part of a skull. And this is on the Cuvier method, that these bones have got to be integrally related to everything else. So each part's form fits its function perfectly. And each part's form, each part of the body, its form, is directly related to its function. That's why I can know if it was a plant eater or a meat eater, or it ate everything. And they are integrated together into an entire holistic body. This is the important point. No part can be modified without impairing this functional integration. This is science. This is principle, but this is science. He based this on his knowledge of anatomy and function. What has been learned subsequently affirms this all the stronger. He insisted that animals possess so many diverse anatomical traits, perfectly correlated and integrated with each other, that they cannot be arranged on any linear system, and they cannot change in any linear fashion. That's Darwinism. The linear change. Little change here, little change there. He said, okay, they'll go extinct. They will be incapacitated. If the eye is going to change, it's got to change all at once. Just like you, with maybe some of your brilliant computer programs, can take a particular model, maybe an architectural model, and then program it, and then it reconstructs itself. all together. But it can't be one piece. It's got to all be fit together. Cuvier rejected the notion of organic evolution as a spontaneous event. And he's before Darwin, but he is a contemporary of Lamarck. Lamarck, L-E-M-A-R-C, was the person who precedes Darwin. He's really stupid beyond words. I mean, how did giraffes get their long necks? Well, they stretch. They keep stretching. And then when that giraffe baby comes out, it's got a long neck. Isn't it cute? And then he's going to stretch his neck, and the next baby will have a longer neck. Okay, does that happen in the real world? Never. Never. Okay, although the evolutionists always talk about it that way, don't they? As if the bird changed its colors or made its tail or developed. They can't do that. You can't do that. And he was actually the dean of Lamarck. And always he's wondering, should I fire this idiot or not? But he let Lamarck stay in the university. And Lamarck was not taken very seriously. Cuvier, any change that is a linear change would render the animal unable to survive. That's why they said to Darwin, you know, you fool, don't you see that these kind of changes you are imagining will lead to the extinction of animals, not to the creation of new species. He held that similarities between animals are due to common functions. This is really important. Not ancestry. That's extremely important. And again, one of the pinnacles of Darwinian thought is the presumption of common descent, never proven and not true. Okay, but he said function, and we have a lot of examples of that in the natural world. You have, for example, freshwater sharks who have no DNA relation whatsoever to the great white shark or to the ocean sharks. And they're very similar, but there is no biological connection between them. But they play similar roles, and they developed in remarkably similar ways because of their common functions. Function determines form, and this is metaphysics also. Function determines form. Form does not determine function. Cuvier, by the way, is one of those great people who established extinction as a biological fact, that the dinosaurs went extinct, and that the Cambrian creatures went extinct a long time before them, and that all kinds of animals have gone extinct. God creates whatever he wants. So, how are we doing for time? Okay, so Europe lost the notion of different levels of being and reality in the 18th century. Before that, they believed in different levels of reality, not in the way we do. We have an extremely sophisticated metaphysics in that regard. In our theology, as we said before, necessary being, possible being, impossible being, we may talk about malakut, we may talk about mulk, although that discussion really doesn't belong in theology. But in metaphysics, we take it all the way. And we have over 40 levels of existence. Absolutely amazing. But the Europeans in the Middle Ages and up to the modern period, they also have very similar beliefs. If you study their literature, you'll be introduced to this. Chaucer, Dante. But Europe lost the notion of different levels of being and reality in the 18th century, the age of the Enlightenment, and this notion was then transformed into the concept of evolution. Give up one world, gain another. Give up heaven, gain hell. Okay? So you give up that hierarchy of being which is real and based on sound metaphysical principles generally accepted by humanity for thousands of years, and then you're going to have a horizontal plane, and out of that comes evolution. The vertical ladder of reality, we talked about ontological shrinkage, reduction of the world to the horizontal, the vertical ladder of reality that went from the lowest to the highest. And when you want to talk about the dinosaurs and things like that, you've got to talk about the hierarchies. And also you've got to talk about Adam, because they're before Adam. And what was in his creation. And we have brilliant, brilliant insights into things like that. He is the spirit of the world. Everything is fulfilled with him. You know, the organic world also is completed with him. The vertical ladder of reality that went from lowest to highest, and lowest of the low to highest of the high, with all sorts of unique differentiations in that, was then made horizontal. So now you go from ape to Superman. Evolution, I'm going to repeat myself. You know, I'm reading this, so forgive me, but I hope you don't mind. Evolution is one of the greatest absurdities, I've said it 3 times, ever foisted upon the human race. A secularization and horizontalization of vertical reality and of the vertical hierarchy, which is the foundation of all metaphysics, not just ours. When Darwinianism came to the West, vertical hierarchy was virtually already gone. This is why it's so important. You see, like, Zallatul Alim, Zallatul Alam, the slip and fall of the scholar brings about the slip and the fall of an entire world. And this is just an extension in space. Okay, you say that, you're off on another journey to another world, and you may not like everything that you see there. So when they destroy that vertical reality of the qualitative worldview, then they're set up psychologically, philosophically for evolution, for this Darwinian evolutionism. And Darwinianism wreaked havoc in the 19th century and in the 20th century. You don't have to be told about that. But again, because of low metaphysical expectations, people who cannot understand, people who do not know how to respond. And maybe you've got some stupid preacher, you know, stomping the pulpit on Sunday talking about Genesis, and people are embarrassed by him, just like we're embarrassed by a lot of our imams, at least in the United States. It's like, you know, oh my God, like when are we going to get somebody with a brain, you know, to be on the minbar on Friday? Darwinianism should have never made a ripple in the Islamic world. And in fact, it didn't for a long time. But the vertical hierarchy has to be alive for that to be the case. You've got to have metaphysics. And this is why, again, people like Al-Qadi al-Nabahani, the great judge of Beirut, may God have mercy upon him, is really annoyed to no end by the way that Muslims have turned their backs on this rich, scholastic, metaphysical legacy. But again, as our brother Aftab said, basically those scholars who knew these things and who taught these things, men and women, they had been disempowered. The awqaf, which had made them wealthy and independent, were taken away. They were given to the modernizing classes that will curse them and will work against them. So there's a lot going on there. So 19th century biology and its opposition to Darwin. Science did not stand at Darwin's side. And some of the greatest scientists, like Louis Agassiz, like the tennis player, Agassiz, he's probably related to him. Agassiz was from French Switzerland, and he was a student of Cuvier. He was a student of also von Humboldt, who was a great German scientist. And he's the one who will teach the United States of America biology, zoology, taxonomy, and other sciences. And he was an avid opponent of Darwin, because he said Creation is there, but it is an act of God. It is an act of creation. It cannot by any way be spontaneous. It cannot in any way be by chance. Now, 19th century biology, we talked about this a little bit. First of all, it is fundamentally focused on the fact that species are set. The fixity of species. Taxonomy is based on that. Darwin was a taxonomist. Taxonomists, what do? They're the ones who put plants and animals in genera and species and phyla and so forth. Okay? So species are fixed. We do not have evidence of one species becoming another. And also because of this fixity of species, but the rich diversity in a species, then these intelligent men and women, they were concerned with the archetype of the species. What is the archetypical horse? What is the archetypical man? Adam. They believed in that. And Adam will contain in himself all men and women, because the lesser can come from the greater, but the greater cannot come from the lesser. The first human being has got to be the greatest. And this is what we believe. This is sound theology. This is sound metaphysics. So, 19th century biology therefore knew that evolution is the unfolding of the divine plan. And we can live with that. That's what we believe in. That's what I believe in anyway. Darwinianism, like Big Bang, is mere ideology. Big Bang is not proven at all. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. And if you want to study that, look at Wolfgang Smith. This is a great man, Wolfgang Smith, Science and Myth. Darwinianism is never science. It was never science. It is always ideology. Evidence is not primary to it in any way. And the strange thing, if you read these people, evidence ceases to be necessary. Their hypothesis stands on firm ideological grounds. Again, evolutionism is the founding dogma of modern scientism. It is the golden calf, and is advanced, elaborated, diffused, and protected at all costs. The ideology here is promoting spontaneous, undirected, undesigned, and that's the key word, materialist evolutionism, non-divine unfolding as the negation of intelligent design. Now, intelligent design, active information, complex specified information, these are beautiful words that some great scientists are using today. I'll tell you a little bit about that. They are designer label, plastic words. Okay, they're plastic words, but they're designer label. They're cool. We would say knowledge, will, and power, okay? Knowledge, will, and power. We study this when we study the will of God. The possibilities in this world relating to every single thing that exists are infinite times into the infinite power. This cup, this glass cannot exist without the intervention of will. Will is what makes it what it is. Okay, and in theology we can study this, and inshallah we're going to look at it in a little bit more detail. We have enough time? How much time? Okay, I think we have enough time. Okay, so now let's just take a few examples. Ernst Mayr, you know, he says about the human eye, and one of you asked a question about the human eye. I didn't respond because I'm going to talk about it a little bit right now. He says, somehow or other, by adjusting these figures, we will come out all right. In other words, like, how do you explain the eye? I mean, my eye, the eye of the dog, the eye of the hawk, you know, the eye of the butterfly, the eyes of the fly, the dragonfly. You can't do that. That he says, somehow or other we will. This is a modern contemporary figure. Somehow or other, by adjusting these figures, we will come out all right. We are comforted by the fact that evolution has occurred. What are you talking about? We are comforted by the fact that evolution is a fact. It's like evolution is impossible. But again, for him, information is not necessary. The ideology proves itself. This is a prior commitment to materialism. This is fallacy, written large. Richard Lewontin, he says, we take the side of science. He's a big evolutionist. Right now, we take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs. He knows that most of this is absurd. He says, still we will take the side of science. No, you take the side of scientism. This is not science. And this is where we have to distinguish. But he says, we take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs. Again, because of prior commitment. This is prejudice. This is bigotry. This is fallacy. An ideological commitment to materialism. He says that materialism, this is Lewontin, that materialism is absolute. We cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Okay, so now this is what it's all about, isn't it? I believe in God on the basis of my intellect and revelation and sound science, and you reject the belief in God. And you will not practice science. You will hold to that disbelief no matter what. And you'll call that science? You'll call that materialism? So he says again, the materialism is absolute. These are contemporary people, by the way. We cannot allow a divine foot in the door. And if you look at the literature of evolutionists against people who are saying this is creation, this will be repeated over and over again. We cannot let the divine foot in the door. It's got to be. It is there, fool. None of this makes sense without it. This means that the fact of design and the utter impossibility of the occurrence of created forms without design, which we call will, the product of will not be tolerated for a moment. And that's why the big war today is against what they call intelligent design and what we call complex specified information, active information. This, my brothers and sisters, is kufr. This is kufr. This is a kafir. This is blatant rejection of the truth, despite the fact that it is clear. So Darwinianism is an ideology that rests solely on the negation of knowledge, will, and power. The negation of intelligent design. That's where you've got to approach it too. It refuses, again, to let the divine foot in the door. Norbert Wiener, W-I-E-N-E-R, he lived from 1894 to 1964. He was a great American mathematician and philosopher at MIT. He worked in electronic engineering and communication. He's really interesting, and he held that the universe cannot be just mass and energy. He said the universe is mass, energy, and information. And he called that active information. Now, this is good, because again, the closed system universe is the top paradigm of that worldview, of the worldview of modern astrophysics. That the universe is closed. What does that mean? Closed to God. That's what that means. Closed to any power, any reality, other than mass and energy. What you can see, what you can touch, what you can measure. Again, active information, CSI, complex specified information. These are the words used in the debate today. This is a debate going on right now. These are designer label plastic words. I mean, they're stylish, they're cool. And they're trying to get the foot in the door. Again, I like, just give me the theology. This is about knowledge, will, and power. This is about the existence of God. And note also that mass and energy are also information. They are also designed. They are not without design. Knowledge will inform all things. Okay? It gives them form. It takes their form. It gives them animation, existence, and life. David Bohm, B-O-H-M, said in one of his famous debates with Einstein that you have got to look at the physical world as having in it active information. There can be no life or spirituality in a mechanical world, the kind of world that modern scientism posits. In a mechanical world, there can be no spiritual life because there is no life at all. Not even an amoeba could exist in a Newtonian world that is nothing but energy and mass. Because no living organism is reducible to the sum of its parts. No living organism is reducible to the sum of its parts. Quantity, cannot produce quality. Quantity cannot produce quality. Now, we live in a fine-tuned universe. And this is one of the great things that science has shown us. The atomic and molecular structures upon which life depends require an immensely delicate balance of opposing forces. There is zero tolerance of imbalance. Did you know that? You may have studied this, depending on what you studied. The universe is fine-tuned. That just happened? That just happened? Oh, that's bad news. Okay? Okay? The charge of an electron or a proton are roughly equal and opposite. If this fine-tuned ratio were slightly changed, there would be an explosion like a nuclear bomb. This change cannot be more than 1 part in 100 billion parts. That's the world you live in. Such a change would suffice to blow our world to bits in 1 split second. That doesn't happen, doesn't it? We are safe, sound, and secure in this world that God created. The cosmos is adapted to living things. Again, this is modern science. How do we deal with it? Well, maybe we can have real science. The cosmos is incredibly adapted to living things. This is called the anthropic principle. And now we used that same word yesterday, and we use it in a way that's different than the way that physicists are using it today. But nevertheless, it's a nice word. The world has been fine-tuned for the reception of life. It is, quote unquote, mindful of man, mindful of you and of women. Our location in the universe is necessarily privileged to be to the extent that it is perfectly compatible with our existence, modern science. Pick any other cosmic location at random, and with almost absolute certainty, it will prove lethal to us. Okay? This is all reflection on the glory of God. And this happened by chance, without design. I want us to look at that little video, Nature by Numbers. We'll do that in 1 second. But I want to tell you something. This is what my father taught me when I was a little boy. And I love my father. He was a great man. And he was a person who said, I cannot look into the microscope and not believe in God. And he told me that this computer is like a child's toy compared to DNA. Okay, but he told me when I was a little boy, he said, take 10 marbles and number them 1 to 10. And they're all equal in size and shape. Put them in your pocket. I want you to draw number 1 first. Okay, maybe you succeed. The probability is 1 to 10. Now he said, put it back, mix the marbles. Pull number 2 second in order. 1, 2. What's the probability? 1 to 100. Put it back, mix them up. What's the probability now that you could draw 3 third in order? 1 to 1,000. What is the probability that you could draw number 10, 10th in order without a single mistake? 1 to 10 billion. In other words, if you're drawing marbles 1 every second, you might get this combination 1 time in 300 years. Okay? Everything you see is order. Everything you see is composition. And it's not just order. And ordering 10 marbles is nothing. When you look at the created world, the order that you see there is an order in infinite other possibilities, not 10 marbles, an infinite number of marbles. And you've got to get number 1 first, number 2 second, number 3 third. Okay, it is impossible that chance or random create anything. And this is part of our theology. And I would just like us to look at this video. I hope you don't mind. I love it. And I don't get bored by things like this. But this is a metaphysical video. This is theology plus more than that. Because this is showing you how out of the greater and the greatest comes the greater, the greater, the greater, and the lesser. And this, if you understand this, I wish we could talk about it in detail. You can see how out of nothingness, by the creative will of the one God, comes infinite multiplicity. Do you mind if we look at that again? Okay, let's do that. You guys, you're taking too long. You see, we need some buffered selves, right? Disciplined selves. No, I think they're disciplined as everything. I shouldn't even say that. Okay. I mean, there's no design. Again, this is nothing but design. Perfect design that goes through everything in creation. Absolutely perfect design. Bismillah. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start it, inshallah. Inshallah, tomorrow, Saturday, I hope to meet with you. We may not get to the questions. If we don't, we'll get to them when we meet on Saturday. Okay, we can start with that. Inshallah. We have got to produce things like this, brothers and sisters. Really, we've got to do this. We've got to wake the world up. everlasting life in paradise. I mean, and his mother. There is no design in creation. I mean, what kind of fools are we? Nature is nothing but design. In every atom, in every molecule, and it's all not just design, it's perfect design, based on the Fibonacci series that we learned about way over 1,000 years ago. And that is the golden section, which is the only cut that works in an infinite series of cuts. And you say there's no design? They say that because you can't have design without a designer. So, as we have said, okay, so I'm going to probably skip the questions. I'm going to finish this, and if we don't come to the questions, we'll do it tomorrow. But as we have said, modern scientism is made up of many paradigms within paradigms, cognitive frames within cognitive frames. You've got to flush them out. You've got to trace them back to the beginning. And we can be trained to do that. That takes good training. These paradigms are generally hidden from sight and are taught as dogma. The top level paradigms, as we have said, are the most important. The Newtonian, Darwinian, and Copernican paradigms are top level paradigms. Newtonian pertains to the physical world, Copernican to the astronomical world, and Copernicus is not guilty of anything here. He was a good man, but we can call it Copernican. And here the paradigm is even distribution of matter. Okay, you don't have any proof for that whatsoever. And then the Darwinian, which seeks to extend the Newtonian paradigm into biological history. They encapsulate our scientific understanding or scientistic understanding of the physical, biological, and stellar worlds. These three domains. The Darwinian paradigm enables us to extend the Newtonian paradigm into the biosphere. The Copernican paradigm enables us to extend the Newtonian paradigm into the stellar world. And neither of those work. Now, in the physical world, it may work sometimes to the extent that it's operational, as we said yesterday. But the biological past is not operational, and the stellar world is not operational. So any statement you make there is ontological. And for it to be sound, it's got to be metaphysical. Sorry, but if you don't know metaphysics, if you have low metaphysical expectations, you are totally disqualified. By these two paradigms, physics claims sway over all that we think and everything that exists in time and space. In the Darwinian paradigm, we have presumption of common descent. Okay, you can't prove it. In fact, it's not true. The presumption of common descent is one of the underpinnings of Darwinianism. It asserts that all existing species derive from one or more primitive ancestors, which are like jelly, through chains of descent over millions and millions of years. Spontaneously, not directed by creation. Always the greater coming from the lesser, the greater coming from the lesser. By chance, by random. The presumption of common descent seeks to obviate, that is to get around, metaphysics. This presumption is entrenched in scientific dogma. It cannot be accounted for by Darwinian mechanisms, nor by natural causation. It is treated, however, as observed fact. And it's not. It brings the evolutionist in near the end of the story, seeking horizontal explanation and perspective. It keeps us at the level of the horizontal perspective. Of course, evolutionism can never go back to the beginning. How did life come about? How was it created? Well, it was there, and then it evolved into higher forms. Darwinian ideology is survival of the fittest tautology. Tautology is a circular argument. And you saw this, that we can't prove this mathematically. There are all kinds of absurdities, but we are comforted by the fact that this is true. I'm sorry, that's not thinking. That's not science, that's tautology. Survival of the fittest tautology. The survival of the fittest was Darwin's great idea. Actually, he gets it from Wallace. Natural processes produce small, random mutations. They are passed along to the genetic line by survival of the fittest. This key to the riddle of evolutionism is a tautology, a circular argument. The rich have lots of money. That's a good tautology. The rich are rich. Popper said on this basis that Darwinianism was unfalsifiable, which means it is void of scientific content. These are things, brothers and sisters, that it is very valuable for us to grasp and to master and to understand. May you be able to speak like this. May you find your feet. May you find self-confidence. Against scientism is the belief of this age, and most people, even Muslims, they cannot see around it, and they cannot with any living conviction believe that it's not true. I hope you can do that. I hope you can do that. Darwin understood that the human eye is of almost unimaginable complexity. How could it come about through a series of minute accidental mutations, each of which would render the eye blind? So it's got to be a functional eye. Darwin left aside the fact that a rudimentary eye that cannot see is of no use for survival at all. In any case, okay. So if the greater cannot proceed from the lesser, how do we understand this in the light of the diversity of the fossil record and the development of the eye? This was a question that one of you asked. For example, there is the eye, which is less developed in earlier creatures compared with the later creatures such as human beings and mammals. Okay, there are many different eyes. Who says they come from each other? And there's absolutely no proof that they change piece by piece, little by little. God creates whatever he wants. The hawk sees with an eye that would put our eye to shame. The dog smells with a sense of smell that enables him to perceive this room in a way that's unimaginable to you or me. We must remember that facts do not speak for themselves. They cannot. You have got to put them into paradigms, cognitive frames, and language. Similar created things reflect a divine hierarchy in the perfect and total unfolding of all possibility in time and space as a function of the knowledge and the wisdom and the will and the power of God. This is the miracle. This is heaven and hell. This is what existence is all about. It is the cosmic unfolding of all things from God in every possible way, whether it's Tyrannosaurus Rex or whether it is the, what are those nasty ones? The raptors? They're the cool ones, right? They're really sharp. Raptors, right? Wow. You know, and did you see Jurassic World? Those are pretty good films, really. You know, Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, those are not bad films. Those are films we can benefit from. And we've got to, I once asked one of my great teachers, Dr. Khaldun al-Ahdab, who I would say is the best muhaddith on the face of the earth today. Zawa'id Tarikh Baghdad. And the Mufti of Turkey is a great muhaddith, by the way, too. A great muhaddith. I once asked him years ago when I was a dunce. Maybe I'm still a dunce, but I was a real dunce. I said, can we make movies? He said, you must make movies, but they've got to be the best. He said, even cartoons, but they've got to be the best. But the first thing that God created is the greatest thing of all. This is what that's telling you about. 0, 1, 1. The first one is God. The second one is the first thing created. And what is that? Well, the hadith say the pen, they say the tablet, they say the intellect. Our metaphysical tradition says, on the basis of hadith also, the light of your prophet, O Jabir. The light of your prophet. And we say that that is the pen, that is the tablet, that is the intellect. They are manifestations of the light of the prophet. We also call this the Muhammadan reality. It is the greatest of all things God created. And it's manifested to us on the night of the Mi'raj, when the blessed prophet goes to the company of his Lord, and there is perfect balance and harmony because he is the perfect one. There is nothing in creation more perfect than he, and there will never be. And everything created, the dragonfly, the sunflower, that beautiful nautilus at the bottom of the sea, glorifying God, they are the light of the Prophet Muhammad in perfect mathematical order and geometric progression, the golden section. Okay, so this is what we believe, and this is sound metaphysics. The greater, out of the greatest comes the greater, the greater, the greater, and then the lesser and the lesser and the lesser. You can do so much with that. I hope you can understand this. I hope you can grasp this. The fact that things are similar does not mean that they evolve spontaneously from each other. That's impossible. Let's talk a little bit about the fossil record. We're going to take a little bit of time, if you don't mind, and we'll get questions tomorrow, Saturday. Okay? Philip Johnson, who is one of the excellent critics of Darwinism, he says, Darwinism apparently passed the fossil test. That is, it's reported to have passed the fossil test only because it was not allowed to fail. Right? They get a lot of help. Whatever that is taken to mean, Darwinian evolutionism was conceived of as a very gradual process involving countless intermediary forms in a common descent of all living things from a first insignificant jelly-like living thing. Of course, Darwin didn't know about DNA, did he? He believed, look at the amoeba, I mean, it's just jelly that's alive. And in fact, they believed in those days in spontaneous creation of life. You see it all the time, right? Leave the food out, you got maggots in it. Where'd they come from? Spontaneous creation. Well, let's get a microscope and see. Many or most of the intermediaries should have appeared in the fossil record. They did not. But only a handful of doubtful specimens were actually found. Other intermediary types were nowhere to be found, and species are fixed. Stephen Jay Gould, who's a big evolutionist, he abandoned orthodox Darwinianism, but he still holds to evolution. He said, most species exhibit no directional change. This is an evolutionist today. Stephen Jay Gould, G-O-U-L-D. He says, most species exhibit no directional change during their tenure on Earth. That in the fossil record, most species show no directional change, no evolution. They're all there in all kinds of different forms. They appear in the fossil record looking pretty much the same as when they disappear. Morphological change is usually limited and directionless. Okay, this is good. This is important. Lack of adequate time. For evolutionists, Darwinianism is the most indubitable fact because they have no metaphysical understanding of time or space or anything else. Even with the presumption of linear pseudo-metaphysical time, there's not enough of it at all. D.S. Ulam, U-L-A-M, who's a modern mathematician, he showed that accepting the closed system universe, linear time, as they believe in, I don't believe in it, I hope you don't, I hope you will do kufr in scientism. You know, we're supposed to nakfur bit taghut, right? Disbelieve in the taghut. Okay, this is wala and bara'a. Okay, scientism. Don't believe in science. Let's get it right. Let's get medicine right. Medicine is great. Let's get it right. But don't believe in these presumptions. But he showed that the mutations required by Darwinianism are of such an immense number that they would not occur in billions of years. In other words, billions of years beyond what they believe to be the linear age of the universe. Again, I want to quote to you Ernst Mayr, this great evolutionist. Somehow or other, by adjusting the figures, redoing the math, like, don't you have an intellect, fool? No. Somehow or other, we're going to work with the mathematics, we'll adjust the figures, and we'll come out all right. Believe me, brother. Believe me, sister. We are comforted by the fact that evolution has occurred. Okay, that's a believer. But he believes in an idol. He believes in falsehood. The precision of molecular structures, of atoms, all of this, you saw the video, I love it. May you produce something better. May, you know, we've got beauty, that's our weapon. Beauty is the splendor of truth. That's beautiful, isn't it? The music is beautiful. The images are beautiful. The content is beautiful. We are the people of beauty. Everything we did was beautiful. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. But in this world in which we live, everything, atomic structures, molecular structures, they reflect irreducible complexity. Irreducible complexity. You know, the flagellum of the bacteria, that little rudder that it uses to navigate, the molecular rotary engine of the bacteria in its flagellum is powered by an acid. Darwinian terms are not sufficient in any way to account for the most insignificant of bacteria or of any created thing. Again, they are filled with what some scientists today who are opposing Darwinianism bravely, they'll lose their careers, lose their tenure. You talk about this, you think you're going to get tenure? They will, you know, they're filled with CSI, that's what they call it, complex specified information, active information. Again, for us, this is the knowledge of God, the wisdom of God, the will of God, and the power of God in creation. Can I have my conclusion? Are we out of time? I know that we are, right? Okay. We'll take the conclusion, and then we'll have the questions when we come back. If you give me questions now, I'll try to answer them. Conclusion, again, one of the things I want you to do in your life, give reality a voice in this world. Give reality a voice in this world. Learn your theology. Learn your metaphysics. You be that voice. And speak the language of beauty. Speak the language of knowledge. Master these things. Come to grasp them and to understand them. Do your homework, and you're capable of that. And your voice will help to turn back the tide. It will help to turn back the tide. Don't think ever, when it comes to the end of time, that you know what time it is, because you don't know. He who is asked is not more knowledgeable than the one who's asking, right? And history is very beautiful and very complex. We don't know if we're at the end or in the middle. And the fact that we are in a mess on the eve of destruction doesn't mean that we're going to be destroyed. People like you can turn it all around if you will renew the human form, if you will bring back these gifts that too many of us turned our backs on, if you will honor the awliya, honor the Prophet, and God will be on your side. Don't make war with them. I want to end by saying veils can always be lifted. And people today are veiled, veiled, veiled. Give them language, give them words, give them cognitive frames. All veils, cognitive, linguistic, propagandistic, cultural, all veils can be easily lifted by the winds of personal interest. Also, intellectual etiquette and good company. But you have to be people who make those winds of personal interest blow. Make them blow again. Get people's attention. Wake them up. This video, God bless this man. And there are many that are better than that. I know many others. But you marshal this stuff together. Get people's attention. Teach them what brings them to life. The heart needs knowledge to live. Give them knowledge. And again, today we really need these 3-minute videos, 2-minute videos. Why? Because people are bonsai'd. You know what a bonsai plant is? You plant it in this little pot, and it looks like a cedar, but it's only this big. That's the way most of us are today. And that's why you can't give them a class like this. They can't sustain that. It's too much. When you find a man or a woman who is dying in the desert from dehydration, from thirst, do you give them a big drink of water? Like, drink this bottle of water. Do you do that? You kill them. You'll kill them. You have to tie them down. You drop water on their tongue, drop by drop. They will scream and yell. And we used to also give them sugar. Give them sugar, because that's sweet. We carried sugar to save these people in our caravans. Okay, and then you can give them a little bit more water, a little bit more water. And then after a while, you can give them a drink. Very painful. If you give them water, they will die. And really, a lot of our people like that are today. They can't listen to anything significant for more than 3 minutes. That's the dropper. They're dying of thirst. Okay, you're going to bring them back to life so that they can then begin to learn. Like, okay, now I can actually sit down in this lesson and I can actually learn. Give them knowledge. Open to them the doors of knowledge. Okay, this is so important. We can always return, and we must return to what humanity is supposed to be. Since we are all human beings, we can always return to ourselves after every fall, after every mishap, every misfortune. You can do that. Never despair of God's mercy. Doesn't he say that in the Quran? We are not condemned to participate in every catastrophe of humanity and to keep on falling. We can always seek to find a way back. The Khawarij are the dogs of hell. Okay? Your prophet taught you that. I hope you can get it. Why are they called the dogs of hell? Because this is their job, to make it impossible for us to bring this religion to life, to make it impossible for us to teach this religion. They are the highway robbers. They are the ones who yasudduna an sabilillah. They block the path to Allah. How would anybody listen to us? How will anyone take us serious? We are the makers of civilization. We are the people who can give you life. We can save this civilization. Who will listen to you? Who will listen to me? As long as the dogs of hell are there, the messengers of death, like these idiotic ikhwan of the Wahhabis. You don't know what beasts they were. I do. I know about what they did. I know what they did in Ta'if. I know what they did in Medina. I know what they did in the Mecca. Terrorists to the nth degree. Daesh is a shadow of them. That's the foundation of Saudi Arabia. The messengers of death. Okay? You need to know your history. This is not a light matter. They are the soldiers of the Antichrist. And the Prophet told us that, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So stand up for the truth. And let us, inshallah, teach this deen, as it's supposed to be taught, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. They are muharibun. They are people at war with God and His Messenger. And inshallah, many of them are sincere. Many of them are entrapped in that. It's true. I saw a video this morning from the New York Times about a beautiful Muslim from Germany who was a black African born in Germany who went to Syria because he wanted to live under the Sharia. And then he said, my God, what I saw there. And he escaped. You know, he just got out. He had to cover himself in mud. They were looking for him, trying to shoot him. Okay, he said, I'm not killing anybody. They said, we want you to kill this man. The man saying, I'm a Sunni like you. I'm an imam. And they shot him dead. He said, my legs began to shake. He said, I wouldn't shoot him. But he said, my legs began to shake. And I said, I've got to get out of here. They made him carry the black flag in one of their videos. And he said he was so happy. He was able to escape, to get across the border, and then he heard the muezzin call the adhan with a Turkish accent, and he said, I'm home free. I'm with the Sunnis now. This is real Islam. Of course, he knew he would be imprisoned. He's now in prison for 3 years. He said, I don't mind. He said, I'll tell the truth about this. Those are very strong words, but listen, that's the name of the game. That is what it is. We have to save them too. We have to save young men and women from them, you know, and we have to be honest about this, but may God let us give a voice to reality, and may He let us give a voice to Islam and to bring this religion to life. Australia needs it, New Zealand needs it, my land needs it, the United States of America. If the United States of America learned this deen, which is the deen of civilization, that would be one of the best countries on earth. That would be beautiful. That's been my dream for decades. Okay, now it's very difficult to talk, really difficult. Inshallah, we'll find a way. In any case, let's end with that. God bless you. Pray for me. You know, pray for everyone here at this beautiful rihla. God enable us to do the work that's got to be done and to do it beautifully. اللهم وفقنا لما تحبه وترضى واجعلنا من عبيدك السعداء وأمتنا على كلمة الهدى علمنا ما ينفعنا ووفقنا للعمل بما علمتنا به واجعل ما نحن فيه خالصا مخلصا لوجهك الكريم يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل تجمعنا هذا تجمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما لا شقيا منا ولا محروما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. May we stay together, may we work hard. You know, you develop yourself, you know, develop your mind, develop your heart, work hard, and inshallah may we have long lives and good health. And you know, this is the jihad. This is the jihad of beauty, the jihad of knowledge, the jihad of serving this incredible deen, serving humanity, bringing our Muslim nations back to life, and inshallah taking this life to a world that is dying. That's the Western world. And this is something that Toynbee and other great historians have been very clear about, that the West is in trouble, and it has been in trouble for the last 400 years. You can give it life, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. May we do that. Wassalamu alaikum.